The story begins with Seungwoo recounting a bit of his journey. It has been 40 years since he fell into this world. He had to fight to survive, and in doing so, reached level 1. He arrived with nothing, but still managed to get by killing monsters. Seungwoo became so powerful that he defeated the Demon King with a single attack, an attack that destroyed several mountains, leaving only him standing amidst the dust. But for him, his journey ends there, with the defeat of the Demon King. Now, at level 255, Seungwoo has 3 more participants in his group. Suddenly, a light appears. A goddess emerges. She congratulates them, saying she already knew he would defeat the Demon King. This is the goddess Gaia. Seungwoo gets irritated with her and asks why she is laughing. Gaia doesn't quite understand why he is angry, but he asks again why she is laughing since she gave strong abilities, incredible weapons, and powerful companions to everyone except him. Seungwoo grabs his sword and complains that she threw him there with nothing. Gaia gets scared and says, stuttering, that she ran out of divine power because she summoned so many people. At this moment, Seungwoo snaps, yelling at her and asking if she is joking. He says he will turn her into goddess soup. Luckily, his companion held him back. Gaia steps back and thinks she still can't believe how strong Seungwoo has become. He doesn't even seem human. She says to let it go because she will give everyone there a reward for their great achievement. She asks what they wish for. The orc says he wants to go to the next battlefield as soon as possible, preferably one where there is a good reason for the war. The girl says she doesn't want anything because she already got what she wanted since she started adventuring with her companions. Seungwoo squeezes her and asks if she isn't ashamed to say these things. She asks why she would be ashamed. The archer says he wants to be able to travel to any dimension and take his weapons. Gaia says it is possible to travel between dimensions, but taking weapons is more difficult. She asks the reason. He yells that it's the revolution, a revolution dedicated to the poor and oppressed. He will spread the flames of the revolution across all dimensions. Arrows and fire for the opposition. Seungwoo agrees with him. The archer thanks the protagonist. Gaia agrees and soon asks what Seungwoo wants. He thinks for a moment and realizes he already has so much money that he has nowhere to store it. He is also not someone who wants to rule over others. Currently, he is at level 255, already able to travel between dimensions and conquer any world he wants. Seungwoo tries to think about what he wants now and ends up remembering a good moment in his life. When he was walking down the street, he was tired and starving until he saw something, a restaurant poster. Seungwoo went to the restaurant and sat at a table. A guy next to him ordered something to eat, and the protagonist ordered the same thing. A little while later, a really good meal arrived. Seungwoo, seeing that, became very happy, as he was finally going to eat something good, and even cried with emotion. And when he took a bite of the food, Gaia started to annoy him, asking what he was thinking about so much. He holds her finger and says he was remembering a wonderful moment, the moment she threw him into this world without a single potion. Gaia gets embarrassed by this, but at that moment, Seungwoo decides what he wants. He wants to return to his hometown and run a restaurant. Everyone is in disbelief at this. Gaia asks if that's really what he wants. Seungwoo responds that he is thinking about taking food from there to his hometown. The archer finds it strange that he wants to take food from there. Seungwoo says that Earth's food is common there. Therefore, he wants to bring food from this place to be innovative. The archer thinks the protagonist is crazy. The orc can't believe it, and the girl starts praying for the protagonist. Gaia points out that the food there is very bad, as it even holds the title of the worst food in all dimensions. Seungwoo grabs his sword and sticks it in the ground. He says, "That's it." Gaia runs away in fear, but the protagonist, happy, asks if it wouldn't be unfair for him to be the only one to enjoy the culinary surprises of this world. Seoul, a city of wealth and peace where the lights stay on until dawn. Strange noises start to be heard. Suddenly, a gigantic monster steps on the post as if it were nothing. At that moment, portals and monsters began to appear everywhere. The name Seoul disappeared without a trace. The city began to be completely taken over by monsters, destroying everything and everyone around. A man is watching everything from the top of a building. This was the disaster zone, Sector A. The man was irritated seeing all that. Another person arrives and asks how one of the top 100 high-level hunters. The girl asks the guy to protect his dignity as first order. This man is called Mr. Baek Kang-hyuk. His code name is Superstar. He looks down and says there's no way, and asks if he needs to close that too. The girl replies that no, there was no need to close those low-ranking portals. He will close them soon. Baek gets irritated and says he's tired of doing overtime, and asks the woman if she knows what's going on. She says that this place was an S-rank danger area, nothing special, until something changed. 4 days ago, the number of monsters increased absurdly. Baek agrees and points to the monsters, asking her to look. The monsters were moving as if they were being hunted by a wild beast. The girl says that the second order Min thought the same, and that's why they think the boss could arrive at any moment. She tries to take Baek's cigarette, asking him not to smoke, but he dodges, saving his cigarette. But suddenly, it starts to rain, and his cigarette goes out. He looks at the sky and says, "This is getting very annoying." He turns and starts to go inside, saying that if that's really what the second order said, a raid should happen soon. He asks to let them know he will be taking a 10-day vacation. The woman asks how he would take a 10-day vacation just like that, and where he was going so late at night. He just says he's not in the mood today. He starts laughing and says he would get rid of all the fatigue from working late. She keeps looking at him, thinking he started again. The rain continued. Baek was walking around and shouts that he chose that place. He was pointing to a house with the lights on. He starts to think that the fatigue of doing overtime, the pressure of the fights, and the empty stomach were killing him. His stress was at its limit. He starts to enter and thinks that if the food is bad, they better be prepared to close. And if the food is good, then he would scold them for making him eat day and night. He reaches for the door to enter, but he sees a sign saying they are closed. He gets irritated, asking how they are already closed. He keeps thinking that he has really bad luck. He grabs the sign, saying he can't believe a simple sign is stopping him. Baek breaks the sign and says he is the first order, the superstar. This is ridiculous. He kicks the door, shouting. The place was clean and empty. Someone is saying they haven't signed a contract with a supplier yet and also need to buy the missing tools. This person is the protagonist, making a list to organize his restaurant. He thinks it's been about 4 days since he returned to Earth. He says it's not that urgent, so it might take some time. He goes to his movie box and chooses one, saying that this is life, a movie and a good cup of coffee. And it was right at that moment that Baek arrived, kicking the door hard. Baek looks around, saying that the place is empty apparently. There were no customers today. The protagonist remains silent for a moment and turns angrily, saying it's empty because he hasn't officially opened yet. Baek sits at the edge of the table and says he doesn't care, and asks the protagonist to prepare something good for him. Seungwoo looks at him, thinking that this guy ruined his movie and still talks to him like that. Clearly, this bastard was looking for trouble. However, the protagonist looks at him more closely and notices something different. Baek notices that Seungwoo is looking at him and yells, asking what the protagonist is staring at. Seungwoo says it's nothing much, but he keeps looking and realizes that Baek has such frail and thin arms, legs that would break with a kick, eyes and a head that wouldn't recognize a sign that says closed. Seungwoo feels sorry for Baek, thinking that he must have gone a long time without eating properly. He has no manners or awareness of things. The protagonist thinks Baek might be mentally ill. Baek gets irritated, stands up, bangs on the table, and yells why the protagonist is looking at him like that. Baek asks if the protagonist can't see his coat, as he is from the First Order. While Baek is yelling, Seungwoo simply leaves him talking to himself and goes to the fridge to see what the dish of the day is. Baek gets furious about this. He sits down and says the protagonist is rude and orders him to bring something to eat quickly. He looks at some ingredients and thinks they might be too strong. But then he sees a beautiful piece of meat and thinks he will do Beck a great favor by serving something very expensive. He slams the meat onto the table with force. This shoulder meat, which lies between the neck and wings of a red dragon, if compared, might look like pork. He grabs a knife and, with a single cut, slices a piece of the meat. Red dragon meat contains the spirit of flames. Because of this, it has a very strong fire flavor, and if marinated with juice, it will have a very rich taste. Today's choice is grape juice. He starts drizzling the meat with grape juice. Even though the taste of the meat alone isn't bad, he needs to make a good impression on the first customer. He begins to cook and flambe the meat. Seungwoo smiles with happiness, as cooking was something fun. Beck watches the protagonist cooking and is astonished by what he hears. Beck asks the protagonist if he heard wrong, as he clearly heard the meat scream. Beck asks once more if the meat just screamed. Seungwoo says it is probably his imagination. After preparing everything, the protagonist plates the dish and serves it to Beck. The dish was beautiful. Beck looks at the food, analyzing it. Then, he looks at the protagonist, thinking that he hates to admit it, but this guy is incredible. Beck tells the protagonist that he was quite kind in flambeing the meat, and that his little show wasn't bad either. Seungwoo doesn't quite understand, and asks if Beck is complimenting him. Beck drops the conversation and prepares to eat, as the smell of the meat was great, and the meat's sear is incredible. Beck gets excited, thinking this is good, but before eating, he asks the protagonist what the name of that dish is. Seungwoo says the name is bife reyes. Beck says he has never heard of this dish, but he will try it. He tries to cut the meat but can't. He keeps trying to cut the meat using all his strength. He starts to get irritated and yells, trying to cut it in every possible way. He stops trying, sweating and tired, and says that the steak is impossible to cut. Seungwoo is perplexed and says he will cut the meat for him. As he takes the plate, he thinks that this weakling couldn't cut the meat. Kale Reyes is in a cave. The protagonist was looking for his ingredients and finally finds a strong opponent, the ancient red dragon Kale Reyes. For 1,800 years, he was the elder of the red dragons and the right hand of the demon king. The two meet in the cave. The dragon tries to attack the protagonist, but the protagonist also starts attacking. In this fight, Seungwoo had to work hard to defeat that dragon. Back at the restaurant, the protagonist is cutting the meat with extreme ease. Beck says he doesn't know and asks if the knife would be able to cut the meat, but as soon as he looks to the side, he sees the protagonist cutting the meat. Seungwoo smiles and tells Beck that he must be very tired, so he couldn't cut it. Beck agrees, saying that was probably it, but he will taste it anyway. He takes a piece and puts it in his mouth. Immediately, he feels something strange. He lowers his head, trembling, and starts to scream as fire comes out of his mouth. He covers his mouth and says that there was fire coming out of his mouth and that the taste is terrible. The protagonist sighs and says that's great, because he did everything to ensure it tasted bad. Beck asks why. Seungwoo bangs on the table, shouting that the food he eats is for survival and strength. That's what makes a dish terrible. Beck is still struggling with the meat and tries to vomit but can't. He wonders why he can't vomit this cursed meat. He thinks he should keep chewing, but it was too hot. The only option he has now is to swallow the meat. As soon as he swallows the meat, he feels something very different in his body. He starts to get dizzy and falls hard to the floor. The protagonist looks at him while Beck thinks that the taste was really bad. An hour later, Beck wakes up startled and screaming. Seungwoo is sitting on the couch, yawning out of boredom. Beck gets up angrily and says that after the protagonist tried to kill him with that food, he went to sleep. Beck tries to kick the protagonist's face, but Seungwoo catches his kick with just one hand, without any effort. Beck realizes something is wrong. Seungwoo sighs and asks if that's all Beck has after eating the dish he made. Seungwoo says it seems that Beck is extremely weak. The protagonist explains that it was a 3-star meat, Kale Reyes steak. The dish provided vitality +2, fire resistance +3, strength +3, and the draconic ability. Baek asks who the protagonist is calling weak and if it's him. Seungwoo smiles and says yes, flicking Baek's foot and throwing him hard against the wall. Baek comes back angry and yells at the protagonist, asking if he really thinks he is weak, and charges at the protagonist again. Baek shouts that he is from the First Order and begins to release his power. However, with great speed, the protagonist enters Baek's opening and flicks his forehead, throwing him away again. While Baek is on the ground, Seungwoo says that if he is irritated, he can try hitting him again, but he is going to sleep now. Before sleeping, Seungwoo takes his phone and wonders what the First Order is for Baek to be so irritated. As soon as the protagonist searches, he sees that the First Order is a group of the world's 100 strongest hunters. Seungwoo is extremely shocked to learn that this weak guy is one of the 100 strongest in the world. Seungwoo says that if the hunters are this weak, Earth is totally screwed. However, he wasn't in the mood to get involved with this. Suddenly, he has an idea and starts looking at Baek, unconscious on the floor. Due to the sudden appearance of the portals, a new job was created to fight against the increasing number of monsters. Hunter. This is the name of those who fight against monsters to protect humanity and the entire world. The 100 strongest hunters in the world receive the title of the First Order. In the protagonist's restaurant, Baek wakes up and bows, shouting that he is very sorry. Seungwoo says that Baek is kneeling just because he is weaker. The protagonist looks at him angrily and asks if he would go around doing the same thing in other restaurants. Baek smiles. The protagonist takes his delicious coffee and says it's all right because it looks a lot like a video he saw before. Seungwoo says they call it Blu-ray nowadays. Baek observes how the protagonist behaves and speaks, thinking that there's no doubt this guy is definitely not from here. Looking at the protagonist, he realizes that the power he has is something scary, to the point of being able to kill him at any moment without effort. Seungwoo places his mug on the table and says he has made a decision. He looks at Baek and says he will turn him into a new person. Baek is a little confused by this and asks what the protagonist is talking about. Seungwoo says that Baek is a member of the First Order and needs to get stronger to protect the planet. Baek is left speechless. The protagonist explains that educating means passing on skills and knowledge, guiding someone on the right path, and also teaching how to become a good person. That's why he chose to educate him. Baek asks what would happen if he refused. Seungwoo begins to release some of his power. Baek feels all that pressure and screams that he is under the care of the best teacher in the world. The protagonist says, "That's great," and starts explaining that first, he will impart some knowledge about humans, people, the feeling of loving someone, and the feeling of pity. An example is feeling bad for someone. You start to pity that person. Baek starts to get irritated, thinking that this guy wouldn't shut up. When he finishes saying all these words, enough time will have passed to build a 14-story building. Baek interrupts Seungwoo and asks if his job was philosophy. The protagonist says he was a high school teacher and agrees with Baek, saying that his intention was good. He claps and congratulates Baek, saying he needs to learn the importance and value of food. Baek shouts, asking if Seungwoo calls that food, because anyone knows that is a chemical weapon. Seungwoo gets irritated and asks if Baek should really talk like that about food that someone spent time preparing. Is that the kind of attitude a person should have? Baek shouts that he already understood and asks the protagonist to stop. Seungwoo says that Koreans shouldn't waste food. Baek holds the plate in his hand and asks if the protagonist is saying he should eat all that. Seungwoo says yes. Baek turns pale with fear. He starts crying, shouting that he doesn't want to and can't eat that. The protagonist asks him to stay calm, as he will get used to it. Baek tries to throw the food on the floor, saying he won't eat it because it's not food. The protagonist holds him and says he can't say that in front of the person who prepared the food. Baek continues to resist, saying he can't do that. Seungwoo keeps saying that he can. The protagonist grabs the plate of food and shoves it into Baek's mouth all at once. Baek eats the food by force and faints again. Seungwoo grabs Baek by the legs and says that when he wakes up, he will probably vomit, cry, and make a mess again. The protagonist starts dragging him around the house, saying he can't let that happen. He has to ensure that Beck will digest everything, as he doesn't want to see that planet in ruins. That's why everyone needs to get stronger. Meanwhile, at Isaac's headquarters, someone was growing impatient at their desk. The woman from earlier mentioned that it had been 2 days since they lost contact with Beck. A man, holding his knife, asked if that was why he had been called there. This man is the leader of the Second Order support group. His name is Okife. The woman, exhausted, lays her head on the desk and says that Beck couldn't have been kidnapped, investigated, or arrested. Okife agrees, saying that no one from the First Order would be weak enough to be kidnapped or beaten by anyone. Furthermore, he notes that Beck might be hiding after messing up so many times. Or he could even be with some woman. The girl, concerned, mentions that they only have 1 day left to prepare to face the boss. At this point, it's becoming an emergency. Okife also gets a bit annoyed with the situation. He starts leaving the room, saying he would go find that irresponsible kid. At night, he begins searching for Beck around the city. Suddenly, he stops walking and comments that if he didn't have this ability to find problematic people like Beck, his life would be much easier. He crouches down, closes his eyes, and begins to concentrate as much as possible. Suddenly, he notices something and stands up, saying he finally found Beck. Without thinking twice, he heads to the protagonist's restaurant. As soon as Okife reaches the restaurant door, he looks at the place and wonders what Beck was doing there for 2 whole days. He tries to open the door, but it's locked. So, he takes out a lockpick and thinks it will be easy to open the door. He starts working on it and quickly succeeds. He takes a good look around and enters, thinking that Beck must be in the basement. As he surveys the place, someone appears behind him. The moment Okife notices, he turns around to see who it is. Seungwoo looks at him and asks if he knows what the word intruder means. Okife is startled, wondering how, but the protagonist smiles and says that whatever he does now will be in self-defense. Meanwhile, in the basement, Beck was working hard. He puts the pickaxe down, takes a deep breath, and says he was going to die this way. Suddenly, someone arrives. He looks up and recognizes the person. As soon as Beck sees Okife, he says he was expecting this, as he always believed in him. Beck, all happy, shouts, asking where the exit is, but Okife walks past him without saying anything. Beck looks back and sees that Okife was also picking up a pickaxe. Okife says he was captured and there was no way they could get out of there. Beck looks at him with a sad expression, knowing he would have to keep working there. With little choice, the two grab their pickaxes and start working. After a while, they get tired and sit down. Okife asks what Beck was doing. Beck says it's obvious. They were expanding the basement. Okife shouts, saying he was being sarcastic, and asks why Beck had to provoke a monster like the protagonist. Okife collapses on the ground, crying. Beck says he didn't imagine the protagonist was that strong, as he didn't seem so powerful. He sits next to Okife and asks if, when he used his ability, he could see how strong the protagonist was, because it was like that with Haken. Okife responds that yes, Haken is from the First Order, rank 6, a returned warrior. He stands up and says that, compared to him, at level 85, Haken doesn't even come close. Beck comments that he really is very strong and asks if they would keep working without rest. Okife picks up his pickaxe and says that instead of resting, he would kill the person who angered that monster, aiming the pickaxe at Beck. He presses the pickaxe against Beck's head, but Beck grabs it and says to Okife that's why he's doing most of the work. As an apology, Okife, annoyed, crouches down and tells Beck to shut up. Beck says that, in any case, this is not good because the boss will show up soon, and if they don't get out of there, it could be bad. Okife agrees, saying it would really be bad if that happened, as they were the best hunters in Sector A. Suddenly, Beck's stomach growls, and Okife stares at him. Beck, embarrassed, asks Okife not to look at him like that since they had been working hard for quite some time. Okife sighs and says they needed to get out of there. He was going to apologize to Seungwoo. Beck asks if the protagonist would really let them leave so easily. Okefi says that if they explain the situation to him, maybe he will, and that it's strange. But Seungwoo gives off an aura of justice. As soon as they speak with the protagonist, he simply lets them go. Okefi lowers his head and thanks him. Beck, joking, asks if this is for real. Seungwoo asks if his name is Okifa and says that he'll stop speaking formally now. Okifa replies that he doesn't need to speak formally with him and asks how the protagonist knew his name. Seungwoo shows his phone and says he just looked it up on Google. The two are shocked by this. The protagonist puts on his apron and says he was being rude, asking them not to leave yet, because even though the restaurant is still closed, it would be impolite of him to let them go without eating anything, so he'll cook for them. Beck goes crazy at this and bangs on the table, shouting that he doesn't want it because the taste is awful. Seungwoo says he already knew Beck would say that, so he has the option to choose between something awful or something good. Beck asks what kind of idiot would choose something awful. Of course, he wants something good. The protagonist says he'll make salmon for him because he still has some left. Okifa stands still, wondering if they really had a choice. He raises his hand to order but stops and questions whether the protagonist would really let them choose. He thinks that this isn't normal. It's very suspicious. After pondering a bit, he calls out to the protagonist and says he wants an awful dish. Seungwoo is pleased with the choice and comments that finally someone wanted to try it. He opens his fridge and starts preparing the food. He cuts the meat, grabs the sauce, pours it over, and begins chopping the rest of the ingredients. As he cooks, the two watch him. Okefa comments that the protagonist is really amazing at cooking. Beck asks Okifa if he was stupid for ordering the awful dish. Okefa replies that he's wondering the same thing because it looks really good. Beck says that now that he thinks about it, it's really strange because it usually takes 5 to 10 minutes to get rid of the fish smell. Okifa explains that Beck probably doesn't notice, but the protagonist is using salt and cooking wine at the same time. Using this technique, the fish smell disappears in an instant, almost like a magic trick. Once the fish is well seasoned, Seungwoo grabs a pan, places the fish in it, and covers it with a lid. He says the first part is done. Now they just have to wait, and when it's almost ready, he'll do the rest. While they wait, the protagonist turns to Okifa and asks if his heart or liver is weak, or if he has any kind of problem. Okifa replies that he does, a little, placing his hand on his stomach and saying they're a bit sensitive. Seungwoo sighs and says that unfortunately, he can't give him the regular war dish. Beck starts laughing and comments that Okifa can't last 5 minutes in a fight without getting winded. Seungwoo says that in that case, he'll need to make some medicinal food. He goes to his pots, grabs one, and starts preparing another dish. Beck pouts, saying he was hoping the protagonist would make something scary, but he's making something quite normal. He laughs and tells Okifa that he's lucky because it looks like he'll get something tasteless. While the two chat, the protagonist keeps cooking, happy as can be. He checks the fish and says, "It's done." He takes the fish out of the pan and serves it to Beck, who is surprised by the dish, saying it's perfect and looks too good. He grabs his chopsticks and starts eating. He tries a piece of the fish and is blown away by the flavor, feeling like he's floating in space, shouting and banging on the table. He says it's so good, even cries, and asks why someone who can cook such a delicious dish would make that awful stuff before. Okifa looks at his friend and asks why he's insulting Seungwoo. The protagonist approaches Beck and tells him to think of it as just a hobby of his. He places the sauce on the table and asks Beck to try it. Beck tastes the sauce and cries even more, saying that the sauce is even better than the fish. The protagonist replies that he gets it and asks Beck not to spill the food. Seungwoo heads back to the kitchen and says, "Now." Okifa looks and thinks that his turn has come. The protagonist puts the food in a bowl. Okifa looks at him and thinks he needs to find out why Seungwoo makes such awful dishes. He closes his eyes, thinking he will sacrifice himself, but will uncover the truth. He needs to ignore the taste and understand what's behind all of this. When he opens his eyes, he's surprised. The protagonist serves him the food and says that the taste might not be very good, and, smiling, wishes Okife good luck. He looks at the dish, which has an extremely unusual color, and gets a bit nervous before eating. Baek looks at his friend's food and asks if that's really porridge. Okefa stares at the dish, wondering what he did wrong in life to deserve this, as the food looks quite strange. They ask if the protagonist put uranium in the food. Seungwoo says that's very rude of them and assures them he didn't put anything like that in it. Baek asks if he added some energy drink, as the color is very strange and doesn't look edible. Okifa, still reluctant to eat, continues staring at the food. Baek asks if he's really going to eat it. Okifa picks up the spoon and stirs the food, thinking that the color, along with the flow of magical power, is unmistakable. This dish has the same effects as a healing potion. Okefa looks at the protagonist and wonders how he managed to prepare it so quickly, as not even professionals can do it as fast and effortlessly as Seungwoo did. The two of them stare at the protagonist, who just smiles back. Okife decides to ask if it really is, but the protagonist interrupts, asking him not to say anything. Okife is confused, thinking Seungwoo is asking him to keep quiet about it. He figures that, either way, he'll be healed if he eats it, so he decides to try a little first. He takes a spoonful and puts it in his mouth. Immediately, he feels a powerful healing sensation flowing through his body. He realizes he's being healed almost instantly, but the taste is absolutely terrible. He sticks out his tongue and asks why it feels like he's chewing on lead. Meanwhile, Baek is happily enjoying his meal. Okife, trembling from the awful taste, thinks that if he wants to be healed, he needs to eat it all, no matter how bad it tastes. He musters up the courage and takes another spoonful, feeling like he's in hell, but thinks it's better to eat this than to die. Next to him, offering support, Baek is happily eating his delicious, succulent fish. 30 minutes later, Okife is sitting there, looking dead inside, while Baek is beaming, saying everything was amazing. Smiling, he asks Okife if his meal was good. When he looks at his friend, Baek is shocked, shouting and asking if Okife is okay. Okife thinks that his kidney is completely healed and his magical power is returning to normal. He thinks it's been so long since he felt this good. He stands up, and Baek, alarmed, asks what's going on. Okife bows once again, thanking Seungwoo and saying he'll never forget this kindness. Baek looks at this, not understanding a damn thing. The protagonist says it was nothing. Baek, still utterly confused, looks at the two and asks what they're talking about and what that strange vibe is. No one answers, so he tells them both to go to hell and says he wants seconds. The protagonist begins to prepare more. A few hours later, with a pile of plates and almost dead from eating so much, Baek says he finally feels alive again. Okife calls the protagonist and asks if he could help them fight the boss tomorrow if he really comes out of the portal. Seungwoo thinks for a moment, and just as he's about to speak, Baek interrupts and starts telling Okife that he can't just ask for something like that. Okife asks what Baek is talking about. Baek explains that the protagonist is a returned warrior and the strongest man they've ever seen in their lives. But that doesn't mean he's going to fight in their place. Baek emphasizes that Seungwoo probably has his own reasons. If he wanted to fight, he would have said something already. The fact that he's not getting involved is for their own good. Seungwoo observes this, surprised. Baek continues, saying that if he were to interfere in their work, things might be easier. But what would happen after that? They would lose the opportunity to grow stronger. Okefa watches him as Baek says all this. Baek starts to get excited and shouts that today's lesson is, we must get stronger and overcome difficulties on our own. Seungwoo applauds, surprised by all these words. Okefi, irritated, asks if Baek is joking. Baek doesn't understand why his friend is angry. Okife tells him not to interfere. Baek, startled, asks what he did wrong this time. Okefi explains that if the protagonist joins them in the battle against the boss, the Hunter Association would find out, and then they'd have another member in the First Order. Okife starts hitting Baek on the head, explaining that the rank 100 would drop to rank 101. He asks if that's not what Baek was worried about, since he's in the top 100 of the rankings. Seungwoo comments that it makes more sense now if that's the reason. Baek starts laughing and says they've figured everything out. Okifa goes over to the protagonist and points to Baek, saying this is the kind of guy he is. Seungwoo asks Okifa to relax, saying he would turn Baek into an honest person. However, the protagonist pauses to think a bit and says that Baek isn't entirely wrong. He mentions that he's seen many kingdoms that relied on just one hero, but they all ended in ruins. The two start looking at the protagonist. Okifa says that if he thinks that way, then he won't waste any more of his time. He stands up and calls Baek to return to headquarters. Seungwoo tells them to come back whenever they want, because the food will be on the house. As they're leaving, the protagonist tells Baek that he should come back even more often, but Baek gets annoyed and says no, because he wouldn't like that. Outside on the street, Baek comments that 10 dishes were too much and that his stomach hurts. Okifa replies that he's very greedy for having eaten 10 dishes for free. Baek gets irritated and tells him to shut up, saying that Okifa ate that Chernobyl porridge. What kind of person eats that? Okifa just sighs, thinking that Baek doesn't know anything. They keep walking while Okifa reflects that one day, Baek will understand how lucky he was to have met that man named Seungwoo. The next day, the boss finally arrived and started the attack. A giant monster was in the city, and the two were on top of a building. Okifa looks and comments that the monster is really there. Baek notices that Okifa seems much more energetic than the last few times. He replies that he's really feeling great. The two get ready and jump together, shouting that it's showtime. The news starts broadcasting on TV, reporting that yesterday, Sector A, designated as a Rank A danger zone, was saved thanks to the duo of Baek from the First Order and Okifa from the Second Order. They will receive a Medal of Merit from the Korean government. The protagonist watched the report and was surprised by the performance of the two. The reporter mentions that, for the first time since his debut, Baek refused an interview. They were informed that it was due to severe stomach pain. The protagonist comments that it seems Baek did well, and that's a relief for him. Seungwoo smiles, saying that the true cause for the portal forming is because he returned to Earth. While he was crossing dimensions, the most sensitive monsters must have followed him. The protagonist gets more comfortable and goes back to drinking his coffee, saying he would leave the safety of this world in the hands of the hunters. He stretches and says there's still a week left until his restaurant's grand opening. He wonders if he should prepare today as well. As he looks out the window, he notices something different. A cat was stepping in a puddle of water. He opens the door, and the cat says good morning to him. The cat lifts a box and says that his delivery had just arrived. Meanwhile, Baek was still refusing to speak to the press, suffering from a stomachache. Inside the restaurant, the cat raises a paw and asks if it can sit there. Seungwoo says yes. This is a breed called Ailuros. They look and live like cats, but they are brilliant and extremely intelligent. They are excellent cooks because they have more taste buds than humans, as well as keen senses of smell and hearing. The cat sits down, and the protagonist looks at it, enchanted, thinking that this little guy also loves taking care of others. He is a workaholic, great at first aid, and much more. For warriors, they are the best support, but they serve people so well that they turn warriors into lazy pigs. They became known as cats that kill warriors. Warriors would argue over which Ailuros was the cutest and most helpful. So when the protagonist was active, he really wanted one. He would shout to the goddess Gaia, begging her to give him one. But she ignored him, saying she was too busy to listen to nonsense. He starts trembling with anger and says that just remembering it makes him mad, wanting to punch that stupid goddess in the face. The protagonist looks at the Ailuros and comments that he asked Renato for slime pudding, but he sent an Ailuros too. He says he's no longer a warrior, now he's a restaurant owner, and if there's cat hair everywhere, it will ruin his business. Ailuros hears this and says he doesn't shed, asking the protagonist to try pulling his fur. Though confused, Seungwoo decides to test it. He pulls the Ailuros' fur and comments that it's indeed perfect. The protagonist starts petting his new friend and asks how he ended up there. Ailuros crosses his arms and shouts that he defeated a god and came here. The protagonist is shocked by this. Ailuros explains that he went to the god Meow and asked to be allowed to go, but he was denied. Ailuros made a cute face, and God Meow said that even with that cute face, he wouldn't give in because Seungwoo is extremely strong and therefore dangerous. Ailuros sits down and starts crying. The god tells Ailuros that he has no idea how dangerous the protagonist is. Ailuros responds that's exactly why the protagonist is awesome. He mentions a saying, "Fallen angels are cooler than angels." The god has no reply to this, thinking he would leave Ailuros alone. Maybe then he would find another warrior. After that, Ailuros was left in the forest. He was sad, wondering why he couldn't find the protagonist. He sees a blue butterfly fluttering near a flower, coming and going. With that, he understood everything. He says he can't find the protagonist because he's not good enough yet for someone as strong as the protagonist. He stands up, saying he lacked the skill to find him, so he started training that very day. He begins throwing numerous punches, calling them cat punches. He also needed to be studious, so he read a lot. However, he needed both strength and wisdom to be the protagonist, Ailuros. After hearing this whole story, Seungwoo asks if he trained that much and managed to defeat God Meow. Why didn't he let Ailuros follow the protagonist here? Ailuros says, that's exactly what happened. The protagonist looks at Ailuros and thinks that now he understands why Renato sent this guy. The protagonist thinks that the same carefree vibe he only felt with Clay and Theo, he now feels with Ailuros. Seungwoo informs the cat that he's retired from that, but the cat really wants to work alongside the protagonist and makes a cute face to persuade him. The protagonist then decides to hire Ailuros as an employee. The cat is very happy, jumps for joy, and bows down, saying he's looking forward to working with Seungwoo. The protagonist smiles and says that he should be the one saying that. However, the protagonist now discovers that the cat's name is Niobe, so he decides to give the cat a nickname and calls him Nabi, saying he's also looking forward to working with him. And that's how Seungwoo hired an employee for the Warriors restaurant. From afar, two people were watching. They were two chefs. The shorter one is Dalsu, owner of the Legion restaurant, and the taller one is Tishik, owner of Cafe Barnet. They are looking at the protagonist's restaurant, which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Because of this, the two chefs declare war on the protagonist. Tashik says this is like that game of capturing the flag, and this new restaurant is the enemy. So, they plan to crush the enemy. Dalsu says the coffee machine is near the window, and Tishik notes that it's a very expensive coffee machine. Besides that, he's trying to run a restaurant along with a cafe. Dalsu finds this arrogant, so he plans to make the owner of this new restaurant give up after the first order they place. However, before entering, they notice two flower wreaths. Upon seeing that they were sent by Beck of the first order and Okife of the second order to congratulate the protagonist on the opening, the two chefs are shocked. Tishik, trembling, says that Beck of the first order and Okife of the second order sent them. Dalsu, sweating nervously, says that the owner of this new restaurant already has such significant connections. He gets angry and yells that some people are using bribes to make the troops their customers. The two look at each other, and Dalsu says they can't let this happen. That shop is a pain in the neck. Tashik says they should leave and come back after preparing a bit more. But as they start to leave, a cat calls them. They turn around, and Nabi asks if they are customers. The two are startled by a talking cat, but Nabi concludes they are customers and drags them inside. Inside the restaurant, Tashik asks Dalsu if that cat is a monster, but Dalsu doesn't think so, as the cat seems well-mannered and furry, and being furry is a perfect reason to complain. He runs his finger across the table, but upon looking, he finds neither dirt nor fur. They look around and see that everything is completely clean and spotless. Tashik says that even he, who has violated health codes 3 times, can't find anything wrong with this place. Suddenly, Nabi hands them a glass of water and explains that it's because his fur doesn't shed. The two start inspecting and wonder if it's some kind of new breed. Taeshik asks if they hire a cleaning service because the place is so clean. Nabi raises his paw and informs them that he does the cleaning. Upon hearing this, Taeshik is in disbelief and becomes envious of the protagonist for having such a cat. Nabi hands them the menu and asks them to order something. Dalsu makes a few signals to Taeshik, indicating that the first attempt at complaining was a failure, so they should proceed to the second plan. Taeshik confirms. Then Dalsu orders 2 specials of the day. Nabi runs off happily, saying he'll get them ready. Suddenly, Seungwoo appears and says he'll prepare the 2 specials of the day. Taeshik, upon seeing him, says he already suspected the chef was a hunter. Dalsu is stunned by how handsome the protagonist is. Hearing this, Taeshik asks what he's talking about, but Dalsu just keeps staring at the protagonist, his eyes shining. He notices the protagonist's defined muscles and how easily he swings a heavy pan, almost like something out of a painting. Taeshik interrupts and says he respects Dalsu's tastes, but reminds him of the reason they're there. Dalsu says he was caught off guard but quickly regains his composure, thinking that he has no choice but to tear his eyes away from the protagonist. However, when he takes a quick glance, he sees that the protagonist is experienced, skilled, and calm. It's the first time he has seen these characteristics paired with a joyful expression. A while later, Nabi arrives with the dishes. He serves them and explains that the special of the day is rice with spicy fried squid. The dishes looked appetizing and very tempting. Dalsu says he didn't expect them to serve that there. Taeshik thought the same and had heard that the daily menu varies with the ingredients available that day. The shorter chef thinks the ingredients are obvious, so it's hard to complain about allergies, and the only thing left is the taste. Dalsu tastes it and says it's delicious. Taeshik tries it and agrees as well. The two begin to devour the dish and quickly eat everything. They are very satisfied and say it was delicious. Dalsu notes that it seems the chef there is quite devoted to the fundamentals, as this is a taste Koreans could never deny. Taeshik says that compared to the two of them, who sell coffee and light meals, the protagonist's style is completely different. Dalsu agrees and says that the foundation of this restaurant is different, completely different from restaurants with delivery. They go to pay for the dishes and comment that there's nothing to complain about at this place. Nabi serves them, thanks them, and asks them to come back often. They say goodbye, and as they leave, Dalsu says that he'll probably come back here more often, and Taeshik suggests they should also send a flower wreath. Inside, Seungwoo was looking at a piece of paper. Then, Nabi arrives and asks what it is. The protagonist shows it and explains that it's a blacklist sent by Beck, and those chefs' names were on it. Seungwoo is impressed that he defeated the two with just a rice with spicy fried squid. He asks if that's a useful skill. Nabi smiles and praises his boss, saying he's the best. The protagonist says it's important to value your neighbors. From the start, he wasn't planning to compete with the other restaurants. Everyone wins. After all, it's important to work together to survive. In every aspect of life, his warrior habits still remain. Suddenly, the protagonist starts to remember the past, when he was fighting in a coliseum with several other slaves. Seungwoo was already tired and felt his sword growing heavier. Someone in the audience shouted for him to kill the last slave, and everyone began chanting the same thing. The other warrior, already fallen to the ground, injured, told Seungwoo to finish it quickly. So, the protagonist raised his sword, prepared, and attacked, but he didn't strike the man. He said he was tired of being a gladiator slave. The audience began throwing things at him, booing. His stomach growled, and he fell to his knees on the ground, looking up at the sky and saying he just wanted to eat kimchi stew. Back in the present, Okifa had just finished eating and praised the food the protagonist made once again. However, he noticed that Seungwoo was lost in thought. He waved, calling Seungwoo, who smiled sheepishly and said he was distracted. Okifa thanked him for the kimchi stew and said it was delicious. Nabi cleared the plate, and Seungwoo asked if it was the first time he'd eaten it. Okifa replied that he's American, so he's not used to foods like kimchi stew. Since it was a rainy day, they took the opportunity to have some hot coffee. Okefa noticed that the atmosphere was very peaceful, and after finishing his coffee, he got up and thanked them again. Suddenly, he remembered that he had something to tell the protagonist. This weekend, someone from the city hall is going to inspect the restaurant. Seungwoo asked what he meant, and O'Keefe explained that they need to check if an Iluros is suitable to work in the food industry and if he poses a threat to local residents. The protagonist commented that last time, a guy came and explained how to register as a returnee. O'Keefe started petting Nabi and said, "There's a manual for that. They are trying to figure out how to respond to the portal incident because returnees are also affected. After all, people often enter this world without direction." The protagonist thinks that this is a great way to deal with the situation. As O'Keefe was leaving, he looked at Seungwoo and thought that today's food critic is also a returnee, so he hopes that no accidents will happen. The afternoon arrives, and Nabi is happily cleaning everything until suddenly, someone appears and asks for permission to enter. Nabi gets startled and jumps so high that he almost pops out of the comic panel. He complains that the man scared him. The man apologizes and says it's a habit from his profession, adding that he was excited to see an Iluros. Nabi is surprised and asks if he knows about the Iluros. The man says yes and mentions that he also used to be a warrior aspirant. Nabi is happy to hear this and starts dancing. The man asks if the restaurant is open, but Nabi feels sad as he remembers that when Seungwoo is watching movies, he shouldn't be disturbed. So, he says it's time to close and apologizes. The man looks dejected, and Nabi feels sorry for him, deciding to offer to cook for him. The man is happy to eat food prepared by an Iluros. However, when he asks for kimchi stew, Nabi is shocked. He panics because he can't taste the food since he's a cat, and the only thing he knows how to cook is rats. Even so, he remains determined. He grabs a stool to reach the stove, quickly cuts the meat, and grabs some kimchi too. Nabi tosses the meat into the pan because he needs to cook the pork first to remove the fat. He thinks that so far, it's easy, but he doesn't know how to season it. So, he throws everything he has into the pan, thinking it's probably right, and decides to add some vegetables too. With that, he has an idea and grabs an onion to put in the dish. After finishing, he collapses on the floor and says something is wrong because just by looking at the dish, it doesn't seem right. The man looks at it and says it looks more like kimchi porridge, but praises Nabi for giving his best. Suddenly, the door opens, and the protagonist notices them there. He asks if the man is a friend of Nabi, but the cat responds that he's a customer. The man introduces himself as Sunghan, a returnee. The protagonist sees that his face is worn out, just like Min's, and assumes that he had a hard time in Terra. Seungwoo then puts on his apron and asks if it's kimchi stew that he wants. However, Sunghan asks the protagonist not to bother, since it's outside working hours. But the protagonist replies that the restaurant is a hobby for him, so he kind of enjoys cooking, regardless of the time. He takes the dish that Nabi made and says he'll eat that himself and bring a new one for Sunghan. As he walks, the protagonist thinks that this is Sunghan's first meal after returning, so he intends to make a meal that Sunghan won't forget. Seungwoo starts preparing. The meat near the front leg of the pig is known as pork shoulder. He chops it up. This meat is among the cheaper cuts, but it shouldn't be underestimated. And although it's firm, it's said that the deeper flavor comes from this firmness. The protagonist tosses the meat into the pan, turns on the heat, and starts frying. He thinks it always tastes better when fried. From a distance, Nabi watches the protagonist with shining eyes. The protagonist notices him and calls him over, saying he'll teach him. The protagonist explains that when you fry pork shoulder, its fat gathers in the center of the pan, and that's where you should fry the kimchi. Seungwoo grabs some soybean paste and adds it. After all, pork has a strong smell. You can remove the smell using alcohol too, although many people skip this step altogether. Since kimchi has a lot of garlic, they use it to remove the odor. Nabi finds this amazing and asks if the protagonist uses soybean paste for people who are more sensitive. Then, Seungwoo explains that there might be religious restrictions regarding alcohol, and sometimes they used little garlic to make the kimchi. The protagonist adds a few more ingredients, sprinkles some seasoning here and there, and it's done. Meanwhile, Nabi was writing everything down. He's happy because now he knows how to make kimchi stew. The protagonist tells him to try it next time. Then, he serves the food to Seunghan, who watches in awe. He deduces that he wasn't the only one who missed this, which the protagonist confirms, saying that he didn't realize it when he was on Earth, but when he went to the other world, he really missed eating kimchi stew. Then Seunghan decides to take a bite. He takes some and eats it. His eyes light up because the food reminds him of his mother's cooking and his childhood. He feels happy to truly be back on Earth, in his home, and starts to cry. After finishing his meal, he explains that he spent 13 years in Terra, while 6 years passed on Earth. The protagonist thinks that he spent 40 years there, but only 9 years passed here. Then he realizes that there is no set pattern. Seunghan says he's a level 51 hunter, and the protagonist asks if he was of silver rank. Seunghan confirms and stands up, walking over to the window. There, he points out that, unlike in Terra, the portal management system here is perfect, but that only makes him miss Terra even more. The protagonist asks if he returned by accident, and he responds that he was hit with banish while exploring the underground dungeon of the pagans. The protagonist is surprised by this because banishment is a dimensional expulsion spell. It forcibly expels the victim from that dimension. He wonders if, among so many dimensions, an Earthling was banished back to Earth. He thinks Seunghan is a very lucky guy. Seunghan sighs and says it was practically a miracle, but he is completely unhappy. The protagonist understands that Terra is now his home. Seunghan explains that he has a wife and an Iluros waiting for him. He says 13 years is enough to change someone's home. He falls to his knees, devastated by this. Nabi tries to help him, and the protagonist is unsure of what to do. However, he remembers that he can travel between dimensions and asks Seunghan if he wants to go back. Seunghan doesn't fully understand, so the protagonist repeats the question. He runs to the protagonist and says he wants to go back. With that, Seungwoo snaps his fingers, and a magical portal appears beneath Seunghan. He is startled, and the protagonist says it was a pleasure to meet him. With that, he returns to his true home. The protagonist says he hates seeing people cry. Nabi, concerned, asks if the goddess won't scold him for using dimensional magic carelessly. He laughs and says that if someone wants to go back, he sends them back, and the goddess's problems don't matter to him. Nabi thought the protagonist sent the guy back because he was being annoying, but that wasn't the case. The protagonist starts to leave and tells Nabi that he did a good job and that now they will close the restaurant for real. Nabi grabs the kimchi porridge and says he'll give it to the slime in the basement. However, Seungwoo takes the food and says he will eat it himself. Nabi doesn't want his master to eat that poorly made porridge, but the protagonist smiles and says it's okay. He remembers when he was in the Colosseum, locked in a cell. Suddenly, someone arrives. It was a man in armor. He tells the protagonist that today marked 200 days since he had been there. The protagonist says there's no way for him to know that. This guy is John. He hands the protagonist some food and says it's a 200-day gift, and that food is kimchi stew. Seungwoo asks where he got it, and John replies that a foreigner from another world brought an ingredient called kimchi with him. So, John bought it for a copper coin. He asked them to make stew with it, and that's what they did. The protagonist finds this amusing and decides to eat it, but when he looks at it, he realizes it looks more like kimchi porridge. John wonders if he was deceived, but the protagonist thanks him for bringing the food because he also wanted to eat it. John is relieved by this and tells the protagonist to eat a lot and survive again. With that, Seungwoo devours the food. Back in the present, he wondered what kind of onion they used and later discovered it was the head of an onion jack. He happily eats the porridge. Seungwoo thinks that, in fact, he was very lucky because he remembers the kindness of people like John instead of feeling anger towards the nobles who threw people from other worlds into the Colosseum to kill each other for entertainment. John was like a friend to him, and if John hadn't been there, Seungwoo would most likely have become a calamity, not a warrior. Putting that aside, the protagonist found the food very good, although it might give him a stomachache. On another day, at a fair, people were walking around, buying food and other things. Seungwoo and Nabi were there, eating a sausage. The protagonist looks around and says that this place still feels the same, even if it's a bit worn down. He asks Nabi if he wants to eat anything else, but Nabi says he'll finish this first and then think about it. The protagonist observes that the most important aspects of a traditional market are the atmosphere and the customer's mood. A market is really more fun than a supermarket. Then, he calls Nabi to go shopping. Nabi runs off, saying he's going to search for treasure. They browse through some ingredients, but nothing catches the protagonist's interest until Nabi notices something. He runs straight to a giant mussel and asks Seungwoo what he thinks of it. The protagonist says he's never seen such a large mussel, but upon closer inspection, it seems very familiar. He wonders if it might be a haragigas. A haragigas is a mollusk that's an appetizer for giants. So, Seungwoo asks the woman at the shop about the mussel. She says she has no idea. It was her husband who caught it. The protagonist is startled because just by looking at the mussel, he can tell it weighs over 200 kilos. The woman smiles and says her husband is very strong. Seungwoo examines the shell and explains that a large shell indicates the age of the mollusk, and he can say with certainty that this is a haragigas. He decides to buy it. The woman warns the protagonist that this mussel won't open no matter what tool you use, but the protagonist doesn't mind and asks for 10 mackerels as well. The woman remarks that he's buying quite a lot. He smiles and explains that he has a small restaurant. The woman yells at him, asking why he's buying so little and who he's going to feed with just 10 mackerels. Then, she starts adding several fish for him to buy. Nabi is happy, but the protagonist is dismayed at having to buy all of it. After purchasing everything, he picks up the mussel and carries it on his arm. The protagonist thanks the woman and says he'll come back next time. The woman smiles and says the protagonist seems stronger than her husband. When they arrive at the restaurant, the protagonist and Nabi stare at the mussel, wondering what they are going to do with it. Seungwoo says that no matter what they decide, the only thing to do now is open it. He remembers the woman saying that this thing wouldn't open no matter what, but with a little effort, he manages to open it. They are impressed by what they see, a clam larger than Nabi. Seungwoo gets excited and says he'll start by preparing it raw. He slices a thin piece and dips it in a sauce. After tasting it, he immediately feels like opening a bottle of soju. The protagonist looks at it and sees that it's an insane amount of clam, wondering if he should make a clam stew, an American-style clam chowder, a dish that is comforting and smooth. Seungwoo tells Nabi that tonight's dinner will be raw sliced clam with soju, and tomorrow for breakfast, he'll want clam stew for his hangover. It was a perfect situation for him, but suddenly, he activates his evil mode and says that now that he has this, the dish he'll make for the hunters is this poison pouch, a pouch that contains deadly venom. As long as the person doesn't die from consuming it, they will gain immunity to poisons. Seungwoo says that just looking at it gives him chills because the effects will be out of this world. Nabi finds her boss frightening. The protagonist then wonders what he should do to get that coward, who only knows how to run away, to eat this. So, he decides to make something reservable. With that, Baek feels a disturbing chill. Returning to the protagonist, he's already warming up to get started, until the door opens, and O'Keefe enters, greeting him. The protagonist and Nabi greet him back. O'Keefe asks what they are doing so early. Seungwoo replies that he's just preparing a mollusk. O'Keefe asks if he found that mussel in the river and if it's edible. The protagonist turns and asks if haragigas can be found in rivers. O'Keefe replies that they can. Seungwoo finds that interesting and asks him to tell more. Then he explains that this happened 2 days ago. Some residents have been complaining about loud noises coming from the sewer, and the hunters who went to investigate saw a small dimensional fissure. The protagonist understands and remarks that a portal will likely open soon. He gets serious. And meanwhile, Nabi is bringing a tray with a plate of mollusk sashimi. Seungwoo asks if this fissure that looks like a portal was found in the sewer. O'Keefe confirms and explains that since an abnormal situation could occur at any time, a special task force was dispatched by the headquarters. The protagonist sighs and says he understands, and that he was wondering why he hadn't seen Beck recently. O'Keefe looks at that slice of mollusk and congratulates the protagonist, saying he's very talented, as he can slice it so thin that it's practically transparent. Seungwoo asks O'Keefe if he wants soy sauce with wasabi. O'Keefe agrees, but asks for it without wasabi. The protagonist grabs the sauce but becomes thoughtful. As there's a fissure, someone returned to the land due to a ridiculous coincidence, and haragigas are appearing in rivers. The species that normally eats haragigas are the arrogant and violent giants who are above level 90. They definitely have something to do with this fissure. The protagonist finds it too strange to be a mere coincidence. He starts sweating, thinking that this is probably his fault. In the sewer, Beck is irritated about having to be there. That woman with glasses asks him why he doesn't give up. He replies that he can't bail out now. Then he says that if he can't fill out the resignation letter because he's writhing in his sleeping bag, she'd be very happy to fill it out for him. She turns and says she tried hard to be respectful during this month, but it's impossible. Beck starts crying and says she's very mean. He even gave up his time off and stood watch in the sewer, and that's not even something for the First Order. The woman asks how the First Order operates. With that, Beck stands up and shouts that they do it magnificently, destroying monsters while it's broadcast live. She turns and asks why he doesn't retire and become an actor. This leaves him speechless. Then he seals himself back in the bag and says he doesn't want to talk to her anymore. The woman becomes serious and looks at the fissure, thinking that Beck isn't entirely wrong. How much longer will they have to remain on standby there? She turns and thinks that for a rank 100 to do as much work as the rank 10 who was there before, he will have to cut down on idle time. With that, she calls out to him and says she'll request a replacement. At that moment, something happens. She turns to look and sees the fissure breaking open. She screams, and several officers appear. Beck also gets ready, but when the woman looks at the multimeter, she's shocked to see that the portal's rating is so high that it broke the multimeter. This shocks her, and she collapses to the ground, realizing it's above S rank. Desperate, she starts trembling, imagining that everyone there, including herself, will die, and that the entire city will vanish without a trace. However, Beck approaches her and says someone needs to enter before the portal expands. He recalls the emergency manual for rupture cases. The two recite together the G3 order, use a stabilizer to stop the expansion, and hold out until reinforcements arrive. Beck comments that now they just need someone to be the sacrifice. The woman grabs him and begs him to take everyone with him, but Beck refuses, stating that without Min there to provide support, they'd all be dead weight. Then, Beck holds her and warns that he himself will enter with the stabilizer to stabilize the fissure. She tries to speak, but he interrupts her and asks her to listen carefully. Beck explains that there's a place called the Warriors Restaurant on the outskirts of Changgyeong-gung Palace, and he asks her to go there, explain the situation to the owner, and bring him as quickly as possible. The woman doesn't fully understand, but Beck smiles and asks her to mention his name and beg for help, as that would be the only way for them to survive. He then shouts at her to go quickly, saying it's an order. She confirms and runs off. Beck tries to grab a cigarette, but his hands tremble so much that he drops it. Suddenly, a man appears, offers him a cigarette, and comments that Beck is really badass today. Beck asks if they're recording everything with the body cameras, and they confirm. Preparing himself, Beck asks them to take care of whoever comes out of the fissure. With that, he runs with the stabilizer and jumps into the portal. Shortly after, bullet casings hit the ground. The officers were shooting, trying to contain the situation, as several monsters were crossing through the fissure. One of the officers complains that this never ends, and while reloading his weapon, something appears in front of him, a giant monster. The monster tries to attack him, and the officer already knows he's going to die. But suddenly, The protagonist appears with a sword and cuts down the monster. Several other monsters continue advancing, but without even making a move, Seungwoo kills them all in an instant. The officers are stunned by what happened. Blood was flying everywhere, and the protagonist shields himself using his sword. All the monsters were dead on the ground. The officers wonder what just happened, while the protagonist is already at the edge of the portal and jumps inside, causing a strong gust of wind that pushes the officers back. They're all left confused as just moments ago there was a person there, but suddenly they disappeared, and within a minute, all the monsters were dead. Inside the portal, Baek is sweating cold. He's worried, thinking that he barely managed to set up the energy barrier, but around him are extremely large giants, and he thinks he's going to die. The giants look at the portal and wonder why it's getting bigger. They don't know, so they decide to smash everything. With that, they punch the portal, but since Baek put up a barrier, they can't get through. However, the barrier won't hold for long. Baek is desperate, wondering if they will break the barrier with their bare hands. The giants keep pounding, and Baek is in shock, begging for the protagonist to arrive quickly. Suddenly, one of the giants accidentally hits a pillar and breaks a piece off. With that, a huge rock heads straight for Baek. He notices it and manages to dodge, but he screams, which catches the giant's attention. Baek quickly hides, but when he looks up, he sees a giant staring right at him. The giants assume he must be the one who put up the barrier and decide to crush Baek as well. Baek becomes frustrated and starts shooting at them, but the bullets hit the giant's chest, and nothing happens. The giant raises its foot, and everyone tries to hit Baek. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrives. Baek starts crying when he sees that Seungwoo has arrived. The protagonist steps out of the portal, draws his sword from its sheath, and then releases an immense amount of pressure with his power. The giants begin to sweat coldly, feeling the overwhelming pressure of Seungwoo's power, but the protagonist merely walks and swings his sword, defeating the giants effortlessly. The giants' heads fall to the ground, and from the back, Baek sees this and thinks that Seungwoo is a monster. He remembers how he once tried to hit him and starts sweating. The protagonist senses him and kicks a rock in his direction. The rock hits Baek right in the head, and he faints. Seungwoo walks up to him and complains that Baek was watching from hiding. He points out that he wasn't trying to kill the giants, but that they were attempting to take over the land. Sometime later, the protagonist collects various materials and artifacts to store in his inventory. He picks up Baek as well and says he'll take him along. Seungwoo gently tosses Baek through the portal, thinking that when they arrive, the officers will probably see him. With that, the situation was resolved perfectly. At the restaurant, Nabi was desperately shouting, and several people were petting him. When the protagonist enters and sees this, he is speechless. Nabi asks his master for help, and Seungwoo asks if this is what happens when he leaves Nabi alone. The protagonist then tries to explain to the people that this cat is actually his employee. Suddenly, the woman with glasses appears. She calls out to him and asks if he is the owner. She introduces herself, saying she is Hwang Ji-hyun, an assistant from the First Order. Hwang says she has something urgent to tell the protagonist. He thinks that he just got back from the sewers. The reason they hadn't met was that Baek had told Ji-hyun to ask Seungwoo for help. But before she could arrive, Seungwoo sensed something was wrong and rushed to the sewers. The protagonist asks her to sit down and tell him what happened. He gets her a coffee. She explains everything, and he confirms that before Baek entered the fissure, he asked her to get his help. Ji-hyun explains that the portal is above S rank, and they urgently need his help. He laughs and says he bets that's the help she needs. The protagonist sips his coffee and comments that he's seeing Baek in a new light. Ji-hyun asks what he said, but he replies that it's nothing and that she'll receive good news soon, so she should relax and compose herself. Seungwoo thinks that so far, no one has contacted her to inform her about the situation. But speaking of emergencies, they have a bigger one there. Nabi is already going crazy with all this. The protagonist gets irritated with those people, asking if they think this is some kind of cat cafe. Besides, they come in and don't order anything to eat. With that, he kicks them out of the restaurant. After closing the door, he turns and asks Ji-hyun if she's a hunter. She responds that yes, she works in the office but had her awakening. The protagonist looks at her with a mischievous gaze, saying it's perfect that she's a hunter. She asks what he meant by that, but he ignores her and tells Nabi to rest. The protagonist tells her that if she came to a restaurant, she has to eat. Ji-hyun says she doesn't want to eat right now, as it's not the right time. However, the protagonist is already putting on his apron. He wonders why she's refusing, as he just told her to relax. Seungwoo thinks that the number of hunters coming in hasn't increased in the past few days, and he wonders why, but he knows the reason. Although the dishes improve abilities, not only do they taste horrible, but they are also entirely effective. However, the dishes that have an immediate effect after being consumed aren't so bad. They're perfect for catching the attention of today's tired and exhausted hunters. That's why he has to put out some good bait first. Seungwoo says that with just one look, he can tell she's been feeling chills and cold symptoms recently. She confirms, saying it's inevitable due to the overtime hours and being unable to return home. The protagonist observes her more closely and says that she's going through this because the cold is entering her body, and since she uses her head a lot, her neck and shoulders are extremely cold. With that, he tells her that he has the perfect dish for her and asks for a moment to prepare it. She wonders if the protagonist is selling medicine. Seungwoo heads to the muscle and thinks about how he caught a bunch of those giants earlier. Ji-hyun wonders why Seungwoo is so calm even after hearing her explanation. She imagines that he must be very strong if a ranked person requested his help. Ji-hyun checks her phone and sees that the association still hasn't contacted her about the portal opening. This means someone must have resolved it. She looks at the protagonist and wonders if he's already taken care of the problem. Ji-hyun continues pondering and remembers the basic manual for dealing with returnees. R1. Be as careful as you would with an explosive, but also treat them like humans. The protagonist smiles at her and asks if she's just sorted out her thoughts. She simply smiles and wonders if eating something a returnee cooked is in line with the manual. Meanwhile, the protagonist is cooking. He pours some olive oil, stirs a bit, and shows the shellfish to Ji-hyun. She says it looks delicious. The protagonist explains that it's a clam stew. Seeing how large the clam is, she asks what kind of clam is so big and firm. The protagonist explains that it's called haragigas and says he's sure she's seen it before. She responds that she was born in the city, so she doesn't know much about seafood, but then she notices the giant shellfish in the protagonist's kitchen. Ji-hyun puts on her glasses and asks if that's a monster clam. She stands up abruptly, questioning whether the protagonist plans to feed a hunter with a monster. Seungwoo asks if something's wrong. She almost says she won't eat it, but then remembers that returnees are like explosives, and if she refuses, things could go bad. So she changes the subject, saying it's nothing. Recipe for clam stew. First, fry garlic, potatoes, and bacon. Second, add flour and fry the potatoes and clams. Then, add milk and beef broth. Minotaur milk has less lactose but contains more vitamins and fat than cow's milk. Add the milk, and while continuing to stir, add manna, coating the ingredients with a thin layer. Stir well and constantly to avoid burning. After everything is done, the protagonist tastes it and is pleased to find that it's good. This is the hot clam soup. With it, you gain warmth and regeneration. He hands it to Ji-hyun and tells her to eat slowly. Ji-hyun looks at the dish and says he prepared it really quickly. The protagonist responds that he exaggerated a bit when he called it clam stew, since it's just milk porridge with clam inside. Seungwoo offers her parsley, but she declines, thinking it might be ground monster skin. Ji-hyun is shaken but still takes a bite. She stays silent for a moment, then is shocked to realize that the porridge is warming her up. It feels like she's sitting by a fireplace after being frozen in the middle of winter. Ji-hyun keeps eating, feeling warmer and warmer, and eventually takes off her jacket and fans her face. The protagonist asks if it's refreshing. She replies that it is. Ji-hyun then comments to Seungwoo that it's the first time she's eaten a dish made from a monster and notes that it was delicious. At the Hunters Association, the manager was trembling. Baek was present, and they were in the office of the South Korean branch. They were there for the portal audition above S rank. Baek said he understood what the manager meant, but he was simply reporting what he had seen. The manager, Lee Jung-hoon, asked about the identified monster. Baek sighed and repeated that the man wasn't a monster. He was just a restaurant owner. Jung-hoon looked at him and asked if Baek was really saying that a restaurant owner defeated dozens of monsters, which could be above S rank, in less than 5 minutes. Baek then corrected, it wasn't that the monsters could be above S rank, they actually were. He thought the monsters had broken the measuring device and wondered how many more times the manager would ask about it. Jung-hoon grew irritated, thinking Baek was being cheeky. He sighed and said he would ask one more time, calling Baek returnee 21. He wanted to know if the restaurant owner really defeated all those monsters above S rank. Baek, losing patience, confirmed and asked if the manager wanted him to lie just because he didn't believe it. Jung-hoon, frustrated, lowered his head and asked if Baek knew this wasn't a joke. Baek replied that he didn't. The manager slammed the table and shouted, saying that a man with immeasurable strength appeared in the middle of the city and asked if Baek thought that wasn't a big deal. Baek started laughing and asked the manager to think carefully, questioning whether that man had been hiding his strength all along. He also asked if, when he returned to Earth, the manager confidently registered as a returnee. The manager, confused, confirmed. Baek suggested that maybe the association didn't want to get involved with returnees, and that it would be better to leave that man alone. Frightened, the manager agreed. Baek was satisfied and said the protagonist was just a restaurant owner who respected the law. He slammed the table and stated that the returnee was exactly that. Confused, Jung-hoon asked what he meant by that. Baek explained that the protagonist was someone who feared absolutely nothing, a dignified person who didn't think about hiding, and emphasized that such a person wouldn't become their enemy. Jung-hoon then stated that the world wasn't divided only into allies and enemies, that their job was to consider all possibilities. He warned that just because the man seemed good didn't mean they should fully trust him and give him freedom, as the matter involved the safety and lives of citizens worldwide. Baek asked who was saying otherwise and pointed out that in any case, it was the people above them who would make the final decision. He looked at the secretary and said that what he was saying was that the field agent had judged the situation that way, and that was very important, asking her to underline it. The manager, furious, asked if that first-order brat was trying to brush off a situation like that. Jung-hoon wondered what he should do about it, thinking they couldn't allow half of their sector to be destroyed just for upsetting a returnee, as other countries had done. Time passed. Jung-hoon said that, apparently, they had no other choice and should leave it to the higher-ups. Baek responded that it didn't matter. It was better to leave it to the higher-ups anyway, and asked if he was free to go, as he had something important to do. Jung-hoon, curious, asked what could be so urgent, as Baek still needed to patrol, investigate, and manage public opinion. Baek, slightly irritated, replied that Jung-hoon wasn't making sense, as he needed to buy land. Jung-hoon, completely lost in the conversation, asked what Baek was planning. Baek leaned forward and explained that the strongest returnee in all of history was a restaurant owner, which meant that the land around the restaurant would always be safe, even if the world was destroyed. He then asks if he is really the only one seeing this opportunity. Jung-hoon, realizing it was a perfect idea, admits that Baek was right and wonders how I hadn't thought of it before. Suddenly, he smacks Baek on the head, shouting and asking if Baek really thought he'd react that easily. Jung-hoon points out that this situation involves everyone's safety, and Baek was worried about buying land. Baek replies that taking care of the citizens' safety is important, but asks what about his real estate security. Jung-hoon, losing patience, tells Baek to shut up, saying that he's frustrating. Elsewhere, Some people were walking and discussing whether the order really couldn't resolve the situation. O'Keefe then says that it was a returnee who saved them, which should answer their question. He emphasizes that the returnee was on another level. Upon arriving at the restaurant, one of the men asks O'Keefe if that is the restaurant the returnee manages, commenting that it seemed pretty ordinary. O'Keefe, slightly exasperated, explains that he's said this many times before, but would say it again. He pleads with them not to be rude. They ask if he really thought they would act like the order. O'Keefe opens the door, and the protagonist was in the kitchen. He smiles and welcomes everyone. O'Keefe looks at the protagonist and says he brought everyone. Seungwoo smiles and says he did well. O'Keefe thanks him, saying that thanks to the protagonist, they weren't hurt. Seungwoo, modest, smiles and asks where all the gratitude was coming from, emphasizing that he hadn't done enough to deserve so much thanks. O'Keefe sits down with the others and comments that they don't have much they can do for the protagonist, so they thought of helping him with his business. All the team members were silent, just watching the protagonist. One of the agents comments that he thought the protagonist would have a different physique to be able to face 500 monsters. He emphasizes that he imagined the protagonist as a cold killer, perhaps with a scruffy beard. Another man says that seeing the protagonist now, it seems like he's just a simple restaurant owner. They also comment that Seungwoo is handsome, and everyone keeps looking at him, wondering if he might be a celebrity. After the protagonist finished cooking, Nabi took the food and served everyone. As soon as they received their plates, they thanked him in unison. Upon tasting the food, everyone was shocked by the flavor, as it was incredibly delicious. One of them comments to O'Keefe that he had never eaten something so delicious, and that's why he reacted that way. O'Keefe asks what he thought of the food. The man, overwhelmed with emotion, begins to cry with happiness, saying he had never eaten something so good and that it left him no choice but to keep eating. O'Keefe, not really understanding what was happening, just watched. After a while, everyone had finished eating. Seungwoo thinks he managed to get 5 people who would promote his restaurant. He imagines that each of them would go back to their stations and tell how good the protagonist's food was, which would bring more curious people to visit the restaurant. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, wonders if he should slowly get them used to eating dishes with monster ingredients. He starts to think maliciously, planning to do it in such a way that, before they realize it, their bodies will no longer be able to eat anything other than the food he prepares. And, outside the restaurant, all that could be heard were cries of satisfaction and surprise. The next day, in the middle of the city, Seungwoo was walking calmly. He looks up at the sky and comments that it was cold yesterday, but today, it was too hot. He keeps walking and notices some people watching him. The protagonist, slightly embarrassed, comments that he already knew. He was wearing too many clothes. He takes out his phone and says that it's situations like these that make people say, you should always check the weather beforehand. Suddenly, he notices something. When he looks to the side, he sees an ice cream shop. He runs over and picks out an ice cream to cool down. Without thinking twice, he opens the ice cream and takes a bite. He reflects that 9 years ago, there were 4 well-defined seasons, but now the weather changed every month. The protagonist looks at the ice cream and comments that it was called a popsicle. Seungwoo smiles and says that today would be a day off from the restaurant, wondering what he should do first. He starts walking and stops in front of a cinema. Looking at it, he says there's nothing better than watching a good movie. Seeing the ticket, he realizes the movie starts in 10 minutes. But suddenly, he hears some noises. A large beast was nearby, with people saying they were selling cheap and trading weapons. Seungwoo is surprised to realize it was a second-hand item shop. The protagonist looks closer and sees a cat there. He wonders if that was Nabi. Seungwoo smiles, commenting that Nabi had already made a friend, and it seemed to be a little girl. The protagonist checks the time and says he needs to hurry. After the movie, he would ask Nabi who that girl was. Calmly, he heads to the cinema. Meanwhile, At the market, the little girl was very happy. Nabi was watching one of the stalls, wondering what it was. The little girl, even more delighted, notices that Nabi was a large old cat. She looks at him, thinking he was very cute and that she wanted to be friends with the big cat. She stops and begins to think about how she could do that, remembering what her mother always said. Yuna, there's nothing special about making friends. If you give them something until they're sick of it, you'll naturally grow closer. She gets excited, thinking she already knew what to do. Without hesitation, she goes to a stall and asks for a chicken skewer. With the skewer in hand, she smiles and asks the big cat if he would like to eat it. Nabi, confused, responds that it's not good to accept things from a stranger. Yuna gets a bit sad and asks the big cat if they could be friends. Nabi asks if she wanted to be friends. The little girl responds, asking if he didn't want to. Nabi then starts jumping with joy, shouting that he now had a human friend and that he was very happy. Yuna smiles, saying she was also happy to have a cat friend. She hands him the skewer, and Nabi starts eating, amazed by the delicious taste of the chicken. He asks what effect that chicken skewer had. Yuna, confused, asks what he's talking about. Nabi is shocked to discover that it had no effect at all. Not understanding, Yuna asks if being tasty wasn't enough. Nabi, disappointed, looks at the skewer and comments that the food had no qualifications, and that if he ate it, he'd turn into a pig cat. Just the thought of it makes him start crying and trembling. Yuna tries to calm him down, saying he could eat just a little, so he wouldn't turn into a pig cat. Trembling, Nabi replies that he couldn't eat it. Yunha, not knowing what to do, asks what they should do. She comments that her mother always said that self-control and focus were the most important things. Nabi watches her, and the two hold hands. In a sweet voice, Yuna says that all foods are bad if you eat too much, but it's okay if you eat in moderation. Nabi, enchanted by what she was saying, listens carefully. Yuna emphasizes that her mother also said it's important for people to try things, and they should eat lots of delicious foods so they could study well. She shouts that this way, Nabi could also grow big, but he needed to exercise. Nabi, surprised, asks if delicious food really had all those effects. Yuna replies that being too picky is a bad thing. Nabi, even more surprised, looks at the chicken skewer, trembling. He finally approaches and takes another bite, saying it was very good. The two start running around the market, and Una comments that they would eat something else later. Meanwhile, in a building, Beck was furious, cursing at the manager. O'Keefe, worried that someone might hear, asks Beck to shut up. Beck, irritated, comments that apparently he was just going to sit back and watch. He shouts, saying that the president was coming in person to confirm. He goes crazy, yelling about the disaster recovery area, Sector A, and asks if, in addition to that, he would also check the situation in the sewers where the rift occurred. O'Keefe comments that it's exhausting even in the army when someone high-ranking visits. Beck, still angry, shouts that that's exactly what he was saying, emphasizing that it was the president of the World Hunters Association. He asks why else he would have to make this visit. O'Keefe says they should have dealt with it immediately. Beck complains, saying it was the fault of those damn criminals committing crimes because they were trapped in the sewers. He comments that he would leave the search and destruction to O'Keefe, as he was more suited for it. O'Keefe agrees, saying it would be better for a tracker like him to handle it. He asks Beck to patrol the surface in case something happens. Beck looks at the people on the ground and starts crying, saying everyone was spending their time watching movies or going on dates because they were on break, while he was working during his time off. Beck then activates his invisibility skill and disappears completely. O'Keefe remarks that it's time for them to act as well. Inside the sewer, O'Keefe was walking. Suddenly, several men point their weapons at him. O'Keefe just observes all those people. Without them realizing, he moves his hand, and a second later, the screams begin. The men's weapons fall to the ground as their bodies tremble. Everyone was screaming in pain and bleeding. O'Keefe continues watching them, and suddenly, several agents arrive at the scene. Annoyed, O'Keefe comments that no matter how much trash he collects, more always shows up. The men are precise as he says that these gang members are a bunch of trash. He asks if they have any idea how hard people are working to keep society functioning. O'Keefe is frustrated, saying he couldn't believe there were still more people in that district. He asks the group how many they've captured. One of the agents responds that it's been 13 so far. O'Keefe, complaining about a headache, says they will maintain formation and keep advancing. Meanwhile, in his office, Young-hoon was worried, pacing back and forth, feeling uneasy. He grabs a glass of water to drink, but as soon as he starts, the secretary suddenly opens the door, informing him there was a power outage. The poor guy almost dies of fright. He turns, asking what the hell was going on and how there could be a power outage if they had sent so many people. The secretary explains that while O'Keefe's team was dealing with the gang members, there was an incident at the power station. Jung-hoon comments that if the power outage was at that level, it would be like being without electricity for a year. The secretary tries to explain, saying that a madman was messing with the electricity, shouting that his power was growing. Jung-hoon calls O'Keefe and tells him the story. O'Keefe says he didn't know there was an electricity user around, and comments that this guy was absorbing the electricity to get stronger. The manager asks what they should do, and O'Keefe responds that the man would pass out from overload. At the power grid, the man drops to his knees and faints from the excess energy. O'Keefe informs that he's out of commission. While all this was happening, our dear protagonist was calmly eating popcorn and watching his movie. On the screen, a woman was saying, "What do you know? I waited for you for 200 years. The man holds her hands and responds, "For the past 200 years, I searched for you to say this." Suddenly, the woman grabs a knife and says she's going to kill him because he was her parents' enemy. Everything goes black. The protagonist gets irritated, asking what just happened. The cinema had lost power. A man goes up to the stage and announces that due to the power outage, the movie couldn't continue. Seungwoo, in disbelief, asks if he's joking. He leaves the cinema, saddened, saying that it was his first movie in 40 years, and it was the sequel to a series he had already watched. He comments that it was too much of a coincidence. Frustrated, he shouts, asking why that damn goddess did that. Lying on the clouds, cleaning her ears, the goddess says she was just itching. Seungwoo sighs, saying that no matter how much he calls on the gods, nothing would happen. With no choice, he goes back to his restaurant, opens the fridge, and sees that everything was perfect. He closes the fridge and comments that it was lucky the power outage happened outside his district, because if any of the ingredients had spoiled, he swore to God that. Seungwoo sighs again, thinking that when anger starts to build and small incidents pile up, he ends up getting stressed. He opens the cabinet and says that in moments like these, he relieves stress by eating. He grabs a penguin-shaped machine and happily says he missed his penguin-shaved ice machine. He remarks that it was really hot, so he was going to make some shaved ice. Shaved ice, for most Koreans, means red bean shaved ice, with sweet red bean, jelly, and cereal on top. But what the protagonist had in mind was an alcohol-based shaved ice, like the one his late father always made. The protagonist remembers his father always saying that he would understand the taste when he became an adult. He wonders if he can be considered an adult now. Feeling cheerful, he decides to start. After freezing sugar and milk with magic, he puts everything in the penguin shaved ice machine and turns the crank to make the shaved ice. Then, he adds a little condensed milk on top and slices some fruits. He thinks about how those fruits were a gift from O'Keefe and reflects on how nice it is to see O'Keefe following him around and calling him teacher. After slicing the fruits, he places them on top of the shaved ice, and then comes the most important ingredient, alcohol. He opens a portal, saying he must have some alcoholic drinks he received from the king. He grabs a bottle labeled First warrior, victory against the demon regent. He thinks that alcohol, aged for 500 years, would give the shaved ice an incredible flavor. He opens the bottle and pours some on top of the shaved ice. Once everything is ready, he takes a bite. As he savors it, he thinks that the strong, fiery taste of the wine and the cold freshness of the shaved ice pair well. Seungwoo reflects that he's being frozen and melted at the same time. Sighing, he comments that this is the flavor his father always mentioned. He thinks that it burns away the stress with the heat of the alcohol, while at the same time cooling him down with the ice. He considers that this is a very rational way of looking at things. In his thoughts, he says that now he can imagine the state of mind his father had when he ate this. He wonders if, by understanding this, he can now be considered a true adult. Suddenly, Nabi enters through the door, saying he's back. Yuna was with him, and she bows, apologizing for showing up without notice. She asks if she could rest there for a bit until the power comes back. The protagonist says yes, asking her to make herself comfortable. He thinks that this girl has good manners, impeccable even. Even though it's his day off, he remembers that the girl is still a customer that Nabi brought. So, he asks if they want something to eat. The two of them look at each other and then look ahead, seeing the penguin shaved ice machine. Without hesitation, the protagonist starts preparing shaved ice for them, but this time without any alcohol, since the kids are too young for that. The next day at the restaurant, O'Keefe and Baek arrive and stare inside without saying a word. Seungwoo looks at them while cleaning the dishes and greets both with a good morning. The two start to enter, while O'Keefe, irritated, says that the branch manager should die. Baek was exhausted, not saying a word. As soon as he reaches the counter, he collapses, saying he just wanted to give up. The protagonist watches them, thinking they were both out of control. After they explain everything, the protagonist asks if they really did all that work to get rid of the gang because they heard that the high-ranking officer was coming. However, the officer never came. The two start arguing. O'Keefe yells at Baek, asking how he said he worked as hard as he could from up there. That was ridiculous. Baek shouts back, asking if O'Keefe thought he had worked harder just because he captured those weaklings in the sewer. The protagonist says that if this were the military, it would be like both of them cleaning up the mess because the commander was coming, but he never showed up. He says they both have a right to be angry. They yell that that's exactly it, emphasizing that they worked like crazy. They say they heard the commander had something important to deal with in another country. Almost crying, Baek says that's why he wanted to eat something delicious and not that tough fire meat, as hard as a rock. Seungwoo looks at him and thinks that the explanation was long, but he just wants a dish with a healing effect. The protagonist heads to the kitchen and says he'll give them a discount, stating he'll make something delicious. Meanwhile, at the Rift Management Division, a bear was looking at a notepad. This bear is called Pero, an anthropomorph forced to land on Earth after being caught in a rift. Suddenly, Ji-hyun places a pile of things on his desk. He looks at her, surprised, while she says she was instructed to assist the Rift Management Division for a while. Pero is happy about this and thanks her, but his stomach starts growling, and he says that Earth food doesn't sit well with him. Ji-hyun asks if it's due to overwork. He says no, and adds that even though the work is heavy, it's still very rewarding, so it wasn't the work. Ji-hyun smiles, saying she really likes Pero's dedication, pointing out that their order would be much better if there were more people like him. Pero says that Baek was doing his best. She sighs and says she's afraid Baek might hear that, so she asks Pero to keep the compliments to himself. He places the pen on his nose and says that, anyway, this discomfort he's feeling isn't because of the work. She looks at him, saying that it really seems like the food doesn't agree with him. She asks if it's cooked food that makes him feel bad, and why he doesn't try eating it raw. He says he's already tried raw food, but it didn't sit well with him either. Ji-hyun starts walking and says she expected that. She says he needs food from his homeland. Pero looks a bit sad, saying he has no idea what it's called. Ji-hyun feels sad, petting him, and says it seems like he's homesick. Crying, Pero admits that he really misses it. She tells him he's a veteran. After 3 years of work, she can understand what he's feeling. Suddenly, she remembers something. Ji-hyun hands him a roll of toilet paper and says that, if it's that person, they might know something. Pero asks who that person is. After this conversation, on the street, children were playing with him, asking if they could climb on him. Pero asks them to be careful, as he doesn't mind playing with them, but if they fall, they'll get hurt. He looks at the protagonist's restaurant from afar. He puts the children down and says they'll have to stop there because he has an important place to visit today. The children wanted to play more. He looks at all of them, smiling, and says he'll come back to play tomorrow, leaving them all happy with that. The children go away happily, and he tells them to go straight home. After that, he heads to the restaurant, and when he arrives, he says it really seems to be the place, the Warriors Restaurant. Suddenly, the protagonist opens the door and asks if he's Pero. Seungwoo says he already received the call. The protagonist says that perhaps this may seem rude at first glance. Pero doesn't understand anything that's happening. Seungwoo says that, unfortunately, he won't be able to enter the restaurant. Pero starts crying, and the protagonist tries to explain that it's not what he's thinking. He explains that it's only because of his fur that he can't enter. Pero says he understands and apologizes for the misunderstanding. Not knowing what to do, he sits on the ground, on a cushion the protagonist had given him. The people, looking through the windows of their houses, comment that Pero is very cute and wonder if he likes Coca-Cola. They start debating, saying that Pero probably eats things like salmon. One woman says he's a polar bear, so he must like Coca-Cola. While they argue, Pero just listens, thinking that he doesn't like Coca-Cola. He thinks that, in fact, he doesn't like any carbonated or sweetened drink. He's tired of them and wonders why people always offer him that. However, he really does like salmon. He waves at the people, who become even more smitten, shouting that he's very cute. Suddenly, Seungwoo appears out of nowhere beside him, nearly scaring him to death. The protagonist says he heard about the situation from Ji-hyun. He asks if Pero is feeling homesick. Pero says yes, mentioning that sometimes he cries because of it and also feels weak. Seungwoo sighs, thinking that those are really the symptoms of homesickness. With a suspicious smile, the protagonist thinks that, in any case, Pero was asking for his help to deal with this homesickness. He reflects that people seem to think he's some sort of counseling center that cures everything. Seungwoo crouches beside Pero and says that the first standard treatment is food. The protagonist mentions that he also cooked for himself when he felt that way, but there is a limit to what Earth's ingredients can do. Pero gets disheartened hearing this, while the protagonist tries to think of something. Seungwoo says there are anthropomorphic bears in the world he was from, but he doesn't think they were the same species as Pero, because the Uruks, a special anthropomorphic warrior clan summoned to Earth from that world, are extremely cruel and violent. Their aggressive nature leads to the destruction of everything, far from being protectors of nature. He thinks there's no way Pero could be an Uruk. The protagonist stands up, saying they would talk a bit while they ate. Nabi arrives, bringing several carts with various items: a feather from a fire-eating bird, leaves from a tree hunted by spirits for 1,000 years, wings of a stone-eating dragon. After gathering all the items, Seungwoo thinks this should be enough. 3 hours later, the protagonist is disheartened. Alongside him, Pero and Nabi are also sad because they had no real results after 3 hours of cooking. It was already nighttime, and the three were sitting on the ground, irritated. The protagonist sighs, saying he showed all those different dishes to Pero, but they still had no results. Pero says he's sorry for causing this. Seungwoo says there's no need to apologize. He just finds all of this strange. The protagonist says that normally, Pero would have found at least one dish he liked. Pero, still sad, says that the place where he lived must be very far from Earth. He looks at the full moon and falls silent. He stands up, saying it's already late, and apologizes for today's inconvenience. Seungwoo says it's okay, emphasizing that the one who should apologize is the protagonist for not being able to help him. Suddenly, Nabi starts exercising and says it's time to do some exercise. While the two watch, not understanding anything, Nabi starts shouting, full of energy. He begins throwing several punches in the air. Pero, confused, asks what Nabi is doing now. The protagonist says he's burning off energy on purpose. Seungwoo explains that Nabi is an Ailuros, a warrior species. Pero asks if he's really a warrior because he's small and cute. The protagonist smiles and agrees. While Seungwoo is tidying things up, Pero watches Nabi running around the garden like a madman. Suddenly, Nabi jumps, passing by the moon, and this catches Pero's attention. He says, it seems like Nabi is having fun. The protagonist says that sometimes Pero just can't sit still, emphasizing that if he wants, he can run with Nabi. Pero feels a bit embarrassed, saying he's not sure if that's a good idea since he only works and reads. The protagonist places the dishes on one of the carts and asks if Pero has only worked and read for the past 3 years. Besides, Seungwoo questions whether Pero hasn't exercised at all. Pero says that's right and asks if that's a problem. Surprised by this, the protagonist says yes, explaining that Pero is an anthropomorphic bear. Seungwoo says that no matter how much an anthropomorphic bear acts like a human, he can't forget that he's still a bear. The protagonist states that if he keeps neglecting the animal inside him, it's going to make him sick. When Pero hears this, he becomes scared. The protagonist says the disease is called sedentary lifestyle. Seungwoo points to Pero's belly and says his fat belly is proof of it. Pero is startled by this. After that, Pero was panting. Seungwoo was making him exercise. Almost dying from exhaustion, Pero says his heart is going to pop out of his mouth. The protagonist looks at the timer and says only 30 minutes have passed. Suddenly, Pero throws himself on the ground, exhausted. He asks if this will really have any effect. Seungwoo says that if he were human, yes, it would, but in his case, it won't have much effect. Irritated, Pero wonders why the protagonist is making him do this. Nabi jumps on Pero's belly, almost crushing him. Nabi asks Pero to stay still while he gives him a massage. Pero covers his eyes, dying of embarrassment, and says, this is an awkward situation. Nabi starts the massage and says that Pero is soft because he doesn't exercise, and that's what made him obese. Still very embarrassed, Pero asks him to stop. Suddenly, Seungwoo approaches the two and says that this is a skill passed down from generation to generation in the Ailuros clan. It's called a magic massage, which relieves exhaustion and treats muscle pain. The protagonist points out that, surprisingly, getting a massage after exercising causes one to lose twice as much fat. Pero is surprised and asks if it really has such a good effect. Seungwoo looks at him, thinking he can't even see the M for monster in him. Quickly, the protagonist returns to the table and says he expected this. The solution will be that dish. He grabs the knife, saying he's going to make the baby food of the Franchberg family. Baby food made by the fighter family Franchberg. Fighters are different from knights because they believe winning the fight is the greatest virtue. In a family like this, if a child is born who doesn't like to fight, the lineage is in danger. If this happens, the Franchberg family feeds that child a special food. The child who once cried even to eat now runs around fighting everywhere. The baby food increases the child's vigor, forcing them to gain a combative nature. Educators don't look kindly upon this. Seungwoo smiles and thinks he never imagined that learning this would be useful someday. He starts cooking, and the main ingredient is the thigh meat of the ferocious cow, Fit Trident. After analyzing, the protagonist throws the knife to the side, grabs 2 other knives, and focuses. He thinks that the point of this cooking method is to make baby food. The key is that even small children should be able to eat it. He lifts the knife and begins cutting the meat very quickly. The first step is to mince all the meat. After thousands of cuts, the meat turns into a small mound of ground meat. After that, he seasons it and starts shaping the meatballs. Once he makes a few balls, he says that up to that point, it's something anyone can do. but it still can't be called the Franchberg family dish. Seungwoo holds the plate in his hand and says, "La Terrace." An energy starts to flow from his hand and envelops the meat. Magic originating from an ice dragon. The base of the spell is ice, extracting the maximum possible effects. As soon as he finishes using the magic, he looks at the protagonist and says, "It finally worked." Nabi's massage was so relaxing that Pero was drooling while sleeping. The protagonist approaches him and asks him to try it. Pero wakes up startled, not understanding anything, and asks what it is. Smiling, the protagonist hands him the meatballs and says he can choose whichever sauce he likes. Pero looks at the meatballs, feeling happy, and thanks for the food. After pouring the sauce, he tilts the plate into his mouth and eats them all at once. Suddenly, he feels something strange, puts his hand over his mouth, sweating and trembling. Seungwoo stands still, watching, and tells Nabi to get ready because something big is coming. Pero starts opening his mouth and making strange noises. Suddenly, his aura changes, and his eyes begin to glow red. He starts roaring loudly. The protagonist sets up a target and shouts that this is what he wanted, commanding Pero to attack it. With one hit, Pero destroys the target. Seungwoo gets excited about it and says, "That's exactly how it's done." He orders Nabi to run and set up more targets. Nabi runs off with several targets in his hands. Pero looks at them and destroys them all. The next day, at the restaurant, Ji-hyun is eating and, a bit startled, says that Pero took medical leave and is resting now. The protagonist says Pero is an uruk, so he will be fine and recover quickly. Ji-hyun asks what an uruk is. Seungwoo says they are a well-known warrior clan. She's happy to hear that, and thanks the protagonist for the help he provided. She says Pero mentioned he was feeling a bit unwell, but emphasized that he had a refreshing night's sleep. She says she doesn't know how she should repay Seungwoo for his help. He replies that she doesn't need to worry about it, as the one who needs to repay him is Pero. Ji-hyun says she's Pero's guardian, and if he was a bother or caused any trouble, she should be the one to compensate. The protagonist starts smiling at her and asks if that's true. He heads to the fridge and says she should pay him right now. Ji-hyun gets scared and asks why he's opening the fridge. Seungwoo smiles and tells her not to worry, as it's just food. In the worst case, it would just taste bad. He holds up a piece of meat that exudes a tense aura. She gets scared, asking if he wants her to eat the food he gave to the order. Very frightened, she screams, begging him to wait, and says she can pay him another way. Inside the kitchen, Seungwoo says it's too late now. He's already started cooking. The poor woman faints from fear. He starts cutting the ingredients, and his knife breaks in the middle. He looks at the broken knife, and Nabi arrives, asking what the problem was. The protagonist says it's nothing much. He just couldn't control his strength. He sighs and says there's no helping it. That was just an ordinary knife, so he'll look for something in his inventory. He looks at all his weapons and says he doesn't have a kitchen knife, but adds that it doesn't mean he can't cook with a magical or sacred sword. Nabi agrees, but says it wouldn't be appropriate. Seungwoo sighs sadly upon hearing this, but says it's fine, as he will buy a new knife today. As the two walk through the streets, the protagonist comments that the knives sold at the markets are limited and delicate. He asks Nabi if they should visit a blacksmith. Nabi asks if they have forges in that world too. The protagonist responds that they do, but in that world, they call it a workshop. He points to a box a person is carrying and says that's the place where they make those kinds of things. They arrive at a large shop, and Seungwoo says it looks like that's the place. They enter, and he says he has an invitation from the city hall. It was the Crystal Valley Workshop. As soon as they enter, a woman is smiling, waiting for them. The protagonist hands her the invitation. The woman says it's a pleasure to meet him and introduces herself as Narai, saying she will be his guide. Seungwoo says the pleasure is his and mentions that he's looking for a knife. She asks if he meant a sword, questioning whether he wanted a two-handed or one-handed sword. The protagonist says he doesn't want a sword, he wants a kitchen knife, and he shows the size he wants. Narai, confused, asks if he really means a kitchen knife. On the outside, she is smiling, but inside, she's irritated, wondering if the protagonist even knows where he is. She says he wouldn't be worthy of being there if it weren't for being part of the First Order. Narai says they don't have any kitchen knives at the moment, emphasizing that if he doesn't want any of the swords on display, he'll have to place a custom order. The protagonist looks at Nabi and says they'll do that then. Narai grits her teeth in anger, thinking he's going to casually order something that costs hundreds of millions of dollars. She thinks he really doesn't understand how things work. She takes a deep breath and says she understands. Grabbing a tablet, she asks how he plans to decide which artisan will be responsible for the custom knife. Seungwoo says he doesn't have anyone in mind and asks if they have an elven or dwarven artisan. Narai says they have an elven artisan. He says that will be the one then. She confirms the choice and says they'll now take that elevator over there. They enter, and she selects the floor. Nabi looks a bit sad, saying he doesn't like elven artisans. The protagonist asks why he doesn't like them, questioning if something happened. Nabi says elven weapons don't like him. Seungwoo says that, unfortunately, there's no helping it, as dwarven artisans distance themselves from people, while elven equipment distances itself from people. Once they reach the floor, Narai says her goodbyes. As they walk, Nabi says it's very cold. The protagonist explains that elves work with iron using cold instead of heat. As they walk, the protagonist starts hearing some noises, and when he looks, he sees someone working. He's surprised to see an elf there. He thinks that due to the need for physical strength and issues of power, most elven blacksmith families pass down their legacies to male descendants. She notices him looking at her. Seungwoo smiles, saying she overcame all of that with pure talent. She drops the hammer and apologizes for not noticing them earlier, as she was really focused. The protagonist says it's fine, mentioning that he visited without making a reservation. Suddenly, she strikes the hammer near their feet and gets very close to the protagonist, saying her name is Alistair. The protagonist smiles and introduces himself as well. He asks her if Alistair isn't a name passed only to male descendants. She says it's an inherited name. Seungwoo thinks that means she's the matriarch of the family and realizes she's more incredible than he initially imagined. Alistair says she'll be clear with him before accepting the commission. First, she says she doesn't care about his qualifications, but her creations are different. Second, she says she won't refund the money, even if he's not chosen by one of her creations, and she also won't deliver the creation if that happens. Third, she emphasizes that it's been 3 years since she's been in Korea, and no one has been chosen by one of her creations during that time. Nabi says it wouldn't make sense if the person wasn't chosen. Alistair says that's exactly right. It wouldn't make sense, so they should think carefully before making a request. The protagonist says he understands. Alistair asks what the request was. He asks her to make him a kitchen knife, roughly the size of a Chinese cleaver. She's a bit surprised, asking if that wasn't a weapon. However, she says she understands and mentions that it would take about an hour, and the price would be as indicated. Seungwoo smiles, saying it was fine, but Nabi is completely shocked, saying there were too many zeros. Alistair picks up her hammer again and taps the protagonist's arm, saying that if he has time, he is welcome to check out her other creations. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, the protagonist says he doesn't want to, as he feels like it would cause trouble. She starts laughing and shouts, asking why he would cause trouble, and questions if he was planning to steal any of them. Alistair says that even if he wanted to steal something, he needs to be chosen by them, and dares him to try if he wants. However, the protagonist declines once again, saying he's fine. Excited, Alistair keeps shouting and drags Seungwoo along, saying that if he's fine, then he can take a look. He asks why all artisans are like that. They reach a door, and as soon as Alistair opens it, a room filled with weapons, armor, and shields is revealed. She says those are her children and asks if he doesn't think they are all wonderful. Seungwoo says it's always like that. It was already the 6th or 7th time this had happened to him. The protagonist warns beforehand that he had rejected them before, and it wasn't intentional. Alistair doesn't understand and asks what he's talking about. Suddenly, a hammer starts trembling. A shield begins to rattle. Swords, spears, and even staves start to move. The weapons also begin to make noise, and suddenly, they start spinning wildly. Seeing everything shaking, Alistair is shocked and asks why her children are acting that way. Seungwoo looks at the weapons and says they spin so well, even though they aren't fidget spinners. Alistair gets angry and scolds the protagonist, saying that was a pistol. He shouldn't treat her masterpiece like a children's toy. Everything in the room was shaking, wanting to be chosen by Seungwoo. He says that's why he mentioned it would cause trouble. 10 years ago, in Terra, the protagonist was in a room full of weapons with 2 other people. One of them says he couldn't believe he ended up showing that sword to the protagonist. The elf says that it's his masterpiece and asks what the protagonist thinks of the sword and if he wanted to hold it. The sword starts trembling and suddenly flies into Seungwoo's hand. The elf stares, shocked by what was happening. The other elf mocks him, saying there was nothing special about that sword since it was just him. The blonde one starts crying, shouting for his child. Suddenly, the elf's shield also flies into the protagonist's hand, and he doesn't understand it either. Seungwoo starts laughing and says it's a set. Both elves cry, irritated by the situation. This happens 6 times, which is why the elven artisans nicknamed the warrior Seungwoo, the destroyer of elven items. Back in the present, inside the room, all the weapons and items were surrounding the protagonist. Alistair was crying, holding onto a sword, shouting for them to reconsider, as that man wasn't right for them. She points at the protagonist and yells, asking if they really liked that flirt. The protagonist doesn't understand any of what she's saying. He says it wasn't his fault, because he had warned her he didn't want to see her items. Sobbing, Alistair says that's because Seungwoo is a seducer. He didn't just seduce one of her children, but all of them. He gets angry and shouts at her to stop saying that, because he did nothing. Alistair says he doesn't understand elves. The protagonist says that this is the 7th time he's heard that. She starts shaking him, asking if he knows how a mother feels sending her 88 daughters to marry one guy. Seungwoo asks how he would know that. Suddenly, she stops and realizes that he said this wasn't the first time. Alistair asks him how much elven equipment he has. He starts counting and says he has approximately 500 items. She's completely shocked by this. Alistair can't believe that her 88 beautiful children were trying to run off with a guy who has 500 pieces of elven equipment. She looks at him and thinks he doesn't even carry a single weapon. This makes Alistair even more irritated, thinking it's obvious how her children would be treated. She imagines her creations being thrown in a corner, gathering dust, and never seeing the light of day. All the children she gave all the love from her heart would be stored forever, eternally. These thoughts drive her crazy, causing her to faint on the floor. Seungwoo looks at her, wondering what he should do about the situation. The weapons continue touching him, and the protagonist says that elven customs dictate that the equipment's decision must always be respected. He looks at all the weapons and says he won't be blamed even if he takes them all. Seungwoo picks up one of the swords and starts examining it. It's the flaming sword, created with the spirit of flames and mana stones. Its fire has the ability to cancel resurrection and has strong resistance to ice attributes. The hammer, which simply increases physical strength and intensifies damage, is what the protagonist thinks is the best. He holds the 2 pistols, thinking that the dual pistols were Alistair's greatest work. They cost her a year of work and passion to make. Seungwoo thinks those pistols would be perfect for someone around level 80, but Beck was around level 20 to 30, and those pistols were something the protagonist wouldn't use. Surrounded by all the items, he says he would take responsibility for all of them and take them with him. The protagonist emphasizes that as soon as they find someone better for each of them, they would be transferred. He tells the items that agree to form a line in front of him. All the items line up, and he starts storing them one by one in his inventory. Suddenly, he looks back and sees a pair of gloves. Seungwoo is confused, thinking, not for me, but behind me. The protagonist has an idea and calls Nabi to test something. The cat turns around and asks what he wanted. Seungwoo points to the pair of gloves and says that child was calling for him. Nabi is surprised by this. Feeling happy and embarrassed, he goes over to the gloves. Not believing that this was really happening, he tries to grab them. Suddenly, the gloves begin to shine, and the protagonist says they accepted him as their owner. Nabi is delighted with this. He grabs the gloves with all the love and says that now he has a weapon too. Nabi starts using them, jumping with happiness. While he was posing with his new weapons, the protagonist was busy taking several pictures of him. After some time, Alistair was crying while she worked. She said that Seungwoo was taking all her weapons and still had the audacity to ask her to make a kitchen knife. Alistair wanted to die from that. While she was working, the protagonist told her not to feel that way, as they were no longer strangers now. Annoyed, Alistair says that from today onward, the protagonist was banned from her workshop. Seungwoo starts laughing and says it's fine, asking how much longer she would take. Alistair yells, saying she's almost done. After a few minutes, she shows the knife to the protagonist. She hands the knife to Seungwoo and he says she's really skilled. Alistair asks if he realized that just with the kitchen knife and not with all her other weapons. She says she's conflicted. The protagonist analyzes the knife, the blade, the weight. He thinks it's good and simple. The balance is also good and it's sturdy. This makes him think it must be really good for cutting. Mocking, Seungwoo says he can't guarantee anything about the other weapons, but he would use this knife well. Alistair yells, telling him to use the other weapons as well. He stores his new knife and says he had already reached an agreement with all the weapons, emphasizing that he would hand each one over as soon as they found a true owner for them. Alistair isn't very happy, but she agrees, saying it's better than letting them rot away in storage. She asks if the protagonist will really find suitable owners for them, since she hadn't been able to find one in 2 years. Seungwoo tells her not to worry, as he has a plan. The next day, at the restaurant, there was a letter that said, "Challenge. If you finish eating within the time limit, you win a weapon from a certified artisan, Isaac. Note, only hunters can participate." Within a few hours, several hunters started showing up while the protagonist was cooking. Yoonha, who was playing with Nabi, says there are more customers than usual today. Nabi agrees, saying it's because of the new menu. Confused, she asks if they started something new. Nabi says the protagonist had mentioned they would start something called the Weird Food Challenge. Still confused, Yoonha says that weird food must be like coffee, pointing out that adults seem to like things that don't taste good. While she was talking, Nabi looks at her hand and notices she's holding a ball. He crouches down, a bit afraid, and says he doesn't like balls because they explode. Yoonha offers that one to him, saying it's fine because it's a special ball. She says she bought it after asking her mom. It was a beast tamer, a toy made especially for monsters at the request of monster masters and hunters who have monsters as pets. It's made of eco-friendly material and is durable too. She throws the ball hard. Nabi runs after it, and as soon as he grabs it, the ball explodes, making him jump very high, screaming. Yoonha is startled, saying that's very strange because she was sure her mom said it would be fine, even if a lion bit it. She runs to Nabi, asking if the ball might have been defective. While they were playing, a man was watching them from a distance. That man was Seo Taiji, Yoonha's bodyguard. He's currently at level 55, and his ability is magnetism. He uses his glasses to analyze Nabi's strength. Upon seeing his level, Taiji is shocked, thinking that the cat is at level 80. Even he wouldn't be able to fight that cat. He takes another good look and thinks that this means the owner of that cat, the regressor, his stats must be... Before he could check the protagonist's stats, Seungwoo looks at him, making him feel scared, thinking he was already expecting that. A suit wouldn't be a good way to camouflage himself. While Seungwoo is looking at him, Taiji hides. Taiji thinks that even though he was caught, he still intends to hide, but he doesn't understand why the protagonist is cooking so early. Everyone had already gathered there. Seungwoo grabs a microphone and says that the Weird Food Challenge comes with a catch. He explains that this challenge doesn't choose a winner blindly based on how much they ate. The protagonist explains that each person will be served exactly the same amount, so he's already warning everyone that the taste will exceed all their imaginations. The Weird Food Challenge consists of 3 stages. If a person fails to complete the previous stage, they cannot participate in the next stage. The time limit is 30 minutes. Seungwoo emphasizes that if they succeed in completing these challenges, they will receive a masterpiece certified by ISAC. Each challenger will take home 100 million won, and all the proceeds will be donated to the Disaster Recovery Fund. One of the hunters, a bit startled by the amount, says it's ridiculous for a meal to cost 100 million. But the prize for stage 1 is the flaming sword, the flame of the spirit. They start salivating just hearing that, and he says it's a sin for it to be sold for only 100 million. The other hunters begin to laugh, saying they couldn't believe the protagonist was setting up such a challenge for them. Apparently, he was determined to ruin himself. They begin to walk and sit at the table. The young man remains calm, thinking that his ability is resistance. This man is called Kim Chansik, the defender, and his ability, resistance, increases his physical strength in proportion to his mental strength. Sitting down, he raises his hand, saying he wants to participate in stage 1 of the challenge. The protagonist is happy about this, saying it's great news. Seungwoo says that to toast the competitors of the Weird Food Challenge, he would cook. While cooking, he looks at the sky and thinks that, apparently, the monsoon season is approaching that time of year. The protagonist thinks he'll cook paejeon and magioli. Seungwoo says that the first dish he's making is known as kwak in the other world where he was. Everyone is confused as they don't know it. The protagonist explains that kwak means watch, or don't take your eyes off it in their language. Chansik asks how that dish got its name. Seungwoo says it's simple, explaining that to finish the dish, it takes no more than 5 seconds. Seungwoo emphasizes that if a person looks away for even a second, the dish would burn. Chansik, a little confused, says that this food is similar to a traditional dish from his country called goslim. The people around begin to wonder what kind of food that could be. They ask if what he's about to prepare is a type of jeon or paejeon. Seungwoo says that's exactly it. The food is quite similar to paejeon. He says that, although they're similar, normal food is still different from weird food. The protagonist explains that normal food is something you can eat, whereas weird food is something difficult to eat. Chansik asks if that means he would serve something bad enough to turn paejeon into weird food. Seungwoo claps and says yes. Nabi arrives with a plate, and with that, the protagonist begins to cook. As he cooked, the protagonist thought that the history of food is the history of invention, research, and the struggle to make something even more delicious. Although it's different from when he cooked in Terra. It's that old story of making things taste terrible. Within seconds, the dish starts to take shape, and the appearance and smell are driving people crazy. Drooling, they ask if it's not just a bukim. They also wonder if it's a delicious paejeon on top. The protagonist continues preparing and thinks it's a sin for it to be delicious, because food that tastes terrible is truly respectable food. Pleased with his work, Seungwoo says that making a dish that looks delicious taste awful is a testament to the chef's skills. Everyone there is completely lost with this statement from the protagonist, wondering what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Finally, the food is ready, and Seungwoo starts plating the dish. After finishing the dish, he smiles, saying it's ready. Chansik is impressed with the beauty of the food. He starts poking at the dish, thinking it didn't seem like weird food and is exactly what he was expecting. Licking his lips, eager to eat, he pours some drink into the bowl and gets ready to eat, thinking he should try a bit. Chansik takes a deep breath and puts the food in his mouth. The other hunters approach him, asking how it was and whether it was edible, but Chansik was sweating and trembling, not saying a single word. Seungwoo walks up to Chansik, who was shaking and drooling, almost passed out. The protagonist says he's an expert, so Chansik wouldn't die. He points out that the food contains a high-level ingredient that increases poison tolerance when used in a certain amount. Another hunter shouts that even a blind person could tell Chansik is half dead. The protagonist says that, on top of all that, the ingredient he used in place of green onions is called winter spirit. Seungwoo says that if a person can overcome the cold that surrounds them after eating this ingredient, the result will be great. The protagonist looks at Chansik and starts thinking that, apparently, it looks like Chansik isn't overcoming the cold. But he thinks that's normal, since kwak is a 3-star dish in Terra. Looking at the protagonist, he thinks that if he serves this to all the customers the first time, the restaurant would become known as a funeral home. The protagonist begins to reflect that the history of cooking is the history of improving the taste of food. It contains the chef's experiences and experiments. When something is known as delicious, the preparation method becomes a recipe recorded in history. Pajon and Gosling were like that, following the history and sincerity of the recipe. Using 100% pure potato flour is a great way to make delicious pajon. The protagonist says that in Terra, it's completely the opposite. They use warm water, resulting in a mushy texture, and instead of potato flour, they use ent starch. All the hunters are now a little scared. One of the hunters asks if the protagonist made the food taste bad on purpose. He says he expected something strange, since it's weird food. But this? The hunter asks what this ent starch is. Seungwoo explains that it's ent starch from the Cornswool district. He asks if the hunter knows what the monster that looks like a tree is. The protagonist says that on the monster's body, there are green sprouts, and they are like potato sprouts, but the sprouts are poisonous. Chansik hears this and starts trembling even more, feeling sick. The hunter, irritated, slams the table, saying that if someone ate something like that, they would die. Seungwoo begins laughing strangely and says, that's why, a few days earlier, Ji-hyun was at the restaurant asking if she had to taste test for the protagonist. With several dishes in hand, Seungwoo says yes and places them all on the table. Ji-hyun, a little scared, looks at the dishes in front of her. After eating a bit, she collapses onto the table, trembling. Seeing that, the protagonist starts wondering how good it would be to use them and how people would react to the taste, and mainly if it would have any health impact. Returning to the present, he says he tested all this before creating this challenge. The dish he served Chansik was reduced from 3 stars to 1 star, only having poison resistance. Trembling, Chansik stands up and tries to eat a bit more, but he collapses onto the table, feeling sick, and says he gives up the challenge. The other hunters are surprised, asking what happened. They ask Chansik to say something. With his entire body shaking, he dips his finger into the sauce. People couldn't understand why he was trying to touch the sauce. However, Chansik uses the sauce to write on the table that the food was something not from this world. The hunters are frightened, wondering how bad the food must be to leave Chansik in that state. However, this did not shake their confidence, as another hunter sits at the table and confidently says he will be next. But the story repeated itself over and over again, leaving all the hunters collapsed and sick. Yuna looks at the protagonist's money box and is impressed, saying that it's so full it looks like it's about to explode. Seungwoo agrees with her, saying that the hunters' stomachs got small, but the money box got full. He sighs, looking at all the hunters, and says that in the end, none of them succeeded. A bit sad about that, he thinks he went out of his way to make food that increased poison resistance. Regarding poison resistance, no matter how good a warrior is, there are countless ways for someone to be poisoned. There are various places where the air is mixed with poison, like the demon realm. The final fate of many adventurers and warriors is why adventurers and warriors make poison resistance their top priority. As he takes people to a corner, he says that on Earth, things are different, as people with poison resistance are extremely rare. Seungwoo says that it's the fault of technology, since it's advanced. People can just use a gas mask, but if someone puts the mask on too late, they are dead. What could someone do if they were ambushed, or if the mask broke? He gets irritated, saying that if a gas mask can't protect someone from some poison, they are screwed. He points out that in his time, if he encountered a venom gland, he would bathe in it. Yuna keeps looking at him, not understanding anything. She walks over to him and asks if all he needs to do is not make it tasty. The protagonist crouches down and says that it's unexpectedly complicated to do. He tries to explain, saying that the worse it tastes, the more effect it has on the body. She stares at his explanation without really understanding. He leads her inside, saying that it's a difficult concept for her to grasp. Seungwoo says that if he were to explain in detail, it could take a long time. Yuna gets excited about this and says it sounds quite interesting, asking him to tell her more about it. He puts the bag on her back and says it's getting very late. She needs to go home. While doing this, he thinks she's only doing it as an excuse to play more with Nabi. She sticks her tongue out at him, pouting because she wanted to play longer. Suddenly, the door opens and Taiji appears, saying it's time for her to go back. She asks if she could stay a little longer. Taiji asks why she wants to do that. Pouting, she says Nabi was going to finish washing the dishes and then come back to play with them a little more. She explains that the cat's paws get very soft and warm when he finishes washing the dishes, and she says she can't go home without seeing them. Taiji looks at the clock and says they can stay for only 30 more minutes. Yuna gets very happy and thanks him. The two sit at the counter and he watches the protagonist, thinking that it's the restaurant of a returned person, so it would be fine to let his guard down for 30 minutes. While he was watching the protagonist, Taiji notices a poster about the food challenge. He goes over to the protagonist and says he knows it's almost closing time, but he would like to try the food challenge. The protagonist is surprised and says it's all right. He can try it, as new challengers are always welcome. They return to the garden, and Taiji hands the check to the protagonist. Seungwoo takes the check and says Taiji is about 20 years old, so he will speak formally. Taiji says it's fine, he prefers it that way. The protagonist looks at the check and stays silent. Taiji sighs and says he already knows what Seungwoo was thinking, but he insists that he has no relation to that musician. Seungwoo places the check in the piggy bank and says Taiji must hear about it all the time. Taiji says he spent his whole life hearing it, emphasizing that he's tired of it. He says he hasn't even heard a single song by that musician. The protagonist thinks he can't believe Taiji has never heard even one song. Maybe it's a generational difference. Quickly, the food was ready. Seungwoo serves Taiji, who says it's hard to believe all the hunters had such bad reactions after eating it. Seungwoo, curious, asks what made Taiji want to eat a dish that gave all the hunters horrible reactions. Taiji looks at the food and says he needs it. He explains that he's been slowly ingesting poison to increase his body's resistance to it. The protagonist smiles at this, saying that it's a good habit and noting that Taiji is wise. Looking into the distance, Taiji says it's something his mentor always told him, saying he needed to increase his poison resistance as early as possible. Taiji says he did everything, but after a year, he didn't see much improvement. Seungwoo says it's really a bit slow, but if he hasn't developed that ability after a year, it means he doesn't have it yet. Taiji looks at the dish, thinking that the poison might be too weak. As he prepares to eat, he says that strong poisons can prevent someone from being able to protect themselves. He says that the protagonist's dishes seem very poisonous, and at the same time, safe. That's why he can't miss this opportunity. Seungwoo looks at him, surprised. Taiji takes a bite of the food and thanks the protagonist for the meal. He starts chewing the food, and soon after, he swallows it, maintaining a normal expression. However, a few seconds later, he starts trembling and sweating. Enduring all of it, Taiji thinks that the food isn't bad, it's just aggressive with the body. He wonders where else he would find food that attacks a person like that. He thinks that person always told him he needs to stay calm. He has to find a way and analyze the situation. Taiji starts looking at the protagonist and thinks the portion of food isn't large, which makes people try to eat it all at once. However, they shouldn't do that. He begins to think he needs to view the dish as an attack and not as regular food. Reflecting a bit more on it, he realizes his defensive power is 3, while the dish's attack power is 100. He wonders if it's better to take the attack all at once or split it and receive it 10 times. Without hesitation, he thinks it's obviously better to take 10 attacks over time, because if he takes the attack all at once, subtracting the damage from his current defense, he would still receive 97 damage. He takes another bite and thinks he shouldn't eat it all at once. He needs to chew well and make the most of it within the time limit. However, with each bite he put in his mouth, the sensation was extremely bad, making him sweat and tremble all over. Seungwoo watches him, smiling, and thinks he has really figured out the answer, because that's how it's done. He considers that the time limit is 30 minutes, and the person needs to upset their stomach and overload their body to gain poison resistance. The protagonist starts rooting for Taeji, thinking that this is the secret to eating the kwak. Seungwoo thinks that he hasn't told anyone this because it wouldn't be fun. While the challenge was going on, Yoonha was brushing and drying Nabi. She looks at Taeji and says that he's an adult too, which is why he likes things that don't taste good. Taeji keeps eating, despite all the discomfort he felt, bite by bite, until he finally finishes the entire portion. He's happy, saying that he finally did it. All 3 applaud, and the protagonist says he was truly amazing. Looking at his phone, Taeji sees he has gained a new skill and says he doesn't need applause, because thanks to the protagonist, he gained that poison-resistant skill. Taeji stands up and celebrates for having acquired the skill. He feels a bit embarrassed, thinking he couldn't believe he had gotten so excited just for eating food. He wonders if he would laugh upon hearing that. Seungwoo says he'll give him the reward, but Taeji doesn't seem like the type of person who uses a sword. Taeji responds that he specializes in hand-to-hand combat, so swords would be. He also asks if it's really okay for them to do this. Pointing to the sword on display, he says that no matter how much he looks at it, it seems to be Miss Zero's, a product of Alistair. He explains that he calls it Miss Zero because it has a 0 selection rate. Taeji says he tried once to be selected, but was completely rejected. The protagonist tells him not to worry, because it's something they agreed upon. Taeji is completely astonished upon hearing this, and asks if it's really possible to make an agreement. Seungwoo explains that to keep things simple, that was the real reason behind the challenge. They needed to undergo the test to win the princess's hand. He says that this was something the beautiful princess said to the knight who courted her. If you want my hand in marriage, then defeat the dragon in the mountains and cut off its head. Seungwoo clarifies that first, the person cuts, then they are given a test. And after completing the test, they can marry the princess and live happily ever after. He says that's the basic process. Taeji comments that, in that case, he should see the equipment, which is the princess, while he is the knight. The protagonist responds, that's exactly right. Showing the empty plate, Seungwoo says that eating the food itself was the mission. Taeji remarks that the mission was so difficult that he doesn't want to repeat it. The protagonist emphasizes that today was only the first challenge. He promised to deliver the equipment to the person who finishes all the meals. Taeji looks inside the protagonist's magic space and says he understands. He asks Seungwoo if he really had that, because he had tried to get it before but was rejected. The protagonist takes out a belt and asks if it was that one. Taeji grabs the belt, all happy, and says, it was exactly that one. He looks at it and thinks it's a magical armor that extends from the belt and covers the whole body when the magic is spoken. The biggest advantage is that he doesn't need to carry a heavy bag for the armor. He says he can't carry armor pieces while protecting Unha, so it's perfect for emergencies. Seungwoo is pleased and says it's good to know that Taeji is satisfied. Taeji remains calm, but inside he is happy and celebrating having that. Everyone there was happy. Yoonha thinks it's been over 30 minutes, and if everything goes well, she would get to sleep there. She takes advantage of Nabi being asleep and lies down next to him, hugging him, thinking it's time to sleep. Taeji looks at her and says he's going to be in serious trouble. The next day, it was raining. Inside the restaurant, the protagonist was observing everything, as it was the second day of the bizarre food challenge. The The hunters were huddled together, shouting and saying they were ready for the restaurant raid. One of the hunters grabs a food package labeled "Very Hot Spicy Pack." They shout that it's the bizarre food challenge for 15 people. The protagonist comments that they were dressed rather warmly. The hunter goes up to the protagonist and says they were going to win this time. He asks if they'd be disqualified for using cheats like that. Seungwoo says he didn't mind as long as it wasn't a buff potion. The hunter starts laughing, saying that it wasn't a buff potion. He shouts for all the hunters to drink that to burn their taste buds. They start drinking it, screaming that it was very spicy. Seungwoo asks if it was hot sauce, emphasizing that since it wasn't a buff potion, they could drink as much as they wanted without being disqualified. With their mouths burning, they shout that they were going to finish the challenge right then and there. The protagonist serves them again and says he understands they have a strong desire, but it was getting a little weird. They start eating, and as soon as they put the first bite in their mouths, they all start shaking and crying. Suddenly, they start feeling sick and yell for someone to get out of the way. The huntresses start trembling with cold, asking if the spicy packs were defective. Another one says it was ice magic. While everyone was suffering, the protagonist was counting the bills, saying things were going very well. Suddenly, Yuna opens the door and greets them. The protagonist greets her, and Nabi is happy to see his best friend. The two run to hug each other. Seungwoo says he'll take care of the mess and tells them they can play. While all this was happening, on the other side, in another restaurant, two people were talking. Taeshik asks if Dalsu had heard. Dalsu says yes, asking if he was referring to Seungwoo. In front of the protagonist's restaurant, there was a line of people waiting to get in, even with that kind of rain. The two look and comment that each person pays 100 million won. Taeshik says the protagonist seems like a villain. Dalsu says he even thought Seungwoo was a good person, but apparently Taeshik says they couldn't trust the protagonist because he's feeding those hunters disgusting food while making 100 million won per person. He says it doesn't make sense. Dalsu says he doesn't understand either because for such simple prizes, they're paying all that. He asks if 100 million won was nothing to the hunters. That's the cafe of Taeshik. Barnet. Taeshik turns, irritated, and says that's exactly what he's talking about. He asks if Dalsu knew how many cups of coffee they could buy with that amount of money. Dalsu says it's the same for the restaurant. Not only that, but with labor costs, ingredient costs, and entertainment costs, there's hardly any profit left. A cafe employee looks at the two arguing and comments that they were added again. Dalsu is upset that the protagonist would donate all that profit, considering he had a total of 35 customers between yesterday and today, meaning he made 3,500 million won and is going to donate it all. Taeshik says that doesn't make sense, because in the end, everyone would keep the money for themselves. Dalsu agrees and asks if they could accuse the protagonist of fraud. Taeshik replies that fraud would be difficult, but food sanitation could take action. Dalsu agrees with the idea. Taeshik comments that he knows a lawyer, but emphasizes they would need to proceed cautiously. The waitress serves an Americano to one of the customers, while the two continue discussing the matter. Dalsu says he knows someone who works in food sanitation and suggests they could request an emergency inspection. He claims that with this, they could bring Seungwoo down once and for all. Taeshik adds that they would make inedible food and turn that food into garbage. He adds that they would need to raise money to place an expensive item as a reward. Dalsu says they would make a lot of money under the pretext of making a donation. They start laughing, commenting that they would get rich that way. Taeshik says it would be like a legalized casino. They put in a little money and win much more. Dalsu, smiling, says the hunters would easily fall for that. While they were laughing, the earlier customer stands up and stands in front of them. O'Keefe grabs both of their heads and says he wanted to clear up a little misunderstanding. The two begin trembling as O'Keefe explains that first of all, the protagonist's restaurant is registered as a hunter training center under a special law. O'Keefe points out that Seungwoo makes food specialized for survival training, so food sanitation is not a concern. He rubs their faces and continues. Second, In an emergency, hunters would eat trash or monster meat without hesitation. O'Keefe says that no matter how bad the food seems, hunters would still be able to eat it. He lets go of the two, who try to explain that it was a misunderstanding. O'Keefe, irritated, punches the table, leaving them completely terrified. He glares at them and says, "Third, how dare they think that way about someone like the protagonist?" O'Keefe declares that Seungwoo isn't a worthless, money-obsessed person like they are. Terrified, the two hug each other in fear, and O'Keefe finishes by saying that, lastly, they should stop this nonsense unless they want to meet that lawyer or be victims of a surprise food sanitation inspection. O'Keefe turns away as the two sit at the table, scared and trembling. Suddenly, they start running and screaming. The waitress is startled by this and shouts, asking where they were going, but the two open the door and disappear. Suddenly, O'Keefe touches her shoulder and asks for another iced Americano. She looks out the window, watching the two running in the rain and crying, while she looks at O'Keefe, completely confused. She smiles and asks what size he would like. A few days later, inside the protagonist's restaurant, Ji-hyun is sitting there. Nabi hands her the menu. Ji-hyun apologizes, but asks if she could decline the bizarre food challenge. She hides behind the menu, and the protagonist smiles and says, "It's okay, he'll let that idea go." Ji-hyun thinks that just remembering what she went through last time gives her chills, and she doesn't want to go through that again. However, the regular food the protagonist prepares is the best in the world. She smiles, thinking that on top of everything, he's handsome. Looking at the menu, she sees that the special of the day is carbonara and says she loves carbonara. The protagonist says that's a relief and that he'll prepare it quickly for her. Suddenly, she looks at him and is shocked. She stands up, a bit confused, and asks if he gained weight. Seungwoo's face was round. He touches his face and is startled by it. In a sad voice, he says he can't believe he gained so much weight. He thinks that even when he was a warrior, he never gained weight. And now that he's a transcendent, he's gained so much weight. Ji-hyun stares at him and says that last week he didn't look like that, asking if he changed anything in his diet. Seungwoo says he only ate a whole pizza and drank a soda while watching movies. She sits down and says there's no way he gained that much weight just by eating that. He asks if it really couldn't have been just that. The protagonist sighs and says it's strange because he only ate 8 pizzas in one day. Ji-hyun stands up, irritated, and yells at him to wait a second. Seungwoo, startled, asks what he did wrong. She asks how many movies he watches in one day. The protagonist starts counting and says about 8 to 10. He explains that there are so many good movies these days that he just can't sleep. She yells again, pointing her finger at him, saying that's the reason. Startled, he asks why she's acting that way. Angry, she starts banging on the counter, saying that's it. She asks what size soda he's drinking. He says it's 1.5 liters. Furious, Ji-hyun asks what kind of person wouldn't gain weight after eating all that. She looks at him and asks what else he ate besides that. He says he ate a bit of the food Nabi made and some snacks too. She can't believe that on top of everything, he also ate snacks. She's in disbelief, thinking this is a free pass to the hospital. The protagonist wonders if this is because he only ate Terra food, and when he returned to Earth, his taste buds went back to normal. Feeling sad about all this, he says that's why he shouldn't just eat delicious things. He hands her a beautiful plate of carbonara she had ordered, along with a dessert. She looks at the plate and asks if that amount isn't too much. She asks if he made that quantity so she would gain weight too. The protagonist turns away, trying to hide it. She asks what that ice cream is doing there. Seungwoo says it's a freebie. Awkwardly, she picks up the fork and prepares to eat. After that, night falls, and he closes the restaurant. Inside, the atmosphere was gray and sad. The protagonist said he returned to his homeland, which he missed so much, and tasted some good food. He says it was so delicious that he ate because the movie was too good. Even Nabi was sad. The protagonist gets frustrated and bangs on the table, yelling that he's a failure as a warrior. Nabi can't hold back the tears and starts crying. He shows his belly, saying his stomach is still sticking out. The protagonist looks at him and says that's inevitable, considering how much Unha feeds him. Nabi is completely downcast and says That's why he's disqualified as an Aelurus. Seungwoo gets irritated, saying that Nabi says that after gaining just a little weight, and the protagonist asks what he is then, because he's much fatter. He leans on the counter and sighs, saying at least cats are cute. Nabi pats him on the back, saying he's cute too, calling him a warrior, crying. The protagonist says that's not helping. Determined, the protagonist ties his apron and says this is a punishment he'll give himself. Nabi agrees and says he will also punish himself. He pulls some things out of his inventory. He snaps his fingers, saying he'll only make 3-star meals for the hunters. However, the meal he's about to prepare now is 4-star. The main ingredient is the meat of a large raven, the one that looks down. It's so rare that it can't even be compared to dragon meat. The protagonist starts sprinkling something over the meat, saying that before seasoning and preparing it, he needs to evenly spread the crystals of the Flame Spirit King. The crystals of the Flame Spirit King are used as a substitute for salt, though they will explode if you don't control the mana correctly. Each small grain has power equivalent to a grenade. He grabs a bit of ent starch from the Elsewhere region. Nabi is happy because it has a sweet smell. The starch, used as a substitute for sugar, referred to as the taste of sin in Terra, was forbidden until a few hundred years ago. It destroys the salty flavor of the meal while explosively amplifying its effects. The protagonist grabs the fruit from the crypto plant and begins to crush it. Nabi comments that the smell is spicy. It's so spicy that it's even used as a weapon. Normally, it's not used as an ingredient, but it's good for the heart and helps burn fat. Seungwoo says the spices are ready and asks his assistant to prepare the meat. Nabi grabs a brush and begins to spread the seasoning evenly over the meat, saying the preparation is complete. While Nabi holds the meat, the protagonist raises his hand over it and applies a bit of his power. This is to dehydrate the fat, with the moisture being expelled through mana, while at the same time, the spices remain applied on the outside of the meat. Nabi turns the meat, and the protagonist continues applying his power, remarking that everything is easier because they are doing it together. They keep doing this for a while, until the meat becomes so dry that it looks like a tree trunk. Seungwoo says it looks terrible by appearance. He grabs his knife, starts cutting a few pieces, and eats. As soon as he takes a bite, he starts to feel something and thinks, this taste is... Suddenly, he feels as if he's been hit by an extremely strong blow and is sent flying, collapsing hard on the ground. Sweating and trembling, he says, that's exactly it. An explosion that wakes a person up as if the Demon King were right in front of them. He holds up a piece of meat, declaring that the ultimate diet meal is ready. He says that now they could lose some weight. Nabi, excited, says it's time to say goodbye to the belly fat. The next day, Ji-hyun returns to visit the protagonist. She opens the door, smiling, and says, "Good morning, handsome and perfect." The protagonist responds, "Good morning" to her. Ji-hyun is stunned, shouting and asking how he lost all that weight in just one day. She begs him to tell her his secret. Smiling, the protagonist says that the weight a person gains from eating, they should lose by eating, which is why he lost weight just by eating. Ji-hyun is completely confused, asking if he really lost weight by eating. The customers and Ji-hyun all stare at him, irritated by what he said. Obesity, an old enemy of humanity and the cause of so many diseases. It's rare to find someone who doesn't pay attention to their body and weight. There's no one who doesn't care about their weight. Inside the restaurant, the three listen to the protagonist's story. Ji-hyun starts to climb onto the counter, telling Seungwoo to give her what he used to lose weight. Another customer asks if it's possible to order this weight loss food. The protagonist is startled by this and asks them to calm down. The three shout, asking if he really thinks they could calm down, pointing out that just by looking at the customers, he could see they weren't calm. The woman says she will take full responsibility and eat everything. The man yells at the woman, asking why she's interfering since he was the first to arrive. The protagonist watches this, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the whole argument. He sighs and says that the food is made for hunters, as it would be extremely dangerous for an ordinary non-awakened person to eat. The two get sad, saying it's unfair. as office workers are already too busy with work, eating, and sleeping. Seungwoo apologizes to them and says all he can do is offer proper advice on food and exercise. Happily, Ji-hyun says she can eat it since she's a hunter. The protagonist interrupts her, saying it's not possible. Trembling with anger, she asks why. Seungwoo explains that the food is extremely dangerous. Sulking, she asks if the food he served last time wasn't dangerous. The protagonist says that this food is much more dangerous than the previous one because it places an immense burden on the body of the person eating it. Ji-hyun keeps pleading, saying that, even so, she would just get a stomachache. Seungwoo points to his own face and asks if Ji-hyun really believes that a food that makes someone lose so much weight overnight isn't dangerous. The protagonist explains that if they stop to think about it, that's just a side effect, highlighting that the person's muscles and nerves will be destroyed and regenerated, and if the person can't handle that, their life could be in danger. Ji-hyun feels sad hearing this, a little confused, and asks if that wouldn't only be possible through magic and fantasy. Seungwoo says that this meal can stop magic and fantasy. He asks if it isn't Ji-hyun's body that would be eating it. Left with no argument, she starts to cry. Suddenly, she slams the table and says she understands, and asks if he meant that she needs a body strong enough to handle the food. Seungwoo says that's exactly it. Determined but sad, she says she'll participate in the bizarre food challenge because she just needs to train her body to withstand the food. The protagonist says that if she makes her body learn to tolerate that type of food, she could try eating other foods as well. Ji-hyun stands up and celebrates, happy. Seungwoo looks at her, confused, asking what part of her body she wants to lose weight from. Ji-hyun sighs and says, "That's why they say, those who have everything will never understand the heart of those who have nothing." The protagonist is completely lost by this. She gets annoyed and shouts, saying that the protagonist will never understand how hard she works to maintain that body. She says she holds herself back when she wants to eat what she really desires. And even when she's dead tired, she still pushes herself and exercises. She asks him if he's ever gone to the park in the middle of the night to run, even knowing he's starving because he's already exceeded his daily calorie limit. The protagonist stops to think and says, no. Ji-hyun gets even angrier and shouts that the protagonist eats whatever he wants. He's even eaten 8 pizzas in one day. She says he doesn't even exercise. He just messes around. Outraged, she says he eats one meal and it's all fine. She is absolutely sure that anyone in the world would want to live that way. She says that's why everyone says that returnees don't understand the heart of ordinary people. She shouts so much that the protagonist even covers his ears. After she stops, trembling with anger, the protagonist says that she's also a hunter. She starts yelling again, saying she's a hunter who works in an office, which is basically the same as being a regular person. She says she has to work in an office and yet is still treated as a hunter in situations like this. However, they are different from those gorillas who rarely need to work. With no more words, the protagonist says he understands, while the other customers applaud Ji-hyun. Confident, she says she'll take on the food challenge so he can serve her. She mentions she doesn't have money, so she'll only pay for the regular food and doesn't need a reward if she succeeds. Annoyed by all of this, the protagonist thinks he'll make the food taste worse for her. He turns and says he'll serve her since the non-awakened customers have already finished eating. The woman looks sad, saying in the end, she'll have to exercise. The man next to her says that's the right way. They need to move as much as they eat, and that's how they'll lose weight. She twirls her noodles and says the man is right, that eating like this will only make them fat. She asks what's the point of food tasting good if it only makes them fat? Both sigh sadly. He hears this and feels a little sad, thinking and imagining what they're going through. He realizes that the concept of obesity doesn't exist in Terra and concludes he was careless. Seungwoo pauses for a moment, wondering how he could help his customers. As he's thinking, Nabi calmly walks by. He looks at Nabi and gets an idea. He crouches down and calls out to him. Nabi asks what the protagonist needs. Seungwoo asks if he knows how to do warrior yoga. Nabi starts laughing and asks what the protagonist is talking about, saying there isn't an Ailuros who doesn't know that. Seungwoo says that's perfect. They start talking, and the three customers watch them. The protagonist walks over to them and, smiling, asks if they're interested in yoga to help them lose weight. Ailuros, a cat with a great spirit of service, capable of performing any kind of household task. Because of this characteristic, there are many cases of warriors becoming useless slackers. But the magical massage technique of the Ailuros doesn't work if the warrior doesn't exercise. That's why they argue with their owners, saying they'll turn into pigs if they don't exercise. They ask their warriors to copy what they do. Ailuros receive a secret prophecy from the gods. Outside, Nabi was demonstrating what they should do, and everyone was following his instructions to the letter. Nabi says they're doing well, and that the next movement is this one. He looks at everyone and says they're doing it wrong, that they need to do it just like him. Jihyun gets angry, yelling about how he expects her to lift her leg to that angle. Nabi says it'll work if she tries, pointing out that she's not trying hard enough. Yoonha, happy, asks if she's doing it right. Nabi responds that he expected nothing less from Yoonha, saying she's doing it perfectly. The protagonist looks at them and says, Yoonha is always around at that time. They keep following all of Nabi's instructions. He walks over to Jihyun and tells her not to be embarrassed and to spit it out, saying, meow. Annoyed and embarrassed, she says, meow. Nabi gets mad and tells her that's not how she should do it, ordering her to lower her back more and do it again. The protagonist walks over to her, teasing, and says he thinks Nabi wants her to say it like this, meow. Jihyun turns to him and says he's very cheeky, nearly mad with anger. Nabi keeps yelling, ordering Jihyun to hurry up. She panics and says she'll do it. Dying of embarrassment, she yells, meow, loudly. Nabi says it's time to move on to the next exercise. The protagonist starts doing it too, saying that sometimes yoga isn't so bad after all. From afar, Taeji is watching everything. He thinks that the person watching all of this feels even more embarrassed. The next day, O'Keefe was eating and mentioned he was thinking of taking the challenge soon. The protagonist said it was only a matter of time before O'Keefe overcame that porridge. He agrees and finishes eating, thanking the protagonist for everything. The difference between the before and now with O'Keefe was clear, and he said he was already ready for the next stage. Seungwoo smiled, saying he was happy to hear that. The protagonist asked how that rascal Beck was doing. O'Keefe sighed and said that bum had been resting all the time without thinking. He pointed out that it seemed like Beck was suffering from burnout. Seungwoo was shocked to hear that. O'Keefe said there wasn't much to do since they often worked overtime without rest. He commented that the current situation was BX's biggest problem. The protagonist was alarmed by this and asked what BX's current situation was. O'Keefe explained that BX was ranked at 100, and if he got overtaken, it would be all over. O'Keefe mentioned that right now, Beck must be anxious since he doesn't know when his ranking might drop. Seungwoo said that Beck didn't seem to have such a weak mentality. O'Keefe responded that it seemed Beck hadn't been focusing on missions lately. He said he thought Beck would recover after a short break. The protagonist asked if Beck hadn't changed even after a break. O'Keefe said Beck's break had ended, but he asked for more time and continued staying home. Plus, he had started drinking. The protagonist wasn't too pleased to hear this. He prepared the food and served the first stage to O'Keefe. Looking at the plate, O'Keefe took a deep breath, thinking he needed to stay calm and follow the strategy. Just as he was about to eat, he heard a noise and looked up. Seeing the protagonist holding a phone, he asked what was going on, and the protagonist said he wanted to put a picture of the winner on the wall. O'Keefe was startled, saying he hadn't even taken the first bite yet. Seungwoo said that when a tiger hunter prepares his weapon, it's because he's sure he'll capture his prey. The protagonist said that O'Keefe was attempting the challenge thinking he would win. so he was sure O'Keefe would. O'Keefe smiled, hearing that, grabbed some of the food, and started eating. 30 minutes later, and, as he had said, his picture was put on the wall alongside Taeji's. O'Keefe received his prize, known as the Stunner. It can knock out the target if hit with that magical dagger, which has an electric current running through it. The protagonist grabbed a piece of wood and asked O'Keefe to throw the dagger at it to test, assuring him he wouldn't pass out, so O'Keefe could throw with full force. He aimed carefully and prepared to throw. O'Keefe hit his target perfectly, and an electric current began to flow from the dagger. Seungwoo said the dagger had another feature too. Suddenly, the dagger came out of the target and returned to O'Keefe's hand, leaving him surprised. Seungwoo smiled, saying the dagger would always return to its owner when thrown, making it easier to use. O'Keefe was even happier with his new weapon. The protagonist took another picture without warning, saying that O'Keefe had a great expression. He asked if he should use that picture instead of the one on the wall, leaving O'Keefe embarrassed. He shouted, dying of embarrassment, and said he preferred the previous photo since this expression was unconscious. The protagonist smiled and said it was nice to see him smiling. O'Keefe remained embarrassed, and the protagonist said he wouldn't put the picture on the wall, only keep it on the phone. O'Keefe said the protagonist was extremely cruel. Seungwoo said that's why he does things like the bizarre food challenge. O'Keefe looked at the protagonist, speechless. A few hours later, night fell, and at Bayek's house, bottles were scattered on the floor as he muttered that the First Order are the protectors of the world. Bayek was lying in bed, drinking, asking if that was what was expected. The First Order didn't suit him. He said he didn't have a girlfriend or friends, but regretted saying that since O'Keefe is his friend. However, he wasn't sure if O'Keefe really saw him as a friend. He drank more. A bit tipsy, he thought that O'Keefe's health had improved, and because of that, he'd be using the armor sooner or later. He turns to the side in bed, and his First Order coat is thrown on the floor among the pile of bottles. He looks at it, upset with everything. He keeps drinking, saying that none of it mattered to him anymore. While drinking, he remembers the protagonist defeating those giants. He turns again, putting his hand on his face, saying that the invincible returnee would take care of it all. Suddenly, he slips off the bed and falls to the floor, rolling over near his coat. He stays there for a while, and suddenly punches the ground, shouting that he too, trembling and almost crying, he says that if he were a returnee, he'd be strong too. Beck can't accept it, saying that another world is cheating, because if he had that, he could have done much better. He throws the bottle out the window, shouting that he could have become strong too. He could have done all of that. Due to the alcohol, he falls to the ground again and looks at a bottle, saying that he could also become a warrior. Suddenly, someone opens the door, lamenting what they're seeing. The protagonist is there, saying he had already suspected it would be like this. Calmly, he walks over to a chair and sits down, saying it seems Beck has a much more emotional side. Seungwoo places the bottle on the floor, saying that, in any case, with a strange tone, the protagonist starts laughing and says, Beck was talking about something interesting. 9 years ago, when the first portals opened and monsters invaded, people disappeared. After 3 years, those who had disappeared started returning one by one. They said they had been living in a different world and had gained immense power. The way the general public reacted to these people was, they shouted that they were envious of those who had experienced that. That was because these extraordinary returnees were all middle or lower class citizens before they went to the other world. The protagonist looks at Beck, saying he wouldn't recommend it, since he had already been through all of that. He grabs Beck and says that if this is what he really wants, then the protagonist would fulfill that wish. Beck starts to wake up, and when he gets up, he's in an entirely white place. He wonders if he's still drunk, and if this is a dream. Suddenly, he hears a voice. He turns and sees the protagonist sitting in a chair saying, "Welcome to Terra, warrior from another world." He's confused by what he's seeing. The protagonist says that from now on, he must travel to Terra and save those in danger. Beck calls out to the protagonist, but he doesn't respond normally. Beck asks the protagonist to stop ignoring him and asks what he's doing. Seungwoo closes the book and tells Baek to just listen and sit down because he's going to explain everything. Baek stands up, irritated, and asks if the protagonist really calls all this nonsensical talk an explanation. He asks what this place is. The protagonist asks why he thinks it's nonsense, as this is a traditional welcome message for warriors from another world. He recalls that the goddess said this to him, and comments that usually this phrase is said by a very beautiful woman or a goddess, but there was no reason to do that since Baek was the only one there. The protagonist asks what Baek thinks is happening now. Baek is lost and looks around. He gets scared and screams, asking if this could be what he's thinking. Seungwoo says yes. Baek falls to his knees, crying, saying that this is a transmigration to another world. That means he's dead. He says he should have drunk in moderation. Taking a deep breath, Seungwoo says that if Baek were following the traditional method, he really would be dead, like getting hit by a truck or dying from overwork. The protagonist says that Baek isn't dead yet, although he doesn't know if Baek will die one day from too much alcohol, but it won't be now. Baek gets up, still confused, and asks if this really is another world and why he's there. The protagonist smiles and asks why Baek is asking that since this is what he wanted. He gets even more confused and asks when he ever said he wanted this. The protagonist begins to say that Baek said, "If I went to another world, if I were a returnee, if I were a warrior, I could have done more." He stops to think and remembers when he was drunk. He gets angry and shouts, saying that he only said that because he was drunk, asking why the protagonist took it seriously. Seungwoo just starts laughing a lot at the whole thing. Baek gets even angrier, telling him not to laugh, pointing out that he shouldn't enter other people's houses without permission, as that's trespassing. The protagonist just apologizes for the invasion. Baek thinks to himself that the protagonist is crazy for taking someone like him to another world. Suddenly, Baek pauses to realize that if the protagonist brought him there, then he could take him back, which means Seungwoo is looking out for him. Baek starts to laugh and gets face to face with the protagonist, thinking this is an opportunity. He says it's fine since there's no way he can escape anyway. The protagonist smiles, saying it's good to see that he gave up so quickly. Excited, Baek asks what kind of abilities the protagonist is going to give him. The protagonist looks confused and asks what he's talking about. Baek asks if people who usually go to another world don't receive strong abilities like instant magic, regression, unlimited inventory, divine arts of the celestial demon, or the ability to reincarnate. He adds that it could even be new equipment, noting that he didn't want anything like a shield. The protagonist stares at him, thinking that this idiot knows more than he expected. Seungwoo calls out to him, saying there's no cheating here, which leaves Baek in disbelief. The protagonist explains that if he faces an opponent immune to those cheats, he's done for. The best tool is to have a strong foundation. Baek gets frustrated and says that if there's an opponent immune to cheats, that in itself is a cheat. The protagonist replies that unfortunately, even cheats have levels. If the level is exceeded, it becomes a battle of strength. He explains that cheats don't work against the Demon King. If cheats worked, it would be the gods fighting, not the warriors. That's why all the warriors who depended on those cheats lost. The protagonist says that's why it's best to start from the basics. Baek curses the protagonist, asking if he can't just tell the truth. Seungwoo says he's not doing this just because Baek didn't receive any cheats. Baek stares at him, thinking that now he knows why the protagonist doesn't want to give him anything. A portal begins to open beneath Baek, and the protagonist says that Baek's situation is much better than his own when he started because Baek is a hunter and has experience, and that's why the protagonist believes he'll succeed. Baek looks down and sees the world below. He starts to fall and shouts for the protagonist to wait, but it's too late. He sinks through the hole and falls into Terra. The protagonist watches him and says, "Warrior Baek Kangyok, please save Terra." As he was falling, Baek was screaming that he was going to kill the protagonist. Seungwoo remarks that 3 days on Earth is about a few months there, and the protagonist notes that he did give Baek a few cheats. Before sending him there, the protagonist had given him the language and phrases used in Terra, a status window to track his progress, and the ability to teleport near the protagonist in a fatal situation. Seeing this, the protagonist thinks Baek will be able to learn a lot, and if he doesn't, then the protagonist will send him there for a few more days. 1 month later in Terra, Baek was looking at some notes. He analyzes them and says that the requests were not good for adventurers today. Suddenly, a wolf nudges him, asking if they weren't going to eat. His name is Kobold Kuzi. Baek sighs and says they would go eat because the requests were bad. They go to a restaurant and order a beautiful meat dish. Baek takes a piece and says that it's animal food, emphasizing that it's an insult to call that food. Kuzi asks if it's really that bad. Baek says the meat smells like dirty socks and sewage. He says he doesn't know how they can eat that. Kuzi replies that Baek has been eating that food too. Baek gets irritated and shouts that he only eats it because he wants to survive, but it's already been a month of eating that. Enchanted by the food, Kuze says that lamb steak is 3 red stars with very good effects. He says it's the best for recovering strength and building muscle. Baek keeps yelling that cooking is about taste, not effects. Everyone around starts looking at him. Kuze tells Baek that he respects Baek's value as a warrior from another world, but what he just said isn't something you say like that. Realizing he went too far, Baek sits down and starts eating the food. As he eats that bad food, he thinks that it only makes him miss how well the protagonist cooks. He lowers his head and says that eating and living there is hard. Suddenly, a screen appears in front of him. He looks at it surprised, and the system says, "Emergency mission. Your nutritional imbalance is serious. Consume a 4 red star meal within a week. Reward. Inventory usage will be possible." Baek is a bit confused seeing that. He keeps looking at it and asks Kuze what kind of nonsense that was. Kuze says he already knows what it means, comparing it to a bicorn ripping and eating grass. Baek asks what a bicorn is. Kuze starts to explain, but Baek interrupts, saying he wanted to think a bit first. In his thoughts, he imagines that if it's an emergency mission, it must be a mission for warriors, and all warriors had to do it. Adventurers fall into 2 categories, those who are chosen and those who aren't. Baek wonders if, without any knowledge of it, he was chosen by a god. He tries to think more about it, but can't reach any conclusion. He calls Kuze and says he wants to ask something. Kuze gets excited and says that it seems like an important question, so he wants dog gum in return. Smiling, he says 3 copper coins would be enough. Baek asks what the difference is between those chosen and those who aren't. Kuze says the most obvious difference is the mission. He explains that's because it progresses easily, and they receive rewards from the gods and tremendous advantages by getting missions. Baek says what he's curious about is the standard difference between the 2 types of people. Kuze says that's also pretty simple. He tells Baek that he was a summoned warrior from another world. Kuze explains that when Baek was summoned, he was personally chosen by a god, meaning he was 100% chosen. He emphasizes that this rule also applies if Baek was summoned by a god's representative. Baek starts to question whether Seungwoo is a god or a representative of a god. He thinks there's no way that can be true because no matter how strong a returnee is, it would be a huge exaggeration to say they're a god, but they could still be a representative of a god. Baek slaps his hand on the coins and tells Kuze to forget the payment because it wasn't worth it. Kuze grabs his hand and asks him to wait because there's still one more scenario. He says that this scenario would involve finding a hidden piece. Baek gets confused by this. Kuze explains that it's like exploring dungeons and finding treasures. He points out that there have been cases where someone was chosen later after doing something that caught a god's attention. He says that's what hidden piece means. Kuze says that's a phrase that came from Earth, but Baek doesn't seem to recognize it. Baek asks what Kuze meant by that. emphasizing that he didn't even know how many hidden pieces Beck had found in his childhood games. He thinks he's found some in a virtual reality game called Rivers of the Soul. Beck wonders if it was 2, but he's not sure, though he knows it was more than 1, so he could say it was a bunch. Kuze is impressed by this and asks if Beck really found a bunch of hidden pieces, emphasizing that if that's the case, there's no way he wasn't chosen. Beck becomes confident, saying Kuze was right. He looks at the system again and thinks that apparently the condition of the hidden piece is that he needs to eat that food for an entire month. Kuze was grabbing the money and Beck slaps his hand away. He asks if there is any more information, like where to find the god who sent the mission or something like that. Kuze smiles and says yes. He asks Beck to look at the pattern engraved in the lower right corner of the mission window, and then he just had to ask the temple. Beck releases the money and says that he finally received information worth the 3 copper coins. He thinks that all this time, he thought Kuze was just a know-it-all, but he's actually useful. With that, the two stand up, Beck heads for the exit while Kuze, all happy, says he's going to buy his gum. Later, in a church, Beck was talking to someone. This person says it's the first time they've seen that pattern, so they received an oracle and were able to identify it. The person says that the pattern belongs to the god of swords, victory, and bizarre cuisine. This leaves Beck shocked. He celebrates by shouting that if it's the god of swords, then it's something cool and really good. The sword, the weapon among weapons, the best of all. All excited, he says that if it's the god of victory, then it's Nike. Still excited, he says that's amazing, because it's like giving him victory against anyone he fights. He stops shouting and asks what the hell the god of bizarre cuisine is. The saint, scared, says he doesn't know either, because he's never heard of a god with 3 modifications. Beck gets angry, saying that it's not even the god of cuisine, but the god of bizarre cuisine. He puts his hand on his face, thinking about the inventory, because if he had an inventory, he wouldn't have to carry all the heavy stuff. Not to mention, he wouldn't need to put his wallet in his pants because of thieves. Even without fully understanding, he gets excited, saying he would finish that mission. He asks the saint if he could leave because he wanted to visit the north. He asks if they were still in the middle of the Winter Ghost Festival. The saint says yes. Determined, Beck says that the names that appear in his dreams, inventory, he was on his way. Atop a mountain stood the Pantheon, a massive temple. In front, the protagonist was looking at a stone saying, "The god of swords, victory, and bizarre cuisine." He sighs, thinking that level 98 is the human limit. The moment someone ascends at least one more level, they become gods. When a person becomes a god, a divine name worthy of their life's directions and actions is engraved in the Pantheon. Sword, Seungwoo's first divine name, serves as proof that he reached the highest level as a swordmaster. The next is level 198. This is the limit for a god. It's possible to obtain another divine name when someone reaches level 199. After a long journey and many battles, the protagonist reached level 200 and even defeated the Great Demon King. For that, he earned his second divine name, Victorious. It's a divine name that acts both as proof and as restrictions. The god of swords must be the strongest with a sword, and the god of victory cannot be defeated. Otherwise, he loses his power as a god. The protagonist looks at the stone and smiles, thinking that none of that mattered because there isn't a being who can defeat him with a sword, and he has no intention of losing in the future. He starts pacing back and forth, saying he never imagined that his third divine name would be Bizarre Cuisine. Seungwoo sits on the ground and wonders if he transcended once again after returning to Earth. He remembers people eating his food and says that for a moment, he thought his growth had stopped. He says he couldn't imagine that he would advance by feeding people. He stretches, saying that in any case, he is the god of bizarre cuisine, not regular cuisine. He asks if it's because Hestia is still alive. He thinks about it for a moment and lies down, saying he's not sure. but it's good to be able to reach further. The protagonist thinks that another monster like the Demon King could appear, and because of that, he should improve his strength even more. He smiles, saying he still can't believe he can advance by feeding others with bizarre food. He's happy to have become the owner of a restaurant. Suddenly, the book opens for him, and he sees that Beck completed the mission, and for that, the authority to use the inventory was granted to him. With that, the protagonist received 155 experience points. Beck also received a reward, the treasure of the sword overflowing with winter. Seungwoo is happy to know that Beck is doing well. He says he already knew that gods gained experience from what he saw in the guide. The protagonist pauses for a moment and analyzes better, saying that Beck took one of his weapons. He gets up, startled, and shouts that he forgot to turn off the option to reward with items. Meanwhile, Beck was in the snow, in the middle of the cold, showing his middle finger to the god, cursing him. He shouts that it's like the god is stealing candy from a child. He says he was so happy to get an A-rank sword for the first time, but the god took it back. He looks at the sky and yells, calling his god the god of beggars. Suddenly, a sword falls on his face, and he faints on the ground. A divine voice says that the people of Terra call this phenomenon divine punishment. The next day, as soon as the sun rises, Beck is running through the snow. He looks back, scared, and says that if he gets caught, he's really going to die. Several people were running after him, saying they were going to smash him with a hammer. The Winter Ghost Festival involves catching ghosts and cooking the spring onions that sprout from them. If someone manages to kill the ghost leader, they win an S-rank rare ingredient and the opportunity to eat the winter ghost's trace. The people were fighting the ghosts. One of them yells that it wasn't over yet, so they should pull themselves together. Seeing this, Beck thinks of something. He moves slowly, sneaking through everyone. Beck wasn't strong enough to catch the ghost leader and didn't have a group. He seemed to have no hope unless luck was on his side. Beck keeps sneaking past everyone, saying he doesn't rely on luck. Suddenly, he bumps into the foot of a monster. When he looks up, he sees that the monster was about to attack him. He keeps staring at the monster, which attacks with incredible force. Beck disappears out of nowhere, and the monster is left confused. On Earth, Beck is a guardian of humanity, a member of the First Order, but in Terra, he's just a thief with invisibility. He grabs the rare item, saying that if that makes him a thief, then he should really act like one. He snatches the rare spring onion and starts running, saying everything was perfect. He ate the winter ghost's trace and received an A-rank sword as a reward. He thinks he offered it to the god, but the god returned it as divine punishment. And because of that, now he was having to run from those people who wanted to kill him. The people kept running angrily, saying they were going to kill him in the most painful way possible. Beck looks at them and asks if they really think they'll catch him. He starts exercising, saying he's from the First Order on Earth. With that, he starts rolling down the mountain, leaving the people surprised. He starts laughing and shouting that he's a superstar. Meanwhile, in the temple, the protagonist was looking at the book, which said that Beck completed the mission and opened the inventory. A thief had appeared in Terra, a thief with the power of a warrior who uses his skills to hide, along with his inventory ability to steal many items. Terra, in response to the appearance of an unexpected thief, fell into a state of confusion. The protagonist is irritated by this. A woman appears there and looks at him. She sighs and asks him if his third divine name is Bizarre Cuisine. The protagonist tries to play it off, saying yes. The woman starts laughing strangely and says that he's not the god of bizarre cuisine, but the god of thieves. She asks what's going on and if he could explain. Seungwoo closes the book and says that, unfortunately, he underestimated Beck's power and apologizes to the woman. The protagonist says that Beck thinks quickly and his specialty is hiding. However, the key to his ability is superstar. The woman asks what he's talking about. Seungwoo says that the more attention Beck gets, the stronger he becomes. She says that if that's the case, the more he's known as a thief, the stronger he'll become. The protagonist says that, besides that, he ended up opening Beck's inventory, which gave him wings. He explains that now Beck is known as the King of Thieves and is above level 80. The woman says that the protagonist has the power of the observant eye, and even so, he made such a mistake. She says she can't believe it. Seungwoo says that it's precisely because he has the observant eye that he was deceived. The observant eye's ability is to allow a person to detect someone's talent and nature. The protagonist says that Beck is not a bad person, he just has his own sense of justice. The woman is confused, asking if he really has a sense of justice but acts that way. Seungwoo tries to smooth things over, saying that Beck is an earthling and the people of Terra must be good people. The woman is surprised and asks if the protagonist means that if someone isn't an earthling, they wouldn't be able to understand their sense of justice. The protagonist says yes. She looks with her abilities and says that even with her eye, Beck is not a bad person. Her eye is known as the perverse observant eye. It's able to see evil. She says Beck wasn't stealing with bad intentions. The protagonist lowers his head and says, "That's true. She says he was just relieving stress." Seungwoo agrees with that. He starts laughing, saying Beck must have a lot of pent-up stress, acting like a leader when he's just a damn scoundrel. The woman, still annoyed, asks if Beck had to do that in Terra. She says if he wants to do that, he should do it on Earth. The protagonist says he already apologized. The woman walks away, and the protagonist opens his book again, which says, "You received 12,155 experience from the Avatar. Received an ingredient, 1,000-year vinegar. Received an ingredient, unicorn horn. Received an ingredient, golden goblin spoon." He looks at it smiling and thinks that he turned off the offering function, but Beck is voluntarily sending things anyway. He thinks Beck is unexpectedly loyal. The protagonist thinks Beck will be extremely embarrassed when he finds out he's the god. The protagonist begins to get annoyed, thinking that the items Beck is sending him are from those damn nobles, so it's fine, because when he was fighting the Demon King, they didn't cooperate with him. But they had all these good ingredients the whole time. Entering psycho mode, the protagonist says that Beck is worthy and wonders if he should give him a mission to steal the kingdom's treasures. The woman returns and touches the protagonist's shoulder, almost scaring him to death. He asks what she wants, and she says she saw a bit of malice in his intentions. Seungwoo smiles, a little embarrassed. He apologizes again, saying that Beck was wrong, so he's guilty too. He says he'll take care of it right now. She says she will send the person she chose. With great effort, she says, "Renata, divine name, resurrection." Beck was calmly wondering if he should make money again. Behind him, a woman with a large hammer appears. When he looks back, it's too late. She hits him, saying it's punishment. Suddenly, he wakes up, startled. Nabi asks if he's okay. Confused, Beck looks around, asking where he is. Nabi says it's the restaurant. He says Beck seems very tired and asks him to go home and rest. Still confused? He says he can remember the moment his neck was destroyed by someone called the Judge of Punishment. He looks at his phone and is shocked, seeing that only a day has passed. Beck asks if it was all a dream. Crying, he calls the status window, but nothing happens. He looks at his phone, saying that it can't be possible because months passed in Terra. He says he needs to check the game system. He looks and sees his level is 43. Beck throws the phone on the table, shocked, saying he's level 43. Scared, he says that no matter how much of a genius he is, it would still be impossible to go from level 28 to 43 in one night. He becomes happy, thinking that this means he kneels, crying, and raises his hands to the sky, saying he loves the god of bizarre cuisine. He starts kissing the floor, saying he loves him. He keeps shouting that when he returns to the First Order, he will use their authority to build a statue to praise the god of bizarre cuisine. The protagonist was hiding behind the counter, begging for that damn fool to stop shouting. He keeps shouting, saying that a statue isn't enough. He's going to build an entire shrine. The protagonist starts to get irritated and tells him to stop, but he continues. O'Keefe appears and slaps him on the head, telling him to stop it already. At the ISAC building, a branch office, Beck shows a paper to O'Keefe. He starts looking closely, saying Beck had never applied for the ranking battle before. O'Keefe asks if something happened. Beck starts bragging, asking if O'Keefe would believe him if he said he went to another world. O'Keefe sighs and laughs, asking why he would believe that Beck became a returnee in just a few days. Beck asks O'Keefe to sign him up for the ranking battle and asks him to arrange fights against those ranked 99 to 90. O'Keefe points out that the challenger needs to place a reward as a bet. He asks if Beck has any reward to persuade the higher-ranked people. Beck grabs a sword and says he would use it as a reward. It's a magical sword, Class A. O'Keefe is impressed and says that Beck doesn't have the skill to hide a sword like that from him. Therefore, there was only one explanation. He starts thinking and says he couldn't believe that Beck is capable of using an inventory. This means he really was in another world. Beck gets all excited, saying O'Keefe is the only one who knows this. O'Keefe isn't too happy about it and says he understands, taking something out of his jacket. He pulls out some money, irritated, saying it wasn't from a casino. Beck looks on, confused about what was happening. Some other members show up. One of them starts laughing, collecting money from everyone else, saying he had told them that Beck had taken a sword and gone on an adventure. Beck looks at the scene completely lost. Beck gets angry, saying even he thought it was unfair to take the team's money and go to the casino. Later, at the protagonist's house, he is sitting watching TV. The report says that Korea's proud hunter, referring to Beck, managed to raise his rank from 100 to 92. The protagonist starts thinking that after Beck said he would reach the top 90, he ended up failing to defeat the 91st rank. Seungwoo stretches on the couch and says he's glad to know that Beck has recovered from his depression. Now he wouldn't cry thinking he was going to die. The protagonist says he would take his blessing and authority back, but would leave the inventory as a keepsake. A bit sleepy, Seungwoo says he has already washed the dishes and prepared the side dishes. He wonders what he should do now. As he changes channels, he sees an ad saying, "Come for fast fishing. Access is free due to the current environmental improvement period." He begins to wonder if he should give it a try. Suddenly, he gets excited and runs out. He grabs his things while Yoonha and Nabi are playing. He leaves happily, saying they were closed for the night for his hobby. Seungwoo turns to Nabi and says they would leave the restaurant closed, so he could play as much as he wanted with Yoonha. Nabi gets all happy and says he would stay there to watch over the house. Yoonha bows, wishing the protagonist a good trip. Seeing this, the protagonist sighs happily. He goes over to them and pets them, saying he'd be back soon. Sometime later, at the fishing spot, Seungwoo had just arrived, but the place was deserted and a bit run down. He looks around, a bit scared, and says the place is a little terrible. Seungwoo starts walking around, saying it looks like there were no subscribers. Suddenly, an old man opens a window and says that although there's no access fee, the protagonist would have to rent the fishing equipment. The old man asks if he would like one. Seungwoo says he has already prepared his own equipment, so he wouldn't need it, but he still wanted some bait. The old man says that's fine and asks if the protagonist had a hunter's license. Seungwoo says he didn't, but he has something similar and asks why the old man was asking. He thinks that he has the license as a returned one. With a scary look, the old man says that appeared. The protagonist has the same scared look and asks what that is. Trembling with fear, the old man says that is a monster. There are reports that a small rift exists at the bottom of the ocean. Seungwoo starts laughing. He thinks it looks like it's some kind of sea monster, and that's why Isaac overlooked it. He thought it might be some sea ghost or something. The old man says that sometimes monsters appear when people fish. That's why only hunters are allowed to enter. The protagonist says that doesn't matter and questions if they can still do business even with the monsters appearing, as there was even an ad on TV. The old man says the TV ad is from a long-term contract they made when they were doing well. It's just a 2-second commercial. Seungwoo agrees, saying the commercial really is quite short. The old man looks at him and asks again if he really wanted to enter. The protagonist smiles and says yes, adding that it would be worth cleaning up. He starts picking up some cans from the ground. In no time, he manages to gather a bag full of trash, saying that was enough for the trash cleanup. Looking around, he says that if he leaves everything clean, there will be a good spot for people to relax near his restaurant. Seungwoo starts smiling and remembers that his father always fished when he had free time. He looks at the sky and begins to remember his childhood. His father was a firefighter, and he had only one hobby, fishing. On the rare days when his father had time off, they would go together, walking hand in hand to the reservoir. Many times, he saw his father cleaning the reservoir while fishing for common carp, catfish, crucian carp, and many others. His father would catch a wide variety of fish. The protagonist remembers that, in addition, his father also made mayontang. Seungwoo thinks that this was the joy of his entire life, being able to eat the mayontang that his father made. He smiles and says that he has no other option but to have fishing as his hobby too. The protagonist sits down and says that the cleaning is done. Now he will test his luck. He looks at the water, noticing that it was quite dirty. Seungwoo says that for the water quality to be so poor, while there are so many white lotuses, it could only be because of the rift. He thinks that when the water quality declines, the fish also decrease, and only the fish with terrible taste remain. He gets excited, saying that this means the fish there are perfect ingredients for making bizarre dishes. Suddenly, he feels the rod tugging and pulls hard. He starts reeling in, saying that the fish was putting up a good fight. Out of nowhere, the fish jumps out of the water, making the protagonist very happy. He catches the fish and says he expected that. That fish can be found anywhere. It's the sky watcher, the most hated fish species among fishermen. They are everywhere, and thanks to their strength, it's satisfying to catch them. He throws the fish into a bucket of water and says that even though other people don't like it, he quite enjoys that fish. It's something that, if two people ate it, both would die. The taste is of mud, and it has a smell that doesn't go away for hours. Furthermore, no matter how much people clean it, they always choke on the bones. The bones are tough and sharp enough to get stuck in a person's skin. Definitely, it's the worst fish of all, and that's exactly what the protagonist wants. He gets excited about this and casts the rod again, saying that it was a good start. Meanwhile, another man arrives at the fishing spot. It's Jung-hoon. He looks around and says it's been a long time since he last fished. Jung-hoon sees everything and says he can't believe the place looks like that, emphasizing that it used to be beautiful in the past. He looks to the side and sees the old man trembling. However, the old man tries to avoid his gaze, making Jung-hoon feel awkward. Quickly, the old man goes back inside the house. Jung-hoon sighs and says that 9 years have already passed. He starts remembering that the fast fishing spot often asked them to remove the rift. Although Jung-hoon was a regular at the fishing spot, he rejected the request every time. The situation wasn't bad enough for him to send people there. He says he knows he can't do anything about it, but he is a man. He starts walking and says that according to the report, it's still possible to fish. Jung-hoon sees a chair and says he heard that this was an area where slimes frequently appeared. He says that if this is true, the place must have received an F class for negligence. As soon as he steps onto the platform, he comes across the protagonist fishing there. Seungwoo smiles and greets Jung-hoon, who is a little surprised and says hello. Jung-hoon thinks that the man in front of him is clearly the strongest returned one in the world. Calling him Seungwoo, he thinks that now he's in a strange situation. He looks at the protagonist's bucket and notices it had some fish. He covers his nose due to the bad smell and asks why Seungwoo caught so many sky watchers. The protagonist says he caught them to use as ingredients in the kitchen. Jung-hoon becomes even more confused by this and asks if Seungwoo really intends to cook that. The protagonist explains that sky watchers are good ingredients. He says that, to be more precise, they are a weapon of ingredients, explaining that if he cooks something with them, that dish becomes a weapon. Jung-hoon becomes confused and irritated, wondering if the protagonist is planning to use those sky watchers to send hunters to the next life. Jung-hoon points to the fish and says he doesn't know if the protagonist knows, but he couldn't sell weapons in a restaurant. Jung-hoon asks if the protagonist wasn't being too rude to his customers. Seungwoo sighs and smiles. The two stare at each other. The protagonist thinks that if that man knows he's the restaurant owner, then he must be associated with the troops stationed at the portals. Seungwoo smiles again and apologizes for the misunderstanding, saying that he was so focused on fishing that he didn't explain properly. He says he's not catching those fish to sell them. This leaves Jung-hoon confused. Seungwoo explains that he was catching those fish to use against the slimes that were there. Jung-hoon asks how he was going to make a weapon against the slimes. He doesn't understand anything and wonders if the protagonist was really trying to kill slimes with bad fish. Seungwoo catches another one and says that if even dragons die with the dish he's going to prepare, then the slimes would be nothing. This leaves Jung-hoon even more surprised. Jung-hoon says that dragons are universally considered the most serious and powerful monsters. He asks the protagonist if he's really saying that he kills dragons with his cooking. He thinks that Seungwoo must be joking. However, he turns around, thinking that the protagonist is a returned one who, in seconds, destroyed an SS-ranked portal. So, he is capable of anything. Jung-hoon sits down and asks if the protagonist is really able to kill slimes using the fish. Seungwoo says yes, emphasizing that it's very simple. Jung-hoon starts to think that the protagonist is saying it's as simple as using poison against cockroaches. He wonders where all this confidence from the protagonist comes from. The protagonist says that dragons are just beings that use magic and are big. He says that they are not impressive at all. Seungwoo explains that it's because they are strong but greedy and lack self-control, and that's why they fall easily into traps. Jung-hoon becomes even more shocked by all this. With a creepy smile, the protagonist says that if you lure them with food, they will be caught immediately. The protagonist says he knows this because he has done it several times. Western and Eastern dragons are completely different species, but if you stop to think, they are similar. The ancient red dragon, the right hand of the demon king Kyrios. The biggest factor that contributed to the protagonist's victory against him was precisely this. The protagonist places something strange on a giant plate, saying that Kyrios wouldn't be able to resist a dish with an unknown smell and shape. Activating his crazy mode, the protagonist keeps smiling, telling the cursed lizard to appear and die. Jung-hoon says that if dragons eat something strange, they would be fine. The protagonist says he's right. Jung-hoon asks what he fed the dragon. Seungwoo says it was with a lethal dish. He explains that it's basically a dish that instantly kills anyone who eats it. But he says he ended up using his sword for the final blow because his colleague kept telling him to at least pretend to use the sword. Jung-hoon is surprised and asks if it's really possible to cook such a dish. The protagonist smiles and says he already mentioned it's a dish, but also a weapon. He turns forward and says he's going to catch the slimes using this technique. Jung-hoon remains shocked by everything he's hearing. He looks at his rod and asks if he could help somehow. The protagonist looks at what he has already caught and says they're missing some sky watchers, noting that he needs about 60 more. Without thinking twice, Jung-hoon casts his bait into the lake and says they had to try to catch them before the day ends. Nectar and ambrosia, foods that symbolize immortality, foods of the gods that, if eaten, could even grant divinity to humans. However, there is also a dish of the gods among the most bizarre dishes, a deadly dish that can kill even gods. This dish has 6 black stars and is called Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. While they were fishing, the protagonist thinks that the Ragnarok he used to make was just a cheap imitation because the manufacturing process was difficult and the ingredients were practically impossible to get. However, For a mere imitation, he was able to kill Kairius easily. The protagonist looks at the fish and wonders what would happen if a common fish with a terrible taste was cooked in the Ragnarok recipe. He starts laughing at the idea. Seungwoo has just created a new dish. He thinks of making a version of Ragnarok with freshwater fish. He thinks he should call it the destruction of the Lake Watcher. In his thoughts, he says that if he keeps trying this and that, then one day he will be able to create a 6-star meal. Night begins to fall. Several fish were already in the buckets. The protagonist asks Jung-hoon if he fishes often. Jung-hoon says he used to fish a lot in the past, but it's been 9 years. He says it wasn't like this in his time. Jung-hoon says he used to have lots of catfish and carp instead of a lake full of sky watchers. He emphasizes that, unlike now, the water used to be very clean. When he returned with something he had caught, the manager of the fishing spot would occasionally make a meontang. He says the taste was so good, it was out of this world. The protagonist smiles and asks if the manager really cooked for him. Jung-hoon says that the manager was a pretty famous chef. Seungwoo replies that if that's true, then the manager's skills must be quite good. Jung-hoon smiles and agrees, emphasizing that he's tried them all across the country, but the manager's meontang is the best. The protagonist looks at the sky and says he hopes to have the chance to try it one day. He mentions that now he needs to cook. They go to a barbecue and place a large pot on it. The protagonist starts mixing the ingredients while Jung-hoon just watches. After tossing everything in, the protagonist snaps his fingers and a fire starts, surprising Jung-hoon. He thinks that for fire to appear without any fuel, it's almost like magic or alchemy. The protagonist keeps cooking while Jung-hoon thinks that if Seungwoo says that dish is also a weapon, then it's closer to magic than just cooking. The recipe for the destruction of the Lake Watcher. First, put a ton of Lake Sky Watchers in a pot with clean water. Second, season with salt, black pepper, and soy sauce. Third, stir well while it boils. Jung-hoon keeps watching and asks if the protagonist is really just cooking. Seungwoo confirms, emphasizing that he said he was going to cook. While stirring, he says that in any case, he needs to focus now. So he asks Jung-hoon to be quiet. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, centering himself as much as he can, because this is a dish that kills gods and makes someone transcend divinity. An aura begins to emanate from his hands. The main techniques are fire and eternal life, as well as death. Those who consume Ragnarok perish forever and are reborn again repeatedly. Through experiencing this process, the original body is destroyed and a new body is obtained, one that transcends even divinity. He thinks that this will only happen if the person who eats it manages to withstand it. The fire grows stronger, and he thinks that even though he can't guarantee it, he will manage to survive after eating. Seungwoo looks at the fish inside and thinks that especially since the main ingredient is the Sky Watchers, which have no beneficial effects, Jung-hoon keeps watching, thinking that this is definitely magic. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake, there was a large two-dimensional intercepting weapon, Formula Zero, a biological weapon created by scientists on the planet Gurnia. Although it was originally created to fight the monsters invading through the portals, as soon as the weak point was opened, it stuck to the scientists. Formula Zero, which had escaped its limits, absorbed everything in its path, growing in mass, and eventually became the first to destroy its own planet. Then, with nothing left to devour, Formula Zero found a rift in a small dimension and left. It arrived on Earth and began its process of growing again. The monster was feeding on fish. Formula Zero thinks there was no new prey there. It would have to slowly start moving to the surface. Suddenly, something falls in front of the monster, which wonders what it was. It decides to grab and eat it. As soon as it eats it, it says that this is something it has never experienced before. It starts chewing it and thinks that the taste is... Seconds later, it starts screaming in pain. Its body begins to feel strange and it thinks its cells are catching fire. It wonders if it was a neurotoxin. However, it realizes that this is a chemical weapon that destroys cells themselves. It keeps feeling more and more pain and thinks that those bastards from Earth did this to it. It wonders how they use a trap like that. Still with determination, Formula Zero says it will resist. It will feel pain, but it will endure until its body adapts. Because if it manages to absorb that completely, it could become an even better weapon. However, the pain it feels keeps growing stronger, and it screams that it's burning badly. Accepting its death, it wonders if this is really how it will die. Its body is almost completely destroyed, and it thinks that now it's understanding that the chemical weapon is actually. It says that it's more appropriate to call it a two-dimensional weapon. Formula Zero is completely destroyed, and the rift begins to close. Only a glow can be seen from the surface. The two look at it, and the protagonist asks if the monster was really destroyed. He emphasizes that there's no way for him to know if it really disappeared. The protagonist sighs and says there's nothing to be done. He says he has no other choice but to go to the rift himself. He approaches the rift and is surprised by what he sees. A lot of green slime was in front of him. He says that this is simply something that can be called a slime. Seungwoo states that it's strong enough to be considered at the level of a demon king. He starts walking around and says that by the way the rest of it is melting, it seems like, for now, the situation is resolved. Suddenly, he feels something strange and thinks that this feeling is. He looks at his hands and wonders if he leveled up again. Seungwoo leveled up from 256 to 257. Destroyed planet Gurnia. The protagonist stares at the slime, saying that this slime was a demon king who had destroyed that planet. He managed to deal with it through cooking and just leveled up. Seungwoo remarks that, apparently, the slime was a much higher level than he expected. He sighs, noting that compared to the slime's strength, its resistance to bizarre food was quite low. The protagonist thinks the monster was strong enough to turn that planet into a mess. Seungwoo keeps observing the surroundings, saying that if this slime were able to absorb the dish the protagonist made, Earth would be in great danger. Suddenly, Seungwoo notices something on the ground. He crouches and realizes that while the planet had no mana, the soil was quite fertile. He wonders if that's why slimes are so weak against magic. Seungwoo grabs a bit of soil in his hand and sees that it is indeed fertile. He thinks that, if so, this soil would be perfect for agricultural use. The protagonist stands up and says that if he defeated that monster living on unclaimed land, then now he owns that planet. He says he needs to leave proof of his ownership, so he creates a mark. With a snap of his fingers, a magic circle appears on the ground, also forming a gate linking that place to the basement of his house. As he passes through the gate, he wonders if he should do this with Nabi when they are both free. Meanwhile, in the ISAC branch office, Sector A, laughter is heard. Jung-hoon is overjoyed, celebrating and smiling about the monsters being eradicated and the rift being closed. He exclaims that he feels great about it. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. An enthusiastic researcher arrives, asking about the poison that eliminated the slimes and if he could study it. He emphasizes that they should use this poison as a military weapon, calling it the discovery of the century. He gets more and more excited, saying that once he knows the ingredients, he could recreate it if the manager introduces him to the creator. Jung-hoon asks what he means by recreate. The researcher gets confused by the question. Jung-hoon, in a serious tone, says that the ingredients used are sky watchers from the lake, salt, a bit of pepper, and garlic. The researcher gets even more confused. Jung-hoon continues, explaining that to make it work, the researcher needs to stir well while it's in the water. Still puzzled, the researcher asks if that's really all there is to it. Jung-hoon confirms, saying the poison used is just a dish. He adds that the ridiculous dish is called the destruction of the Lake Watcher. The researcher asks the research system if a simple dish could really catch a slime. However, the system reports an error. Shocked, the researcher says he will write "I don't know" in the report. Jung-hoon says that's the best choice he could make. As the researcher leaves the room disappointed, O'Keefe walks in with a smile on his face. He asks the manager if he now understands the protagonist's abilities. Jung-hoon asks if all these skillful people have some common sense. He He questions O'Keefe on how he knew this was related to the returned one. O'Keefe says he is the best investigator there and adds that the manager is easy to read. Jung-hoon, alarmed, asks if O'Keefe is an esper. O'Keefe sighs, denying that he has that ability. The manager admits that, either way, he now understands why O'Keefe said all that about Seungwoo. O'Keefe smiles, saying the manager finally gets it. A bit embarrassed, Jung-hoon agrees and admits that even though he's a man, he still finds the protagonist quite attractive, noting how Seungwoo's forearm looked amazing while fishing. O'Keefe hears this and sighs, saying that when it comes to leadership skills, the gap is as wide as the difference between heaven and earth. The manager dislikes that and asks what he means. Annoyed, he insists that if O'Keefe is comparing leadership skills between him and Seungwoo, he is wrong, as there's still no proof that Seungwoo is better. He points out the difference between problem-solving skills and leadership. O'Keefe clarifies that he wasn't comparing the manager to the protagonist, but to Beck. The manager, a bit deflated, admits that anyone can be a better leader than Beck. O'Keefe says Jung-hoon is among the 3 most trustworthy people he knows. He mentions that the second person is the Secretary General. Jung-hoon looks away and admits that the Secretary General is indeed reliable. O'Keefe emphasizes that he is completely different from the protagonist. He then asks if Seungwoo is still not trustworthy. The manager compares the difference between them to calm and horror movies. O'Keefe disagrees, suggesting it's more like a righteous warrior and a dark hero. The ISAC Secretary General, Ju Hyuk-jin, is a cold individual who uses any means to his advantage. His reflexes are so astonishing that they leave everyone speechless. His unfailing decision-making skill, especially in a game of chess. These are the 3 phrases used to describe this man. Jung-hoon ponders that if the Secretary General and Seungwoo ever meet, things might turn ugly, admitting he doesn't feel confident standing between them. The manager approaches O'Keefe and tells him to pay attention. He grants O'Keefe special authorization as the branch manager. O'Keefe, confused, asks what this authorization entails. The manager explains that from that moment on, O'Keefe must not share any more information about Seungwoo, emphasizing that he shouldn't report or mention anything about him. O'Keefe becomes puzzled and starts shouting, asking what kind of authorization that is, questioning if Jung-hoon really wants him to keep all the information until death. Jung-hoon covers his ears, stating that if he finds out, the Secretary General will too. He adds that ignorance is a blessing sometimes. The manager instructs O'Keefe to remember that and requests today's report. O'Keefe gets frustrated and starts saying he went by the shop today. Jung-hoon panics and covers his ears, thinking he told him not to mention the returned one. O'Keefe continues, saying he sensed an unusual object coming from the basement. He emphasizes that he's reporting it because it might be. However, the manager, ears still covered, says he's not listening. Jung-hoon begins singing to block out O'Keefe's words, which only makes O'Keefe angrier. He storms out, slamming the door, wondering if the manager is Beck and questioning why both are so childish. He stops and starts to wonder what could be in the protagonist's basement, as he couldn't quite sense it properly, but it seemed like a boss-level threat. In the protagonist's basement, given by the former colleague Renato, the pudding slime was being raised, a precious being that makes sweet pudding in exchange for leftovers. Besides the pudding slime, another slime was there. That little green thing was what remained of the great bidimensional weapon, Formula Zero. Formula Zero, huddled in a corner, was scared, thinking it was fortunate to have made it there. Yet, it questioned what it should do next. Although its entire body had oxidized after consuming the destruction of the Lake Watcher, it survived by separating a bit of its core and adjusting to its new form. It managed to reach the basement through the portal Seungwoo had opened in the other world. Upon arriving, it looked at the pudding slime, thinking there was something familiar about it. Zero approached the pudding slime, thinking that if it absorbed it, it would return to normal. Once it finished absorbing the pudding slime, it stood still, waiting for something to happen, but only changed color. Annoyed, it wondered why it hadn't grown larger. Zero started trembling, questioning if that cursed pudding slime had any useful ability it could copy. It strained so hard that suddenly, something emerged from it. Exhausted, it looked at the object, wondering if it was merely a simple division. It considered that it must be an extraordinary ability, since it consumed an absurd amount of energy. Suddenly, the protagonist began descending the stairs, commenting that the pudding was something he ate. Zero became terrified, trembling and sweating. Seungwoo approached it, giving it a strange look. The protagonist asked if Zero had crossed the portal he created even in that form, acknowledging Zero's impressive skill. However, the protagonist grew irritated, saying it seemed Zero had eaten his pudding slime. Seungwoo noted that Zero hadn't grown after doing so, which meant it lost the multiplicative ability it had. Zero felt like crying, thinking this couldn't be happening. Seungwoo looked at it and mentioned that on top of everything, Zero couldn't speak anymore, having also lost its vocal cords. The protagonist opens his inventory and says that he usually tries to remain as calm as possible. However, now he was angry about the loss of the pudding slime. He pulls out a sword and aims it at Zero, saying he no longer feels any sympathy, emphasizing that he will kill it with a single strike. Zero is shocked, covering its eyes, crying, and pleading in its thoughts for the protagonist to spare it. Noticing the blow was taking a while, Zero decides to peek. The protagonist is standing in front of it, sniffing the air. Seungwoo asks what that smell is. Looking around, he sees a green pudding behind Zero. The protagonist approaches and picks up the pudding. Zero stands there, still confused and terrified. Seungwoo holds the pudding in his hand and asks if the scent is really coming from it. He decides to taste a bit, and as soon as he does, he feels something different. He is amazed, wondering if it's apple or green apple. However, he realizes that the flavor is more complex than that. It's something he has never tasted, not on Earth or in Terra. The protagonist looks at Zero, thinking that maybe it's special because Zero is from another world. He begins to wonder what to do with it, since it's even tastier than the pudding from the old slime. Seungwoo considers that no matter how he looks at it, it lives up to Zero's title as a Demon King slime. From a moral standpoint, the protagonist's duty is to kill it, as he can't let a Demon King live. Zero becomes even more frightened, thinking Seungwoo is debating whether to kill it. The protagonist stands up, saying he's made his choice. Zero remains frozen in fear. Seungwoo sheathes his sword and says he wants to take a good look at Zero's memories. From his inventory, he pulls out a watch and says he will decide after analyzing the memories. Time Ring, a divine level item. It allows you to glimpse your target's memories. Zero is intrigued, wondering if the protagonist will really read its memories. Seungwoo activates the time ring, and energy fills the basement. The protagonist focuses on what he's doing, but Zero feels nothing. Seungwoo lowers the time ring and stares at the slime. Zero trembles even more, wondering why the protagonist is taking so long to decide, growing increasingly scared. A few days later, Beck and O'Keefe are on their way to visit the protagonist's restaurant, talking about various stinky foods like tofu, kusaya, and fermented skate. Beck says that the protagonist's food is like that. It smells, but there's something irresistibly captivating about it. O'Keefe asks if good taste alone isn't enough to enjoy food. They open the door, and Beck remarks that it's not just about the smell, as the texture and aroma are irresistible. As they enter, Beck feels something strange under his foot. He looks down to see what it is, and becomes startled when he sees a slime carrying trays. He asks Seungwoo what that thing on the floor is. The protagonist explains that it's the restaurant's new employee, the air purifier. He asks if the scent isn't much better. Beck bends down to sniff Zero, who is not happy about it. Beck says that now that the protagonist mentioned it, he can sense a floral aroma, like they are on vacation in a warm southern country. Suddenly, Beck realizes what's in front of him and runs to the protagonist, shouting and asking if that slime isn't a monster. Seungwoo gives an awkward smile and admits that the slime can also be called a monster. Baek keeps shouting, saying he doesn't care how Seungwoo refers to it. It's still a slime. He prepares to draw his weapon, thinking that if the slime multiplies, they'll have a serious problem. And as a member of the First Order, he cannot let that happen. Suddenly, Baek pauses and looks at the protagonist, who is smiling at him. Baek realizes that Seungwoo wouldn't stand by if he shot the slime he's raising. Reluctantly, he grumbles and draws his weapon, thinking he needs to say what needs to be said, especially since the god of swords and victory are with him. He decides not to call on the god of cuisine, as it doesn't sound cool. Filled with courage, Baek starts yelling at the protagonist, declaring that as a member of the First Order, he cannot accept this, emphasizing that having a monster in the restaurant is different from having a metamorphic cat. Seungwoo agrees and asks if Baek has any solutions. Baek continues shouting, asking if the protagonist really thinks he has a solution. Seungwoo sighs, asking if he's serious, emphasizing that he waited because he thought they would know. Suddenly, O'Keefe steps forward and says, "It's not that there's no solution." He picks up Zero and says he wants to ask something. O'Keefe starts petting the slime and asks what exactly it is, because if it were a normal slime, its body would be acidic. But this one is harmless and has a pleasant smell. Zero gets annoyed, thinking that this guy handling him doesn't even know who he is and is treating him like a puppy. Seungwoo explains that he removed all the harmful substances from the slime's body overnight. O'Keefe acknowledges this, noting that if that's the case, it would also be the solution. Without danger, there are no problems. He says he will report one of the protagonist's skills as that of a tamer. The protagonist is confused. They explain that this is the skill for taming and dealing with monsters. O'Keefe adds that it wouldn't be strange, since Seungwoo also raises a metamorphic cat. He asks the protagonist what name he gave the slime. Seungwoo replies that it's Youngshik. The slime is not pleased with the name. O'Keefe starts taking notes and says that since Youngshik is a slime, it qualifies as a combat monster. He mentions that the protagonist could receive a benefit if he registers Youngshik as a combat monster. However, doing so would make him eligible for recruitment if a portal were open. Seungwoo sighs, saying he really doesn't want to be summoned for anything. O'Keefe says that if that's the case, they can forget the documentation and classify the slime as F rank. Both the protagonist and Baek are shocked. Seungwoo asks if O'Keefe can really do that. He assures it's fine, adding that the branch manager left all matters related to the protagonist to him. The protagonist gives a slight smile, thinking that O'Keefe probably figured everything out about Youngshik at a glance. But he doesn't want to know anything more. Zero is irritated, wondering what kind of name Youngshik is. Now he's Youngshik, level 30, former Demon King slime. O'Keefe smiles and says everything is resolved. He will report the slime as F class, and says that this way there won't be any issues running the restaurant. The protagonist is happy and thanks him for the help. Baek is still holding his weapon, not understanding anything that's going on. He looks dumbfounded, thinking the two might be up to something. He wonders what he should do. While he stands there clueless, the protagonist offers O'Keefe a pudding, which he accepts as if nothing were happening. Nabi comes over and tells Baek his coffee is ready. With no other choice, he sits down to drink his coffee, thinking that he already tried to stop them once. So that's enough. Baek grabs the hunter's menu to see what he'll eat today. The special of the day is lamb steak. Baek is surprised and, delighted, shouts that he wants 3 servings of lamb steak. Nabi acknowledges, saying he has quite the appetite. Baek starts boasting, saying he's someone who returned after living in Terra for half a year. Therefore, he should say that bizarre foods are no longer a challenge, but part of his daily routine. Nabi is thrilled, saying Baek is kind and magnificent, adding that he'll get a bonus. Baek, feeling proud, accepts it happily, noting that the cat is pretty clever. Once the food is ready, Youngshik starts carrying it to the table, thinking he can't believe Baek came there willingly to eat something that doesn't even taste good. He thinks everyone in that world is strange. As he serves the food, Baek is thrilled, seeing everything laid out before him. Without hesitation, he grabs a piece and starts eating. He devours piece after piece, saying this is exactly what he wanted, as the flavor becomes more intense with each bite. He remarks that compared to the food from Terra, the protagonist's cooking is far superior. Young-sik watches Baek eat and wonders how he's managing to eat that, thinking he almost died just tasting a bite. Suddenly, the door opens and several people enter, smiling and greeting the protagonist. Seungwoo and Nabi are delighted by the influx of customers and invite them in. The place fills up quickly, and people start placing their orders. Young-sik begins running around to serve everyone, thinking that these people just keep ordering non-stop. He's frustrated, wondering why these damn people don't just eat their food at home instead of at restaurants. Carrying food non-stop, he's on the verge of tears, thinking that if he ever regains his body, there will be chaos. However, Seungwoo has sealed all his abilities, and it's said that Young-sik never managed to recover his body again. The next day, two people were happily toasting. They remarked that perhaps it was because they were in a good mood, but that alcohol tasted great. Jung-hoon was sitting at the table at the fishing spot with the old man. He commented that the old man had been through a lot. However, the old man said it was nothing major. He looked at the lake and noted that everything seemed to be returning to how it was before, as the lake was now clean and full of life again. Jung-hoon watched the old man as he marveled at the beauty of the place. He told the old man that he would receive compensation from the Portal Disaster Restoration Fund. This left the old man a bit surprised. Jung-hoon went on to explain that it was meant to support environmental development and compensate for the suspension of operations. He mentioned that it wouldn't be a large amount of money, but it would help a little. Still surprised, the old man asked if he was serious. Jung-hoon clarified that he wasn't doing it because of their personal connection, but because the old man had the right to receive that money. Jung-hoon admitted that everything that happened was their fault for not providing support when the old man needed it. Hearing these words, the old man's eyes filled with tears, and he couldn't hold back his sobs. Trembling, he thanked the branch manager, saying those times had been difficult. Jung-hoon tried to comfort him, saying it was all okay now and that he could understand the pain the old man had endured, but everything would be fine from now on. Sometime later, at the Korean branch of ISAC, Ji-hyun was delivering a report to Jung-hoon. He gets irritated, asking if an official dispatch order was really issued. Ji-hyun sighs, confirms it's real, and asks him to take a look, showing him the document. Jung-hoon grabs the document and becomes indignant, realizing that an official dispatch for the mobile armored team is indeed true. He says he couldn't believe it, as he never imagined they would agree to this. Ji-hyun explains that almost everyone came back nearly dead after attempting the bizarre food challenge. She emphasizes that the hunters pushed themselves so far in the challenge that they're now on medical leave. In fact, she also had to take that leave. Ji-hyun further explains that because of this, they were short on staff, and in a fit of frustration, she sent out a request for help. Ji-hyun wonders if they were really sending that help. She smiles, saying it's a good thing because they were finally getting some support. Ji-hyun begins to wonder if she might finally get to take a vacation and starts thinking about where she'd go. Jung-hoon slams his hand on the desk, saying, "It's not that simple," stressing that the Secretary General isn't like that. He says the words the Secretary General hates the most are loss, followed by inefficiency. Jung-hoon becomes uneasy and explains that, for a man like him, sending someone must mean there's clearly some issue. He asks Ji-hyun if she knows which mobile armored team was coming. She replies that it's the Metal Heroes from ISAC headquarters, known as Absolute Victory. Jung-hoon is shocked, shouting that they are the best of the best, questioning why such a powerful unit was being sent. He starts to panic, imagining that they might have discovered something about the Proto, as Seungwoo is a returnee who could become an unprecedented disaster. He is someone with powers infinitely superior to the entire First Order. Jung-hoon thinks that if they were sent to try to subdue the Proto, the mobilization of the Metal Heroes would make sense. He leans against the desk, saying they're naive. Ji-hyun, a bit concerned, asks the manager if everything is all right. He lifts his head and says that if their superiors are doing what he thinks they are, they need to stop them immediately. He emphasizes that no matter how strong the armored forces are, they would never be able to get close to stopping an existence like Seungwoo. Ji-hyun is still lost in the conversation. Jung-hoon, still anxious, begins to wonder if he should speak with his superiors, as he can't think of anything better to do. He questions whether the Secretary General knows something he doesn't yet. Suddenly, he dismisses that idea, saying it's probably not that, because it couldn't possibly be that. However, a doubt still lingers in his mind, and he wonders if they might have planted a spy in the restaurant. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, someone was sneezing. Taeji was shivering and feeling a bit unwell, saying he never manages to get used to the morning weather. He was about to eat the menu of the day, which consisted of Western-style pork chops and mushroom soup. He cuts a generous piece of that wonderful meat and brings it to his mouth. As soon as he eats it, he feels very happy. The prota starts clapping along with Nabi and Yunha, saying that Taeji had a good appetite, emphasizing that it's expected from an athlete. Taeji feels a bit embarrassed, admitting the prota was right. He asks if he could have seconds. Seungwoo agrees, saying that this time he would make plenty. Taeji thanks the prota for that while Youngshik clears the plate from the table. Taeji looks at the slime and is startled, wondering why there's a slime in the restaurant. However, he calms down upon seeing that the slime was helping the prota and thinks it's even a bit amusing, as there was something refreshing emanating from the slime's body. Taeji watches Eunha playing with Nabi and thinks that no matter how strange it may be, a slime is still a slime. Annoyed, he starts thinking that he can't allow anyone or anything to put a single scratch on Eunha. He glares at Youngshik angrily. The slime is utterly confused, wondering what's wrong with that human. Youngshik thinks he's working hard because the prota said he would protect him. With that, he learned human knowledge and how to take care of the shop. However, he still can't understand why Taeji was looking at him like that. Youngshik starts staring back at Taeji, wondering what he might have done wrong. Suddenly, the prota picks him up and starts scolding him, asking why he was staring at the customers like that. As the prota stretches the slime, Youngshik thinks he did nothing wrong since it was Taeji who started it. Seungwoo asks Taeji if he was uncomfortable with the slime and explains that this little guy is harmless. Taeji sighs and says that instinctively he was getting into a defensive stance. The prota comments that this could be a problem, as everyone becomes defensive when they see the slime. However, Seungwoo begins to bounce the slime on the ground, saying it's so bouncy it could even be used as a basketball. Poor Youngshik was nearly in tears over that. Taeji, concerned, asks the prota not to do that in front of Yunha, as she might copy him. Seungwoo picks Youngshik up again and says, "Everything's fine." The slime watches, nearly crying, thinking that the one who's really not fine is him. Taeji sighs and suggests that it might be better to keep the slime away for a while. The prota looks confused and asks why. Taeji explains that the mobile armored team was on their way there. Jung-hoon is a bit puzzled and asks if that's not the mechanized infantry team from the capital. Taeji says he'll explain and asks if the prota prefers the long or short explanation. Seungwoo says he has plenty of time, so he'd like the long one. Taeji agrees and says, in that case, he'll start from the beginning. Hunters. Awakened ones. Humans with abilities. Hunters who kill monsters from rifts and portals. They are the shields that protect the human race. But there are few of them. So, ordinary people began to question whether they couldn't fight just because they weren't awakened, and if they should just keep being protected. They started getting frustrated because they wanted to fight too. They needed weapons that could pierce the hearts of monsters and armor to protect their bodies. Cyberdyne, the global leader in scientific development, responded to humanity's request, and as a result, a single-use war weapon was created. War equipment. Seungwoo asks if it was a robot, like a human piloting it to fight. Taeji confirms, explaining that initially, this robot was designated as an unmanned aerial vehicle. However, it was changed to a manned vehicle due to communication issues in areas with high levels of electromagnetic waves. The prota is shocked by this, saying it's a really cool thing to have. Suddenly, Seungwoo gets serious and says that while the story is interesting, he still doesn't understand what the people coming here have to do with it. Taiji sighs and points out that the war equipment has limitations. The Prota gets it and says that if a slime got into the machine, everyone would be doomed. Taiji agrees, saying many people were caught off guard like that, which is why the mobile armored team has an extreme hatred for slimes. Seungwoo looks at Youngshik and thinks that really makes sense. Later that day, at the ISAC building, some people were arriving. They stop in front, and two of them salute. The woman introduces herself, saying she's from the 6th Mobile Armor Team. She says she's the team leader, and her name is Woo Haena. Jung-hoon says it's a pleasure to meet her, and introduces himself as Jung-hoon, the branch manager. An army of robots stood behind her. While the two were staring at each other, Beck starts making a strange face. O'Keefe notices this. Suddenly, Beck approaches them and says he likes strong women. Both Haena and Jung-hoon are shocked by this. Beck looks at her and says, "It's a shame that someone so amazing is a soldier and married." He starts laughing, thinking that the First Order has a higher ranking, which would surely discourage her. She smiles and slaps him on the head, saying, "One," and telling him to leave, emphasizing that it wouldn't be good for him if she reached 3, calling him a superstar boy. He feels embarrassed by this, while the two behind him laugh. After that, inside the building, Jung-hoon says he's very happy that Haena is there. He mentions that he's already prepared a comfortable accommodation for her so she can feel at home. She thanks him for his kindness and asks if there's anything else that needs to be done. He replies, "No," emphasizing that she has all the free time she wants, and suggests she take a walk around the city. Haena is pleased by this and says there's actually a place she wants to visit. Jung-hoon feels a bit worried and asks what place that is. She says she heard there's a nearby restaurant that serves dishes made from monster parts. All three of them are completely shocked by this. Jung-hoon thinks to himself that he never mentioned this. Beck also wonders when he had ever said anything about it. O'Keefe is confused, as he also hadn't mentioned the restaurant. Haena says she's always wanted to try a dish made from monsters, at least once in her life. She adds that she's also heard that the taste is terribly bad. O'Keefe tries to dissuade her by saying that's exactly why he doesn't recommend the restaurant. The food tastes horrible. Haena smiles and says she enjoys bizarre foods and has even tried kusaya and surstrumming. O'Keefe is speechless, admitting that's quite impressive. However, he insists that between smelly food and monster food, there's a big difference. Suddenly, Haena starts laughing in a strange way, saying that if the restaurant serves slime, she would love to try it. This scares O'Keefe even more. He thinks to himself that this is really serious. He has to stop Haena somehow, no matter what. But then, Jung-hoon starts chatting with Haena and mentions that the Prota has already dealt with a slime before. This almost gives O'Keefe a heart attack. Haena, pleased, salutes, and says she's heading to the restaurant right away. O'Keefe, worried, calls Jung-hoon and says there's a slime in Seungwoo's restaurant. The manager replies that he already knew and asks if Seungwoo isn't raising the slime to consume it, questioning why O'Keefe didn't report it, since it could be a good thing. O'Keefe awkwardly explains that Seungwoo has a mutant slime that he's using as an employee. This leaves Jung-hoon completely speechless. Suddenly, he starts shouting that O'Keefe should have reported that. O'Keefe gets irritated, reminding him that the manager himself had asked him not to report anything related to the returnee. Jung-hoon, still angry, insists that even so, O'Keefe should have known to report something that important. O'Keefe, confused, asks if the manager wants him to report things or not. While the two are arguing, Beck couldn't care less, just watching them. He raises his arms, saying that a lack of communication is truly a sad thing, emphasizing that's why he always says they should talk more. The two turn to him, irritated, telling him to shut up. After a while, Haena arrives at the restaurant. As she opens the door, Taiji and the Prota are startled. Seungwoo looks at her, thinking he was expecting this. Nabi approaches her and welcomes her. Hana is surprised by the cute cat talking to her. The Proto watches the whole situation and thinks that Nabi is doing well. However, Youngshik isn't doing as well. The slime had taken on the form of a boy, thinking that this was really hard. Slimes can change their appearance if they gather their strength and concentrate. Youngshik thinks that he changed forms as the Proto had asked, but he's reaching his limit, thinking he won't be able to hold it for much longer. Hana sits down and picks up the menu, but then she notices something and turns around, saying she just heard a splashing sound. Nabi almost dies of fright at this. He tries to distract her, saying that the slime dishes she's looking for are only served as desserts. He explains that she can order ice cream, pudding, and resalva. Hana, confused, asks if resalva tastes good. Nabi says it's delicious, but it's very high in calories and could make someone gain weight. Meanwhile, Youngshik reverts to his normal form. He sighs, thinking he almost got caught. Youngshik, annoyed, wonders why the more he thinks about it, the stranger it gets. He doesn't understand why he has to hide from the customer. The slime begins to question why the Proto didn't put him in the basement and why he has to hide while working. Youngshik transforms again, thinking he can only hold that form for 20 seconds. So, he decides to do it quickly and then hide again. He rushes out with Hana's order while she's busy eating. He returns to his normal form and takes a deep breath. Shortly after, Youngshik transforms back into a child and starts cleaning the counter, thinking that this is really hard to do. As soon as Hana finishes eating, she notices something odd. She spots Youngshik's hand and calls out to him. Annoyed, she asks if he isn't actually a slime. Youngshik starts trembling, not knowing what to do. Nabi and Taiji are also frightened by the situation. Hana declares that he's clearly a slime and pulls out a knife. Nabi jumps in front of Youngshik, and Hana gets ready to attack them. She stares at him and begins to recall her battles. On a battlefield, she and her entire team were fighting fiercely, but they were struggling to handle the situation. Seeing her team frozen in place, she asks if everyone is okay. They respond affirmatively. Suddenly, she receives a message through her communicator from a teammate named Bishop, who starts screaming that a slime was entering the cockpit. He begins crying, begging for help as the slime was melting him away. Hina shouts that she understands and orders the others to speed up the disassembly because they had to find him and pull off the gloves. Battle equipment is assembled before the mission and disassembled afterward. A passenger cannot leave the battle gear on their own. Suddenly, Hana starts hearing screams through the communicator and can't hold back her tears as she listens to the desperate cries of pain from her team members. The pilot of battle equipment, a civilian, has no way to resist the slime that infiltrated the machine, which is why, for the vast majority, there's no option but death. After remembering all this, she starts trembling inside the restaurant, determined to kill that slime. She begins attacking it with the knife. Suddenly, she hears a cold voice addressing her as "Dear customer." Cleaning up and with a serious expression, the Proto tells her that the knife is there for cutting the donkatsu and, looking straight at her, emphasizes that it's not to be used as a weapon. Hana halts her attack and stares at the Proto. He sighs, irritated, thinking that he already knew her story because he had heard everything from Taiji, so he understood why she was acting this way. Hana glares at the Proto, frustrated with the entire situation. However, Seungwoo looks at the slime and says that it has a freebubliskeep as a story of its own as well. Youngshik wasn't always a slime from the beginning. After the rift opened, monsters attacking civilians became a common occurrence. There was a slime that attacked a child. Immediately it celebrated, but this slime was unique. It could absorb some fragments of knowledge and characteristics from its victims by consuming them. Scientists from Gurnia began capturing slimes after discovering this, and they started conducting various experiments to create weapons to destroy the rifts. The problem began when the slimes developed self-awareness. The first self-aware slime became the first sacrifice. The slime experienced endless pain during the experiments, but it couldn't feel hatred or resentment. Those emotions could only be felt if they were taught. All they knew was devour. That's why Youngshik devoured everything he saw in front of him. The Prota thinks that after seeing those memories, he couldn't consider Youngshik an aggressor because he's still just a child in need of an adult. The Prota starts walking toward them, thinking that Youngshik didn't need adults like those scientists who told him to devour everything, but rather an adult who would teach him what is right and wrong. He stops beside Hana and asks her what she was doing with his child. She looks confused, asking which child he's talking about, wondering if he means that slime. Seungwoo glances at the slime, who looks a bit embarrassed, and says that the slime is a tamed monster that's already been registered. He asks if she has a problem with that. Hana grows even more frustrated, thinking that she can't fight here. Even though she disagrees, she puts the knife back on the table, acknowledging that while she's very skilled and confident with a knife, she has no chance against an awaken. She sits down in anger, glaring at the slime, wondering how she could kill it. But soon, she changes her mind because, after analyzing Seungwoo more closely, she realizes that he doesn't have a single weak point and can't believe that's possible. Hana points at the slime and asks the Prota if he understands what it means for a member of the armored team to see a slime. With a smile on his face, Seungwoo asks her if she knows what it means to attack a tamed monster in front of a monster tamer. Hana says she's willing to compensate him if he'll allow her to kill the slime. The Prota laughs and asks if he's really hearing this, questioning if she thinks she can kill the slime and he'll just let it slide. He says that, as a joke, that one was pretty tasteless. Calmly and politely, he tells her that he's willing to overlook her slip-up twice, but there won't be a third time. She stands up and asks what he would do if there were a third time. Seungwoo, growing impatient, says that if she's curious, she should just try it one more time. Hana becomes even more irritated. Taeji watches, terrified of what might happen next. Hana declares that she's the leader of the mobile armored team, emphasizing that if she decides to get on his bad side over something this trivial, it would be hard for him to keep his restaurant running. The Prota responds that if she ends up on his bad side over this, things might not turn out well for her. Seungwoo notices something is off and looks at the other customers, who are completely terrified by what's happening. He asks them to stop fighting. Nabi was ready to strike her at any moment. Hana glances at Taeji, who signals for her to stop immediately. He wonders if this woman has lost her mind trying something like this with the Prota. With her hand on her forehead, she realizes she let her anger get the best of her. She looks at the knife and thinks she never imagined she'd draw a knife in front of civilians, and even more so against a tamed monster, even if it was a slime. She sighs and bows, apologizing to the Prota, admitting that she had been rude up to that point. He asks if she's going to apologize with just words. Hana says she will pay for everyone's meals. The Prota responds that if that's the case, then he'll let it slide. However, the Prota begins to laugh and says he'd only forgive her if she paid for the additional orders too. Hana sighs and agrees. Taeji, still observing, feels relieved, thinking it could have been much worse. Lost in thought, he wonders if Hana had received separate orders regarding the returnee. He questions whether it's because she was worried about the operation until now, and if it weren't for his bodyguard duty, he might have warned her. Hana remains seated until she notices the slime walking beside her. Informed of the situation, she lowers her head. At the end of the day, Nabi is exhausted, saying it was very tiring. He lies down and asks the Prota if it wouldn't have been better to hide Youngshik, knowing how much Hana hates slimes. Seungwoo sits up and says Youngshik isn't entirely innocent, but he hadn't done anything wrong, so there was no reason to hide him. He emphasizes that it's his restaurant, and if the darling doesn't like it, she simply shouldn't come. Still confused, Nabi asks why the Prota made Youngshik transform into a human to hide while working. Seungwoo says it was just training. The cat asks what kind of training that was. The Prota explains that the slime could only transform for 10 seconds, but today, he managed to hold it for over a minute. Seungwoo says that danger is an excellent driving force. Nabi stretches and remarks that if that was truly the reason, the Prota is a Spartan. He quickly drifts off to sleep while Seungwoo watches him, thinking Nabi must have been really tired since he was anxious all day. The Prota starts feeling sleepy too and wonders if he should lie down a bit. Suddenly, the door begins to open. Youngshik stands there, embarrassed, thinking about how the Prota said, "my children," earlier. He's all happy about it and starts entering the room. Quickly, he goes to the sofa where Seungwoo is lying and tries to climb up. Once he manages, he snuggles against the Prota's leg, looking content. Seungwoo notices this and smiles at the situation, and so the three of them fall asleep peacefully. The next morning, the Prota wakes up and suddenly feels a sharp pain in his back. He gets up and wonders why his back is hurting so much. As he looks down, he sees that Nabi and Youngshik are clinging to him. Seungwoo picks up Nabi, saying it's long past time to get a new bed. Even with the back pain, he feels happy because the slime has started to open up more to him. After getting up, he says, "Today's dish is Western-style pork cutlet, so there isn't much to prepare. And since most hunters are busy, today should be pretty relaxed." The Prota heads to the kitchen, thinking that with Nabi and Youngshik still asleep, he needs to prepare breakfast. As soon as he opens the rice pot, he realizes it's empty. Checking the pantry, he also finds no soup. He glances at the ribs, lamenting that he's tired of eating the same thing. This is happening due to a supply order error. For days, all they've been receiving are pork ribs. Seungwoo pauses and starts pondering what he could make with pork ribs for breakfast that would be simple and not annoy him. After thinking for a bit, he comes up with a great idea to make pork cutlet sandwiches. Sandwiches, a food known around the world. There are countless types with various flavors and preparation methods. You can change the seasoning, add ingredients, grill the bread, or simply eat it as is. It's the definition of freedom in gastronomy. While grabbing the bread, the Prota recalls the first time he made a sandwich for Theo. This was over 10 years ago in Terra. While sitting by a campfire, Theo, the elf archer of the group, was holding a sandwich and questioned where that food came from. The Prota was puzzled by the question. Theo explains that every dish has a story, impressed by how good the sandwich was. He says that such a wonderful dish must have a memorable story behind it. Seungwoo, still not understanding what he meant, says it's nothing special. He just put some things between the bread. Theo raises the sandwich and says that's exactly what he means. Because that sense of freedom, this dish exudes freedom. It's bound to nothing and no one. He gets excited and asks the Prota if that dish was created by some warrior of freedom. The Prota says that, from what he heard, it was created by someone called the Earl of Sandwich. Theo throws the sandwich on the ground, irritated, and says it was made by some filthy bourgeois. Seungwoo explains that this count was actually a very diligent public servant. He was extremely busy, so he invented the sandwich to eat with just one hand. The Prota insists that you can't call him a bourgeois. Still annoyed, the elf says that a dish was invented just for work. He emphasizes that he's going to pretend he didn't hear that. Theo begins to pick up the sandwich from the floor while the Prota asks why he would pretend he didn't hear the story. He raises the sandwich, shouting that from now on, this dish will be called Theodore. He says it's a free dish, so it's only fitting that it carries the elf's name. Seungwoo is incredulous at what he's hearing. Theo starts blowing on the dirty sandwich, and the Prota asks if he knows what copyrights are. Theo asks what this so-called copyright is. The Prota sits down, sighing, saying that he really doesn't know, and that's the problem with a fantasy world. Frustrated, he tells Theo to do whatever he wants. The elf begins to eat the sandwich, now called Theodore. Surprisingly, it didn't take long after Theo started calling the sandwich Theodore for it to spread throughout Terra. With that, Theo became the god of rebellion and revolution, and several Theodores were thrown as offerings to the god of Terra. The Prota places the bread on the table, sighs, and says, Theo is truly an amazing person. He starts to hurry, as Nabi and Youngshik would wake up soon. Seungwoo wonders if he should make a hot sandwich. Hot sandwiches are made using ingredients that need to be grilled or fried with heat, while cold ones are made with fresh ingredients that don't require preparation. He decides on the hot one and begins frying the pork rib. Then, he places some cabbage on the bread, the cutlet with sauce on top, and it's done. He starts looking for something he had left in the pantry until he finally finds an item called miaobrian, a seasoning made by Aeluros once a year for heroes. Heroes from other worlds generally don't like the foods of Terra, and this is the forbidden gourmet made for those heroes. It's made using a recipe passed down through generations until it reached Aeluros. Even though it's a dish from Terra, it's delicious. You can even eat it raw, and it gets better with time. He takes some of the seasoning, saying it's so precious that not even he knows how to make it. The prota says it's even more special since it was sent by Nabi's grandfather. He starts adding a bit of it to the sandwich. He remarks that miaobrian, even at just 2 years old, surpasses one that's 33 years old. Seungwoo thinks the only problem is that this seasoning is quite fattening. It's high in calories, though it's delicious. This miaobrian is a hypercaloric seasoning, yet he continues adding it to the sandwiches, thinking he's still under the effects of the pancetta he ate last time. As soon as he finishes spreading the sauce, the dish is complete. The wonderful aroma coming from the food starts to drift into the room, and the prota hears a meow. Nabi and Youngshik are coming over, drooling, saying that it smells delicious. Seungwoo sees this and thinks it must be really good. A little later that morning, Beck and O'Keefe are arriving at the restaurant. As soon as they approach, they also start to smell the wonderful aroma. Both are surprised by the smell and rush into the restaurant, shouting and asking what food smells so good. The prota is holding Youngshik and Nabi, unsure of what to say. Beck shouts that he doesn't care what the dish is, he just wants one. O'Keefe also says he wants one. Seungwoo looks at them and decides to make the sandwiches. As soon as he finishes preparing them, he serves the two. As they eat, they don't seem that happy. Beck says it tastes good, but O'Keefe agrees, saying it tastes good, but it doesn't compare to the smell. The prota pretends not to notice, thinking it's because he didn't use the miaobrian, so it's just an ordinary sandwich. He thinks he couldn't serve the same dish that made Nabi and Youngshik faint from how good it was. Therefore, next time, he'll have to be more restrained with the amount. Beck starts laughing in front of the prota, leaving him confused. He asks Beck what that look is, and if he has something to say. Beck begins to tell the prota that something very interesting happened at the association yesterday, at the ISAC branch in Korea. Jung-hoon was taking several pills at once. Ji-hyun sees this and asks if he's okay. The manager slams the table, trembling, shouting that his stomach hurt so much it felt like he was going to die. He says he never thought another lunatic would show up there besides Kang Hyuk. He continues yelling angrily, asking if they had no common sense, because it doesn't matter how much a pilot hates slimes. How could they dare draw a knife in a returnee's shop? Ji-hyun is at a loss for words. She says that even though this happened, she is the leader of the president's direct team, so there must be some reason behind her visit there. Jung-hoon replies that of course, there's a reason, which leaves her slightly surprised. He explains that it's a test from the president himself. Ji-hyun asks what kind of test that is. He explains that the president has eyes all over the world and probably knew there was a slime in that shop. Still confused, Ji-hyun asks what type of test it is. The manager explains that it's a test for team leader Hana, and for him, a reprimand for not reporting information to his superiors, and for Hana, it's probably a promotion test. Ji-hyun argues that the failure to report is quite recent, and there's no way the president could have gathered information about the slime so quickly. He responds that that's exactly why the president is terrifying, emphasizing that Hana is competing for the team leader position with Maxim Vysotsky and caused this incident. Ji-hyun is shocked, saying that if that's the case, her promotion was... The manager simply turns his back and says nothing. She sighs, acknowledging that this is harsh and that she understands why Hana is so furious. Ji-hyun asks if the manager knew the reason. He asks if she is referring to the incident where Haena's husband was attacked by a slime and ended up with his face melted. She says that's the obvious reason. However, Jung-hoon turns around and says that even if she saw her husband suffer that and witness the deaths of 5 members of her team up close, it's no excuse, because being swayed by emotions disqualifies her as a leader. He says that a leader must be able to distinguish between public and private matters, because it's not just 1 or 2 lives in her hands. Ji-hyun acknowledges this and asks what Haena's punishment will be. He says she'll have her salary reduced for a month for not being familiar with the returnee response manual, and in addition, a week of home duties. Ji-hyun understands and says she'll take care of it immediately. She turns to leave while he sits on the sofa, worried. He starts to think that at this rate, even those who are still there will leave. He considers that it's too dangerous because the president is doing something so inefficient. However, he starts to question himself, thinking that the president wouldn't do something inefficient like this. Back at the restaurant, they finish recounting all of this to the Prota. O'Keefe asks Baek if he really thinks it's right to laugh at someone in that state. Baek, still laughing, says yes. Seungwoo, after hearing this story, says it made him think of something regarding Haena's husband. Baek keeps mocking, asking if the Prota is referring to the melted face. But Seungwoo scolds him, telling him not to refer to the man that way. Big stops joking around and asks what Haena's husband has to do with it. The Prota questions why, even with today's advanced medicine, they couldn't heal him. He points out that he's heard that even prosthetic limbs are widely available now. Wound regeneration has also advanced. O'Keefe says that the man is either very lucky or very unlucky. Seungwoo asks why he would be considered lucky. O'Keefe explains that normally, pilots of war tools don't survive a slime attack, but that man survived. The Prota asks if he had awakened. O'Keefe confirms and explains that the ability the man gained was regeneration. He says it's so powerful that his limbs can regenerate even if they're severed. The Prota acknowledges this and remarks that the man is indeed unlucky. O'Keefe continues explaining that the regeneration point for those with regenerative abilities is set at the moment they awaken their powers. Once that point is established, it tends to maintain that state continuously. Seungwoo sighs and asks if the man's regeneration point was set after his face melted. O'Keefe confirms and says that surgeries or mechanical implants are useless. The Prota can't accept this and says he needs to visit this man, leaving the two completely shocked by this decision. O'Keefe asks if Seungwoo is implying that the man could be treated. The Prota says that if the man wants it, it's not impossible. Baek, confused, asks why the Prota wants to help someone he's never met. He becomes irritated, asking what's so special about someone who caused such a mess in someone else's house. O'Keefe tries to stop Baek from saying such things, but it's no use. Baek shouts, saying that the man acted all high and mighty, treating others like amateurs, emphasizing that he got what he deserved and that, if it were up to him, he wouldn't help. O'Keefe punches him on the head, telling him to grow up. Baek, irritated, curses at O'Keefe, asking why he hit him. The two start brawling in front of the Prota. Suddenly, Seungwoo says he understands. He explains that he supports revenge and, for that reason, he understands how Haena felt. That's why he wants to help. O'Keefe is surprised and says, revenge doesn't suit the Prota. Seungwoo explains that many people say revenge is pointless and brings nothing, but that's not entirely true. He asks the two to put themselves in her shoes. The Prota begins to explain, saying that if a butterfly were attacked by a slime and ended up in a miserable state, he probably wouldn't forgive the slime either. Seungwoo starts laughing, adding that, on top of all that, they are warriors who protected their homeland while he was away, so he owes them a favor. The two are shocked by this. O'Keefe asks if the Prota is thinking of something sinister. Baek, frightened, says he's seen that expression quite often. The Prota continues smiling and says he's not planning anything bad. He just wants to take care of that man. However, both of them are terrified by this. He turns around and says he's going to prepare a dish called New Beginning. The first ingredient is the fruit of the Cusco tree. Although it has a very bitter taste, It has a mind-clearing effect. In Terra, it's used as a stimulant instead of coffee. The next ingredient is the electric carrot, known for its incredibly sour taste, as if electricity is coursing through it. Actual electricity, in fact. The electric carrot grows when struck by lightning. So, a fully developed electric carrot carries a strong electric charge. He starts chopping the carrot, explaining that if it's eaten raw, it's strong enough to knock out even a powerful monster instantly. The preparation method for the new beginning involves grinding these two ingredients and boiling them. Beck, alarmed by all this, asks what the prota is doing and what he's thinking. Seungwoo asks if he's ever eaten it before. Scared, Beck thinks to himself that, of course, he has eaten it since he lived for half a year in Terra. In his thoughts, he considers that if Haina's husband eats this, it might really heal him, but while the prota prepares, Beck remarks that it's certainly effective, but the taste is terrifying. Potion, a word everyone has heard at least once, an item that restores health. However, during tough adventures, those fragile bottles tend to break. If someone gets poisoned while disarming a trap, or cursed while fighting the Demon King's army, in such unexpected situations, if they don't have a potion, it's game over. The warrior is done for. Sturdy vials are expensive, and novice heroes can't use their inventories. Beak grumbles, saying that healers who can use magic are so arrogant. O'Keefe says the worst thing is not having a way to recover. Beak shouts that it's truly the worst. It's awful. Terra is garbage. O'Keefe looks at him and says that since he's still alive, it seems he found some solution. Looking at the dish the prota is preparing, Beck, irritated, admits that unfortunately he did. He says that's the answer. The new beginning? It's a natural remedy discovered by the pilgrims of Terra. With ingredients easily obtained from farms and a simple preparation method, it provides amazing effects, such as slight health recovery and removal of various debuffs. Thanks to its convenience and great effectiveness, the people of Terra are saved. Beck shouts that it's not as perfect as the story suggests because, like everything in Terra, it tastes absolutely horrible, and, moreover, it makes people fly. O'Keefe is confused by this last part. Beck continues, explaining that it literally makes people fly. Whether it's a buff or a debuff, whoever eats it gets launched away. He says that even though it's just a dish, it has physical power and launches the person into the sky due to its status effects. Beck says that when he ate it unknowingly, he thought he was going to die. O'Keefe asks why he didn't die. Beck asks if he actually wanted him to die. O'Keefe apologizes, saying his feelings got the best of him. He remarks that if it's really all that, this dish can remove harmful effects while also granting certain benefits. He muses that this is just what one would expect in a fantasy world. Seungwoo explains that regenerative abilities are a type of passive skill, so they will only stop working temporarily. O'Keefe says that if they perform surgery or use healing magic during that period, it's literally a new beginning. He says he understands everything now, emphasizing that Chief Haina will be very pleased with this. However, he asks how the prota plans to handle the shock after the man eats that dish. Seungwoo starts laughing and asks why he should even worry about that. The two are confused and ask what he means. The prota asks if she shouldn't be punished for causing trouble in the restaurant. The two are startled, just listening. Seungwoo says that if it weren't for that, he would have given a regular elixir from the beginning. O'Keefe tells the prota that the line between cruelty and kindness can be very thin sometimes. Seungwoo smiles and says he prefers to call it being meticulous. The two let out a small, nervous laugh, thinking it's best not to mess with the prota. Meanwhile, at the ISAC branch, Sector A, in the Suberthneo War Equipment Maintenance Room, someone was inspecting a robot. Suddenly, a voice called out, saying everything was ready. He smiled and confirmed. This man was known as Kyle, head of War Equipment Maintenance. His real name was Gwynam, but he changed it because he didn't like how it sounded. He approached a team member and informed him they had 23 hours until the war equipment demonstration, so they needed to be meticulous with the final touches. The young man hesitated before expressing his condolences for what happened to Kyle's wife. Kyle sighed, saying it was indeed unfortunate her promotion had been delayed. adding that she had a talent for holding grudges. He remarked it had been ages since he'd been attacked by the slime, yet she still acted that way. The young man was at a loss for words. Noticing his unease, Kyle teased him, saying there was no need to be so cautious. It wasn't as if his face had been destroyed yesterday or the day before. The young man smiled, asking how he could not be cautious with his boss. Still, Kyle insisted he loosen up and asked him to check the high-power generator and motion controls. As the young man left, Kyle took a deep breath, concerned, and muttered for Hana to pull herself together, warning that if she didn't, her team members might be at risk. He glanced at his old robot, wishing he could return to active duty and help, but he put on his headphones, deciding to push these thoughts aside and get back to work. Addressing his entire team, he emphasized the importance of the first step, explaining that the demonstration was to prove to Sector A's citizens that the war equipment was safe. Kyle reassured them it would be a success and urged them to avoid any accidents. Tightening screws, he finished his tasks and looked at the robot. While distracted, someone approached. O'Keefe entered unannounced, apologizing and asking if he was Gwynam, Hana's husband. Irritated, Kyle yelled his name wasn't Gwynam, but Kyle. O'Keefe raised his hands in apology, explaining he was there to deliver something. Suddenly, Kyle realized O'Keefe was one of Sector A's most influential figures. He asked if O'Keefe was there because of his wife's situation. O'Keefe began retrieving something from his clothes, clarifying it wasn't directly related but somewhat connected. Kyle was puzzled as O'Keefe handed him a bottle, saying he had business with him. Sometime later, the war equipment demonstration for Sector A took place. The public was impressed and delighted. Kyle sighed in relief, proud of the extra hours he had put into preparation. His face was fully healed. Much had happened to him before. When Kyle had initially received the bottle, he skeptically asked if it would really heal his face. O'Keefe assured him it would, urging him to try since he had nothing to lose. After some thought, Kyle decided to give it a shot. The result? An awful taste. Trembling, he thought it was like drinking wormwood and oil boiled for 100 years. Suddenly, he shot into the air, and that's how he earned the nickname Explosive Fart Gwynam. But he didn't mind. After the surgery, his face was fully restored, and his vision returned. Hana, with tears in her eyes, smiled again. A strange nickname didn't matter in the slightest. A subordinate called him Chief, but he corrected them, insisting he was Explosive Fart Gwynam. The young man asked if he was still upset about the nickname, claiming it was their fault. He then asked if Kyle would consider becoming a hunter again. Kyle questioned why he would. The young man explained Kyle had a Wolverine-like regeneration power, making him incredibly strong, and it was a waste for someone like him to stay in maintenance. Annoyed, Kyle asked why it would be a waste, asking what position the young man thought he'd end up in with regeneration powers. The young man guessed he'd be a tank. Kyle scoffed, stating he was third generation and the only son of the Kim family. He asked why he should earn a living by getting beaten up. The young man pointed out that the salary was excellent and reminded him Kyle had a son to raise. Kyle retorted that he wasn't starving and emphasized the importance of work-life balance. He also mentions that they are a dual-income family, which allows him to find time to rest. The poor man sighs, remarking that it must be nice to have such breaks. Kyle approaches him and asks if he really thinks he doesn't know his intentions, emphasizing that if he were to leave the team and return to being a hunter, the young man would become the team leader. Embarrassed, the man denies it, but internally thinks that his boss is still as sharp as ever. Kyle says they should drop the subject and asks what he should send as a gift to his savior, the restaurant owner. The man jokes that maybe a box of tissues would be a good choice. Kyle replies that it seems like the one starving is the young man himself. Picking up the phone, he decides it's better to ask Hana directly. As soon as he starts speaking with her, he becomes visibly smitten, while the man watches the embarrassing display. Kyle tells his wife that he doesn't know what gift to give the protagonist. After a brief conversation, he agrees with her, praising her insight and saying, as always, She's amazing." A few days later, a brand new brick oven was ready for use at the restaurant. The protagonist and Ji-hyun inspected it together. The protagonist commented on how tasteful the brick oven was, wondering if Kyle had remembered the kitchen's layout in such detail since it would now allow them to add bread to the restaurant's menu. Ji-hyun asked why the restaurant hadn't had an oven until now. The protagonist explained that ovens weren't strictly necessary to run a restaurant and admitted it was a bit difficult to explain. Ji-hyun didn't understand what he meant. Seungwoo stepped in, explaining that ovens heat air to cook food, which wastes a lot of energy and results in high electricity bills. He speculated whether memories of living in a cramped room still haunted the protagonist. The protagonist admitted that's why he'd never bought one before. Still confused, Ji-hyun asked what was special about this oven and whether he was only using it because it was a gift. He explained that this particular oven was designed to use magic stones as fuel, which could be obtained by defeating monsters. Nabi, the happy head chef, enthusiastically noted that using magic stones would allow them to make even more delicious food. The protagonist agreed, remembering Ji-hyun mentioning there were more gifts for Nabi and Young-shik. Nabi, like Dominic Toretto, was happily playing with Eunha, using his new autonomous lawnmower, which also doubled as a high-speed cart. Along with a heartfelt apology letter from Hina, came a special vinyl shock-absorbing suit for Young-shik. The slime bounced around joyfully, declaring forgiveness for Hina. As the three played, Seungwoo watched them fondly, commenting on the lovely weather and the playful children. He suggested they close the restaurant for the day. Ji-hyun became irritated, questioning if the protagonist was running the restaurant as a hobby since he opened and closed it at will. She reflected on how upper management's push to attract hunters to dine there had overwhelmed her with work, including the development of a review app to promote the restaurant. Meanwhile, the protagonist seemed relaxed, suggesting they close and make pizza for dinner now that they had an oven. Freshly baked pizza sounded wonderful, he said, adding he'd pile on plenty of toppings this time. As he spoke, Ji-hyun trembled with anticipation, asking if they were really making pizza. The protagonist invited her to join them for dinner. She ran off, asking if she could flip the closed sign. Salivating, she thought, if the boss wants to close, who am I to argue? Ji-hyun's greatest weakness was her appetite. Meanwhile, in the nuclear bunker beneath Cyberdyne headquarters, someone observed everything that had happened with Kyle. The person remarked that the fart guy had guts, noting that he'd always been this way when they played together. The man put his hand on his face, commenting that Kyle drank that concoction without even knowing if it would really heal him, not even considering the possibility it might have been poison. Taiji appeared on the screen, reporting that the surgery was a success. The man remarked that success was expected and asked if Kyle would return to the field. Taiji said no, explaining that Kyle feared he might die if he entered a war machine again. Additionally, he had also stated he wouldn't become a hunter. The man said it was understandable, given that Kyle now had a family. He asked how old Kyle's daughter was. Taiji replied, she was 2 years old. The man nods in understanding and says it's fine. He orders Taiji to downgrade the rank of the returnee Seungwoo from SSS to C. Taiji looks confused and asks if his boss is serious, noting that this is a drastic measure. The boss confirms, explaining that Seungwoo endured an insult from Hina without resorting to violence, and even healed her husband, as reported. Moreover, Baek, O'Keefe, Ji-hyun, and even Taiji himself experienced a 10% improvement in combat ability, which is an unbelievable figure. The boss remarks that Taiji always mentioned how difficult it was to secure high-level personnel, but achieving this through cooking was extraordinary. He adds that he's considering awarding Taiji a gold medal. Embarrassed, Taiji smiles and says it's an exaggeration. The boss acknowledges this and notes that drawing attention could cause problems. Taiji agrees, saying the matter is closed. The boss rises, stating they will proceed with appointing the leader of the Armored Integrated Team. They have already confirmed the competence of Sector A's branch manager and laid the groundwork for advancing hunter-centered initiatives in Sector A, and that's all for now. As the president prepares to leave, Taiji calls out to him, asking when he might visit Korea, as his daughter misses him greatly. The boss pauses, trembling, and remains silent. After some thought, he apologizes, explaining that he won't be able to return for now, as he'll be extremely busy in the coming days. He asks Taeji to tell Yoonha that he loves her 1,000,000 times over. This man is Ju Hyukjin, president of Cyberdyne and ISAC. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, the protagonist was slicing tomatoes. Ji-hyun, slightly worried, asked whether the pizza he was making was Earth-style or Terra-style. Seungwoo responded that it was Earth-style. Relieved, she relaxed. The protagonist, a little nervous, commented that at least they could tell the difference. Annoyed, she turned to him and asked if he could really be trusted. She mentioned how frustrating it was to think about his attempts to repay favors with that strange iron thing. Saddened, Ji-hyun said the protagonist was always saying things would be delicious this time, but kept serving progressively worse food. Yet, he continued smiling and promising it would improve. She admitted it was irritating. The protagonist assured her it would genuinely be good this time. He reflected that, apparently, he wasn't a very trustworthy person. After finishing with the tomatoes, he had all the ingredients ready. He began preparing, pouring olive oil into a pan and sautéing the ingredients. Ji-hyun perked up, exclaiming that the smell was amazing and that it might even be good enough to eat as is. Seungwoo noted that it's typically served with rice or bread. He picked up a bottle of Miaobrin seasoning and explained that only 2 drops were needed. Since the last time he used it, he'd been extremely cautious. As he uncapped the spice of the gods, the aroma spread through the room. Ji-hyun stood up, salivating, and asked what it was, because the smell was incredible. The protagonist explained it was a secret seasoning created by Nabi's grandfather, but warned it couldn't be used excessively. Curious, she asked why. Seungwoo replied that it was too good, which is why it had to be used sparingly. She found this explanation nonsensical, arguing that something good should be used in abundance. The protagonist clarified that it was addictive, which is why he used it in moderation. After adding the secret ingredient, he finished the homemade tomato sauce. Now all that was left was to stir it. Seungwoo handed an apron to Ji-hyun, who looked at it in confusion. Smiling, he asked if she could stir the sauce for about 20 minutes. She asked if he was seriously asking a customer to do this. The protagonist cheekily asked if that meant she'd pay for the pizza. She countered, saying that if she paid even half her salary, she'd leave. Seungwoo chuckled, thinking it wouldn't just be half, it would be far worse. Putting on the apron, she got ready. However, she heard someone laughing and turned to the side. Annoyed, Ji-hyun asked if the protagonist thought the apron didn't suit her. Trying not to laugh, he admitted that, honestly, he'd never seen anyone look as awkward in an apron as she did. He thought she suited office work or consulting far better. After stirring the sauce thoroughly, she proudly asked how she did. The protagonist praised her, though he thought to himself that all she had done was stir. He then asked her what the secret to a good pizza was. Excited, Ji-hyun shouted, "The dough!" He replied that she really knew her stuff. Smiling, Ji-hyun said she might not know how to cook, but she's an expert at eating. Seungwoo sighed, thinking she was just like Cry. He began preparing the dough, carefully adding just the right amount of water for the mixture. Then, he mixes olive oil into the dough as he needs it, thinking he can't use too much or it would make the dough greasy, and too little would leave it dry. Seungwoo comments that Nabi is better at kneading dough than he is. However, Nabi was tired now, so they didn't have another choice. Ji-hyun is surprised and asks if Nabi is really good at kneading with his little cat paws. The protagonist explains that the secret to good food lies in the touch of hands, so the touch of a cat is even better than that of a human. He adds that there's a study showing that the pads on a cat's paws make the dough taste better. She asks if that study is reliable. Seungwoo smiles and admits no, it's just his theory. She gets annoyed, saying she never knows when he's being serious or joking with her. Meanwhile, outside, the trio continued playing happily. After a while, the dough was finished and kneaded. Seungwoo says that normally, the dough should ferment for the next 2 hours. Ji-hyun is shocked at the time. However, the protagonist stretches out his hand and says he'll use fermentation magic because he's too lazy to wait. Ji-hyun watches and remarks that apparently there's nothing he can't do. Seungwoo explains that now they just need to spray a bit of water and let it rest for about an hour and it'll be ready. Ji-hyun sighs again, saying that making pizza isn't easy and that's why she prefers to order it. The protagonist smiles, saying she's pretty smart. An hour later, they roll out the dough and spread the sauce on top. Seungwoo asks if she'd like to add the toppings. She says yes, and he asks what she prefers. Ji-hyun replies, meat, plain and simple. The protagonist thinks she's becoming more and more like Cry. He doesn't understand how they can be so alike. He picks up a beautiful piece of meat and asks if she'd like it cut into pieces. Ji-hyun's eyes sparkle as she looks at the juicy meat, saying it's perfect. Seungwoo continues searching for other ingredients to add. Suddenly, he finds something and says it might work. Holding a pineapple, he explains that the sweetness of baked pineapple is delicious. However, Ji-hyun loses it, asking why anyone would put pineapple on a pizza. The protagonist smiles, saying he already knew Cry would say that. She looks confused, asking who Cry is. Embarrassed, he realizes he let it slip by accident since they're so alike. Seungwoo tries to cover it up, saying Cry is just a friend and it's a habit to mention him. Still puzzled, Ji-hyun asks what kind of friend. She starts feeling happy and a little flustered, thinking it means he considers her a close friend, wondering if he trusts her that much. She concludes he certainly trusts her more than he trusts that pizza. Excited, Ji-hyun asks what kind of person Cry is. Seungwoo thinks about how to answer and remembers his friend is a brave orc with 2 tusks reaching his nose. Cry's specialty is a palm strike, and he's a fighter capable of cutting even stone golems. However, he can't say this. Instead, he simply says that Cry is a very impressive friend. This excites Ji-hyun even more, prompting her to ask why Cry is so impressive. Seungwoo reflects on Cry's feats, recalling how he single-handedly defeated one of the 4 celestial kings and an entire demon king's legion, roaring in such a way that even Seungwoo got chills. Changing the subject, the protagonist suggests finishing the pizza with some seafood. After completing the pizza, the oven, powered by magical stones, was preheated. They placed the pizza inside and waited. Ji-hyun remarks that now they just need to wait. The protagonist agrees, and she breathes a sigh of relief, saying it's finally over. After some time, the protagonist announces it's ready. In the late afternoon, they set up a table outside. Once everything is ready, they place the pizza on the table. Ji-hyun prepares for a feast, sitting down and staring at the pizza. The protagonist watches her as she sits silently. Ji-hyun turns and asks why he's looking at her like that, pointing out that today is her cheat day. The protagonist asks what a cheat day is. She explains it's hard to stick to a diet all the time, so a cheat day is when she can eat as much as she wants, or whatever she craves. He teases her, saying she's talking about cheat days after eating 3 servings of pork ribs. She gets annoyed. He asks if she's doing her hero exercises properly. She sighs, saying yes, she does them every day, but her weight doesn't change. Seungwoo laughs, saying with how much she eats, only a miracle could make her lose weight. She gets even more irritated. He claps his hands and says it's fine, wishing everyone a good meal. They shout in unison, thanking him for the food. They begin serving themselves. Yuna takes the first slice, and along with Nabi, the two are amazed at how delicious it tastes. The little slime also starts eating, exclaiming how good it is. Taeji nearly tears up, savoring the incredible flavor of the shrimp and squid. However, he hears a noise next to him and looks over to see Ji-hyun devouring the food at an astonishing speed. He's shocked, thinking she eats like a construction worker. That's all, folks. If you enjoy the video, subscribe and hit the bell. Thanks.